reason why we are doing this week is because it is the week of the young child. We're blessed to have you all here to celebrate in a good way.
We started at right on time today, so we have nothing to worry about. Just enjoy ourselves and honor our little kids here today. This is their day. Aho, looking good. Awesome, awesome.
Our 3 Head Start centers and then our 2 child care centers. There's a lot of work to it. Yes, there's a lot of planning. You have to contact a lot of different people.
Everyone seems to be having a good time and enjoying themselves, and that's all that matters, and that's what's important.
I just see a lot of smiles, a lot of just happy faces today.
I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate all the parents that are here, the grandparents, all the educators that are here. They do so much for our kids.
All right, looking good. Thank you, singers. Thank you, dancers.
A lot of the kids, hi, Grandma. They come up and give me a quick hug, and it melts my heart, and it makes me feel good to know that I've touched their lives and they know who I am.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, chaaskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
Tatistas na hitaiwa iyo viho sanistits, CATV na noho noho.
Wahei asaku ana hinana ena na hitasina hi jasku tanina. CATV 35.
Tatistas na hitawoyo viho sanistuts. Haho tiviho sanis.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
Oh, I'm definitely going to look around and see. I know they do this every year and every now and then, you know, so there's always something good to find. I'm excited. It smells good in here. I think they're doing it in the tacos for $2 somewhere. I don't know, but that definitely smells good. But let's see which catches my eye. There's always something neat. Buy it up. Christmas is getting here.
I'm hoping I find some snacks or like some really good holiday snacks. Like, this is my first go around. I haven't been all the way around yet, so I'm still looking. I also been to like a couple in the past, but this one's like really big. Like this is the biggest one I've been to.
I think they did a really great job of advertising this year because there's usually a lot more than there's been in the past when I used to come. Crowd-wise, it has a really good flow. You know, it's been consistent all day, so you know, just make sure you shop small, shop local this year.
They come and overlook at myself. I'll be back. I want to buy this, but I gotta go make the first round, you know? Yeah. And they do come back. See, everybody wants the buffalo earrings, but I sell those so fast. So she bought the bear earrings. And she left me her phone number. When you get some buffalo ones, call me right away.
It's been so nice to be in Cheyenne and Arapaho country. One thing I noticed is the way people speak. It's different, you know, the way they speak it out. The laughter, even the laughter, the way people laugh. So Cheyenne and Arapaho's laughter, they talk different. and all the sayings, it's good to hear those sayings. And no, it's like you're home. So, and that's always good to hear.
So right now we're setting up Jeff Black's classroom. He's going to be teaching Arapaho Level 1 here in El Reno High School. It's the first time that I'm aware of that Arapaho's been taught in any school in Oklahoma. So we're just decorating right now, trying to make his classroom look welcoming and Arapaho.
Okay, you direct. We've been working with the Cheyenne Arapaho Tribes Language Program as long as I've been here at the school district, which is going on 10 years. They've done an after-school program for our students. And then this year we're able to get an Arapaho 1 language course as students will get a world language for that credit.
Third word, all things good.
First day, I was pretty nervous myself, but you get in there and the kids are nervous too. Everybody's quiet, everybody's shy. So first thing, you know, I had to bring the kids up, bring them out of their shells. And so I just started talking to them, talk a little bit about myself. I asked the kids what they expected from class, where they want to be at the end of the year. And I got answers from everything from I don't know to I want to be fluent. You know, so we've got big dreams, we've got little dreams, and everything in between. These last 2 days with the students really bringing their passion out and really participating. Even the quiet kids are talking. They may stay at a lower tone, but they're ready. They want to learn, and they're participating within their group and within the whole class. I'm excited.
Waking up to see you is like awakening in the morning sun.
good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Cheyenne. Piva se wumps. Raven, nahishave. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Piva se wumps. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then say nahishave. Raven nahishave. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom. She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond Bright Red Flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Knuckle. I have to take a minute to talk about Knuckle. She's always there for me. She's there when I'm sick and when I'm scared or sad, and especially when I'm happy. Knuckle. Cooks for me and helps me with my schoolwork. She also helps me do the right thing. That's what Flash and Justin are finding out right now.
Hey, Justin, check out my new hat. Pretty keen, huh?
Whoa, that is keen. Where did you get that, man?
My auntie made it for me. Took her 2 whole weeks, too.
Flash, honey, come here.
Hey, Justin, man, I gotta go see what my mom wants. Would you wash this for me?
Hey, no problem, man. Anything for a friend. Well, this will be our little secret, right? I mean, he wouldn't mind if I tried this bad boy on. You think he'll notice?
I just had to take out the trash. Good thing I left my hat here with you, so it didn't get all dirty or anything. Where is it?
Here you go, Flash, old buddy, old pal of mine. What a great friend you are.
Justin, what did you do to my hat?
It's like this, man. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What happened was, okay. I tried on your hat and I dropped it in the mud. But see, hey, you're such a good friend. I knew you wouldn't mind if I tried it on, right? I mean, I'm really sorry, man.
You mean we used to be friends?
Man, I really screwed up here. You'll probably never want to be my friend again.
Oh, boy, that guy. I'm never going to be friends with Justin again.
Flash, what are you talking about? Justin is one of your very best friends.
Not anymore. Look what he did to my hat.
I'm sure it was an accident. Didn't he say that he was sorry?
Well, yeah, but look at my hat.
Surely you've done things to make him angry as well.
Yeah, maybe so. Hey, Justin, what's up?
Oh, hi. I'm just fixing my lawnmower.
Why are you doing that?
Well, I just spoke to your auntie, and I promised to mow her lawn for the next 4 months if she'd make you a new hat.
Wow. I don't know what to say except I forgive you, man. And you know what? You really are a good friend.
Nuts. 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 Nish. 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 Nah. 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 Keşke hotayon. Zeto nakoe. Nakoe emeodons reports. Ese medans. Eki hona ons. Neda nam hayo. Nayan hayo. Hotsim nave histukimeyon. Nayan nanoneo. House reports. Nayan nanon. Make hots. Make eewonen. Nastots evesi hohans reports. Niche. Niv. 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 No-ho. 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 Naso. Naso. Naso.
Justin! Flash! Where are you guys? Don't tell me you're still sleeping.
Hey, Daisy. What's up?
Not you guys, I guess.
Yeah! What's all the fuss? Oh, excuse me.
What's all the fuss? Don't you remember that I was making breakfast for you guys this morning?
What? No thanks. We ate breakfast last night.
What?
Had a big old extra large pepperoni from Fryburn Flats Pizza Pies. But man, it took forever to get it ordered.
Yeah, it was Biva. Especially the extra large, super duper fizzy cherry blast we had.
Well, you totally missed out on the awesome breakfast that I cooked for you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me.
Flash, how rude.
Yeah, man, you're a rude dude. Oops.
What have you guys been eating anyways?
We got all the good stuff over here. We got cupcakes, cookies, chips, soda, fruit punch, donuts, muffins, cinnamon rolls, fry bread.
Come on, guys. You can't eat stuff like that all the time. It's not good for you. That's why you're burping like that. I'm surprised you're not sick. Well, actually, you don't look all that great.
Yeah. I see what you mean, Daisy. Maybe we shouldn't have gone crazy on the junk food. Oh, my stomach is killing me.
Well, I can't help you. Now, you just gotta ride it out. God, guys, you do need to take it easy on the junk food. A little bit every now and then. I mean, a little bit is okay. But you can't eat like that all the time.
Oh, we get the point, Daisy. Justin, I don't think I'm gonna eat for at least a week.
Oh, man. Make it 2 weeks.
Nisso.
Nisso.
Nisso. Nano.
Nano. Nano.
So.
So.
Aho, Knuckles. Ehewo. Knuckles it dutsi maki dunshiv.
Naho hanst. Quit stunnest. Naho stunnest.
Hit the honey.
Knuckles hishk. Ehewo.
Haho. Naho hanst. Hahen. Nahen haya.
Hit the honey.
Knuckles hishk. Ehewo.
Haho. Naho hanst. Piotisonists. Na wawagasts.
Hit the honey.
Knuckles hishk. Ehewo.
Na haho.
Hawaii nisso hoi.
Knuckles hishk. Ehewo.
Hehe. Nini hoe. Naho ha. Nimi hilst.
Ho, Knuckles.
Knuckles hishk. Ehewo.
Hehe. Epiva nako.
Naman. Naman. Namaste. Namaste.
Hey guys, what's up?
Not much, man. Just trying to be keen like you.
Hey, we haven't seen you in a couple of days. What have you been up to?
Well, I've been hanging out with Numshum. He's been teaching me how to track and stuff.
Track? Are you kidding me? What's your best event? The 400-meter hurdles? No, wait. The pole vault. Pole vault. I cracked myself up.
Flash, don't listen to him. I think he's eaten too many trees.
I know. Justin, you're still sore because I beat you in that race last week. I'll bet you didn't tell anyone either. LOL. Well, anyway, I'm learning how to track animals and stuff by looking at footprints.
Whoa, man. You can track animals? Now that is keen.
Well, I'm still learning, but Numshum is teaching me stuff he learned when he was a kid.
Cool, man. Show us how you do it.
Well, I haven't seen a whole lot of new tracks around here, but I learned how to do this.
What are you doing?
I'm listening to see what's coming this way.
Okay. What do you hear?
Yikes! You're not gonna believe this, but I think I hear an earthquake coming.
You're right. I don't believe it. Man, we never have earthquakes around here. Earthquake! Run! Hide! Take cover! Wait a minute. Where?
Flash, I thought you were joking.
Daisy, I wish I was. Oh man, what do we do now?
Hey guys, is this your watering hole?
Huh? Well, yeah. No. You're welcome to have a drink.
Thanks. I've done some serious running. Oh.
Hey, buddy, you have a name?
Oh yeah, sorry. Dustin H. Buffalo at your service, but you can call me Dusty.
So what's the H stand for?
Hotawa. That's the Cheyenne word for a buffalo bull.
Hotawa. That's cool.
Hey, Dusty, where are you from? I've never seen a buffalo around here. Well, as a matter of fact, I've never even seen a real buffalo.
Me neither. This is cool. Are all buffaloes as big as you?
Well, not all of them. We come in a lot of different sizes, just like you guys. But all buffaloes are pretty large, I guess. Hey, I didn't ask you all for your names.
Daisy Nahishaveh.
Flash Nahishaveh.
Justin Nahishaveh.
Dusty Nahishaveh. There, now we know each other. Hey, thanks for the water. I gotta go and catch up with the rest of my herd now.
Hey, Dusty, you will come back and see us, right?
Sure thing, guys. Now I know where to find a good watering hole with some new friends. Staho se once.
Man, a real buffalo. How cool is that?
Yeah, I hope we get to see him again soon. But now we just gotta figure out how to get rid of all this dust.
Do you guys like to dance? I do. I like dancing to all kinds of music, really. Do you like this kind? Or maybe this kind? How about this one? Oh, here's a good one. Like I said, I like dancing to all kinds of music, but I love dancing at powwows. It's one of my favorite things to do. I get to see all my relatives, Nawulhistut, and have a really good time. Here's my jingle dress. My auntie made it for me this year. Isn't it beautiful? Kids of all ages like to dance at powwows. They also like to wear all kinds of different regalia. You want to see a TV story about it? Okay, here we go.
Just a great way to get out and go see other people, and it's really fun to get back into your tradition. One time I did stop, but then seeing other people out there, it just makes you want to get back into it once you've done it before.
It's fun to dance, and sometimes they give out cool stuff.
What do you like about powwows?
Because you get to dance and you get to sit and watch other people dance.
It's just something that we as Indian people, Native Americans, we just feel that drum and we hear the beat. And so it's, the rhythm of it that they really get into.
Just a lot of footwork and spinning. That's really what I like to do. It's just your own style, how you want to dance it.
I'm going to watch my big sister so I could dance fancy.
Can you show me a fancy shawl move?
It really instills pride in who they are. It gives them some incentive because the parents usually are very encouraging of their child to carry on once they get older, and they usually take the place. We're proud of our next generation coming up, and so we want to, as adults, instill that in our children. And as you can see out there, they were dancing and having a good time. And all the little beautiful Indian regalia that they have, it just instills pride in who they are.
Hey, you caught me. This music was so good, I just couldn't help myself. Oh well, I'm just gonna keep going. Here are some more Cheyenne words for you.
Otatov.
Odotov. Odotov.
Ma.
Ma. Ma. Have you ever taken something that wasn't yours? Or really wanted to? Maybe you took something and didn't even know it belonged to someone else. Maybe someone took something that belonged to you. Here's a simple rule. If it's not yours, you probably should leave it alone. My friend Justin is having a hard time with that.
Oh yeah, I got some ice cream.
Ice cream? Ice cream? Justin, can I get some, please?
You know what? I could hook you up because you are my friend. In fact, I'll get ice cream for all my friends. Hey, where is everybody?
Awesome. Did you get a new job?
Of course not. Hey, do you like chocolate chip? Or are you a rocky road kind of gal? Or, of course, see, I dig on some cookie dough myself.
I don't understand. Did you get per cap?
Not yet. Hey, how about a banana split? Oh, that's a good idea. Or a hot fudge sundae.
Well, did you rob a bank?
Rob a bank? Give me a break. That is stealing, and I'm an honorable beaver. I would never do such a thing.
Well, where'd the money come from?
I found it right over there by the creek.
Well, I guess that's okay. That's cool.
Heck yeah. Hey, you know, I might even get some ice cream for Bobby or Jimmy or Larry or whatever.
Bimmy Lobby who? Did you meet some new friends?
Well, the guy's my friend now. I mean, he gave me $200.
$200? Where'd you meet this guy?
Well, I don't really know him, you know, but I'll probably know him when I see him.
Wait a minute. What?
I saw his picture on his driver's license inside his wallet.
Wait a minute. If you found a wallet by the creek, that means some poor fisherman is missing his wallet.
Well, he must not be missing it too badly. I mean, if he just threw it away.
Justin, I don't believe someone would throw away a wallet with their driver's license and $200 in it.
Hey, you know, finders, keepers, losers, weepers.
Don't you understand that's stealing? I'm sure Jimmy Bob, Larry Bob, or whoever is looking for his wallet. I mean, if you left your video game outside, I can't just come up and take it as my own, right?
Well, I guess not. Oh no! I think I just stole Larry Joe Jim Bob's wallet. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. Don't let the cops catch me. Oh, where can I go? Where can I hide?
Calm down. Nobody's going to jail. But I think it would be a good idea if you take Billy Bob's wallet and his money to the park ranger station. They'll probably get it back to him.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Hey, Daisy, I have a question for you.
Sure. Anything for a friend.
Could you maybe loan me some money for a banana split?
Nuts.
Nuts.
Nish.
Nish.
Nah.
Nah.
Niv.
Niv.
Noho.
Noho.
Naso.
Naso.
Niso.
Nitso.
Nano.
Nano.
So.
So.
Mato.
Mato. Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too. I also hope you learned some things here in Frybread Flats. Do you remember your Cheyenne numbers? What if I said nakoe? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Stahol savumps. Can you say that? Stahol savumps. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time, right here in Fried Red Flats.
You've such an easy smile. And in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling wanting to be near you just to hear about the things you've done. Hoping every new day can begin the way that this one was done.
You feel the respect, the honor, that having them all here come together for that. And as an elder too, it's a good thing.
This memorial will join the other memorials along the National Mall that tell the story of the veterans of past wars. But instead of focusing on any one war, or even on war at all, our memorial focuses on the qualities of the warrior.
Native Americans have served the nation's military at a higher rate than any other group of people and have participated in every major U.S. military encounter since the Revolutionary War. Yet Native American veterans and their contributions to our country largely have gone unrecognized throughout history. But we're going to change that with the installation of this wonderful memorial.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
I just didn't realize the magnitude of this at all, and it slowly started building, and it just, after a while I got, oh my gosh, this is just bigger than I thought. You know, I tried to downplay it, say, oh, it's not a big deal. There'll be a lot of, you know, I'm just a little Cheyenne and Arapaho guy. It will, you know, but it has really gotten. For the last year and a half that I've been doing this with the architects and the Smithsonian and the museum and engineers and everybody tweaking it and working really hard to make it the best that they could, you know. And after a while, my wife has to just say, Harvey, you have to be more positive about this, you know. And I said, well, I'm trying to be positive, but I don't want to be too proud, you know. I need to be a little humble, and so I'm kind of bouncing between that, you know, trying to be a Cheyenne peace chief, you know, without being out in front all the time, you know. Russell said, Harvey, he said, let's go to this meeting. They're talking about building a national Native American Veterans Memorial in Washington. He said, let's go hear what they have to say. And that's when the Smithsonian sent these people around for 2 years prior to 2018. And they went to different locations and talked to Indians. What do you want in your memorial? And they would tell them, and they would record it and start writing down the concepts of what people wanted. So I went with Russell the first time, and I think it was at Shawnee. And then the second time, we were out in Oklahoma City, over there by the bus station at a hotel. We went in there, and they talked about it, and Russell said, Harvey, he said, why don't you do that? He said, submit something. I said, you know what? they probably already picked somebody. You know, that's probably the way it's done. They've already got somebody in mind. They're going to give it to somebody. I said, I'd just be wasting my time. He said, well, think about it. I said, well, let me dream on it. Let me dream about it. And so I went home and dreamed about it and said, you know what? How do you reach 574 nations, Hawaiians and Alaskans? How do you pull them all together? And I thought, you do it through traditions and ceremonies and things like that. I said, you know what? I said, we're the same, but we're a little bit different. I kind of recognize certain things of what they're doing. I kind of have an idea, and they may do it very similar, but they change things up. You know, I said, so let's just let me think about it. And I made a couple of drawings, and my wife came down and she said, well, Harvey, that looks pretty good. Why don't you clean that up? 514 people submitted something from 5 different countries, and they called me up and they said, well, you're one of the finalists, and we're going to have some meetings and some hearings, and we're going to listen to you guys. You guys pitch your story. So I said, well, all right, you know, I'm good with that, and I said, you guys going to pay my way up there?
For too long, American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian people's service and sacrifice to this country have not been duly recognized. This memorial, in view of the nation's capital on the grounds of the National Museum of the American Indian, is a step towards ensuring Native veterans are honored for all they have given this country.
When the museum in Harvey came to the tribes, and they asked for the tribe's financial assistance and the tribe to help them to build this. And when Harvey got selected, you know, I thought that was a no-brainer. And we talked to the legislators and we all agreed to do it. It was $1 million contribution. Largest contribution the tribe has ever gave voluntarily that was actually a contribution and not a giveaway, so to speak, on some other transactions that happened in the past. But so we were proud to do it, and we were standing behind Harvey. We got criticized for it, but you know, that museum, that memorial out here is a great piece of artwork, a great inspiration by Harvey, and I thought it was a really great thing to do that our tribe stepped up with some of the other tribes that financed it, and Harvey did a lot of fundraising as well. But you know, for one of our own to get selected and do something up here in Washington, that was a great honor. So I appreciate all that Harvey's done.
I'm so honored to be here today with you guys. This inspiration came from the Cheyenne and Arapaho people, the way I was raised and brought up, and things that I learned and was taught to me. I was raised by people born in the 1880s and 1870s, and they all talked about all of their history, you know, and I think that our history is so important to us.
I think it maybe took so long because people didn't identify Native Americans as being part of the military because they didn't feel that there was that show as in numbers. I think it took the fact that code talkers came out and showed that they won the war for America, that it finally people started asking who else was there, what else did other tribes do. So I think the code talkers really put the tribal nations out in front to say, we won the war for America.
With over 500 nations in the United States, we have to work together and have that collaboration and communication. But this is something, as we said, should have been done some time ago, but it's now complete, it's done. And so we're excited to be here to celebrate the unveiling and the dedication to memorial ceremony.
You can get that feeling when you walk around it and you're actually in front of it, that, you know, all those voices, all those past veterans that, you know, that now are seeing what's happening today, where these things were unheard of, and back then they weren't even a vision. You know, it was just, like I said, something that was overlooked, and I'm really glad that we're not overlooking it anymore.
Before the museum opened, I presented them with a eagle feather and a flute that I flew on my mission, and it's up here on display. And you know, always come here. People always come up here to the museum to look around, and I said, go take a look at the flute and the feather. And every time I go up and look at it, it really, it's moving for me to see that people honor what I flew to honor my ancestors and on Native peoples. So to be a part of that and to come here to the Veterans Memorial and to see what my neighbor, you know, Harvey has done, I'm really looking forward to it.
I know this is history, you know, with this weekend, and we have our some leadership here, as well as our veterans that are going to be taking part in something very special here, you know, with the ceremony and with the procession coming in on the mall. You know, this is going to be an incredible honor to all Native veterans, our women and men.
That the National Native American Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. was designed by our tribal member, our veteran, and one of our 44 chiefs, Harvey Pratt. This memorial stands tribute in our nation's capital to our Native American veterans, men and women who have served our country and our tribal nations.
Thank you so much for being here at the dedication of the Native Americans Veterans Memorial here in Washington, D.C.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there.
What an incredible moment this is to be gathered with all of you today. It brings me such great joy, and it really fills my heart to see so many Native veterans from across the country. We are honored to be with you today. To each American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian veteran in attendance, and all who are joining us via live stream, I want to share my deep gratitude for your service and sacrifice. Nitra, thank you, thank you. To all the families and communities who throughout the years supported your loved ones in their service and welcomed them back home with honor and healing. Nitra, thank you. And to those of you who lost loved ones, who served with honor, thank you for your ultimate sacrifice.
This is the first memorial ever done on Smithsonian land. And for me, there's nothing more important than this being the very first one. Because what you hope is that from today on, in the months and years and decades to come, it's my hope that this memorial will provide a respite for Native veterans and their families to reflect on their service, for loved ones of soldiers who never returned to honor their memory, and for Indigenous people to gather, to remember, to heal.
For decade after decade, really for centuries, the U.S. government did not always treat Native Americans with the respect and equality that they deserved. Suffice to say, given this history, it would have been normal, even rational, that when called upon to serve in the military and fight and die for America, the reaction of Native Americans over the decades might have been, no thanks. But that wasn't the reaction. To the contrary, it was the opposite. The special patriotism of Native Americans has shown through, providing an inspiring example for all Americans, serving in huge numbers in our military, generation after generation, with humility and dignity and honor, and of course, with heroism.
It's because they choose patriotism. It's because they choose love of this country and these lands. It's because they choose to imagine a better future for their families and their community, to fight, to secure the homelands and our freedoms. And I have so much respect for our Native men and women who have made that choice. And I'm doing everything I can to support all of you in that. And as one of the first 2 Native women ever elected to Congress, it's also my job, I believe, to ensure that American Indians, Alaska Natives, Indigenous folks, Native Hawaiians have a voice at the table when we're making policy in the Capitol.
It is an extraordinary act to put on the uniform of our nation, leave the safety of home, your loved ones. Deploy to a war zone in a foreign land. Fight for the freedom of others. Sometimes, by the way, freedoms that many Native vets did not themselves enjoy. But it's something that so many Native veterans have done throughout the years. Alaskan Natives, Native Hawaiians, across conflicts and across the world. That's why this day, that's what this day honors. That's what this memorial will in perpetuity honor. Their service, their stories, their sacrifice, their, as Senator Sullivan said, heroism.
Every Indigenous person in this country has a profound connection to this land. We feel a deep obligation to future generations. For most of us, this is the only home we have ever known. This connection can explain why Native people have served in our nation's military at such high rates. And yet, Native veterans and their contributions to our armed forces have often gone unrecognized throughout our history. This memorial changes that.
We knew that we were going to get it built. We knew before we even had the money that we were going to get it built. We didn't know how or when, but we knew it would get done. Finally, it got done, and then COVID came along, and we had to delay the opening for a couple of years. And, you know, today is that day.
This next gentleman is the one responsible for the making of the memorial. And I'm very fortunate that I get to introduce a very good dear friend of mine and a former neighbor just north of Oklahoma City, up on the by the Lazy E Arena, Harvey Pratt. He's a veteran as well. He served as a U.S. Marine in Air Rescue and Security. He was also inducted as Traditional Peace Chief, the Cheyenne Nation's highest honor. I'd like to please turn your attention to the monitor, the designer of the memorial, Harvey Pratt, the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes.
I'm the designer of this memorial, and it's finally a pleasure and an honor to be here before you. I want to look at the heavens today. The Creator gave us a nice gentle rain to water Mother Earth and for us to start a new day with the rain. This memorial came about in a dream as I gathered all my life experiences as a Southern Cheyenne Peace Chief. We've created a path of life, a warrior circle of honor, lances with sacred colors on them and prayer cloths, the water, the air, the earth. And we'll light this fire in a minute. It's a wonderful day. I'm God the Creator created warriors. Without warriors, we may not be here. This memorial is about warriors of the past, warriors of today, and warriors of tomorrow. We know that if my grandfather came here, he would recognize these elements. And our warriors today recognize these elements. And my grandchildren's grandchildren will recognize these elements. This memorial was made for all ages. So with that, we're getting ready to, we hope that you will stand, if you're able to, when we light this memorial light now. Gina and I walked in there at night, at 10 o'clock at night, go down there at the memorial, and there would be non-native people sitting in there. And I thought, what the hell? You know? I said, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, we came down here because we heard about it, and we sit down, and I said, how long have you been? Oh, been here an hour, just sitting here. They said, it's just something here, something really, and it's non-native people doing that, you know? This memorial is not just for a period of time, it's for our ancestors, it's for the present people, it's for my grandchildren's grandchildren. It's for them.
like awakening in the morning sun. Wanting to be near you, just to hear about the things you've done. Hoping every new day can begin the way that this one's done.
Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Arapaho. Hithati Nana Habethan. Raven na Asi'ina. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Hithati Nana Habethan. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then na Asi'ina. Raven na Asi'ina. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom. She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond Fright Red Flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Nesana. I want to take a minute to tell you about Nesana. He teaches me all sorts of stuff, like how to ride a bike and how to throw a ball. Nay sana. Also helped coach my softball team this year. I love helping him build all sorts of stuff that I can share with my friends. That's what my friends are talking about right now.
Hey, Blossom, that swing is keen. Where'd it come from?
Nay sana. He built it for me, and I even helped him hang it up in a tree.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, jump out and let me give it a try.
Jump out? Why would I do that? It's my swing.
Yeah, but you've been on it all day. Let someone else have some time.
You guys just got here. You don't know how long I've been on it. Besides, it's my swing.
Well, gah! It's not your tree.
Well, you guys are welcome to sit on the tree and wait while I finish swinging.
Okay, I think I will.
Yeah, no problem. Well, not for me anyway. Flash, it might take you a while.
Don't you worry about me. I can be up there in a couple hours. Maybe.
Hi, Blossom. Wow, that's a cool swing.
How, Daisy? You like it? I built it with Nasana. It's really fun.
It looks fun. You think maybe I can have a turn?
Sure, I'm happy to share. Here you go.
Gee, thanks.
Hey, wait a stinking minute. Why did she get a turn? We asked you first.
No, you didn't. You told me to jump out and let you have it. That's not the same as asking.
Well, you know what I meant.
Well, Justin, it matters what you say and how you say it. I would have shared it if you would have. What was that?
Oh my goodness! Flash fell out of the tree.
Flash! Hey bro, you alright?
Oh, where am I? Happy birthday, everybody. Hey, Mom, can I have a donut?
What was he doing in the tree anyway?
It's a long story. A couple hours long, actually.
Huh? I could never understand you two anyway.
We were trying to get a turn on Blossom's new swing.
Well, why didn't you just ask?
Oh my gosh. Here we go again.
Hey, fried bread and tortillas for everybody. Let's get in that boat.
Well, Justin, do you want to swing now?
Are you kidding me? I gotta get this guy home before he gets really goofy. But we both would like a turn on your new swing tomorrow, if that's okay.
Sure. Hechinahabetin.
Jesse. 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 Niece. 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 Nessa. Nessa. Nessa.
I just saw the Donna. He want he. Ne atawa ana na he ne ita ne he hisis. Ne te e na ne pisti te bite. Ne takusei chi te hine. Ne e I satina ne chita. Ne te nati ne nakahu. Ne a I thena hine heta I saw dinner. Ne say nati
Nitcha. Aka. They et. Ne. Nicotine it. Nanette. Scooth on it. Na a is it. Yain. 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 Yasan. 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 Nita tach. Nita tach. Nita tach.
What are you doing here, loser? This class is for smart people like me. Not people like you.
But well...
What? You can't talk? Didn't you get a pretty bad score on that last test?
Well, yeah, but that's because...
Because what? Man, you've got no game. You're skinny. You're funny looking. You're fat. Your clothes are stupid. I'm smarter than you. I'm bigger than you.
Hey, what's going on? Wow, that was weird. Did you just feel a big blast of hot air? Oh, well, never mind. Hey, I was hoping you'd be in this class.
Why?
Because I need someone to help me learn.
But I can't teach.
No, but you're a good friend. And I learn best when I'm with friends.
But I'm not good at this.
What? Who told you that? Everyone is good at something. I say we figure this class out together, huh?
Well, that sounds good. But I might slow you down.
Are you kidding? We'll work together and beat this class.
Great. I'd rather be myself than have such a big head and lose it.
Hi, Justin Bieber here. The skit you just saw was to make a point. Have you ever been, well, let's just say, less than nice to someone? Honestly, I have. I didn't actually intend to be mean, but the things I said were not really that nice. But then I realized how things you say can really hurt someone. And it made me think, what if we all stopped doing that? What if we all started being nice to one another? Isn't that really what we're supposed to be doing anyway? What I'm saying to you is, we're supposed to help each other, not hurt each other. You see, we're supposed to build each other up, not tear each other down. Do you understand? We're supposed to encourage each other, not discourage each other. Brothers and sisters, boys and girls, if you believe that, then stand with me and...
Justin, my young friend, who were you talking to?
Hi, Thundercloud. I was just practicing.
What were you practicing? You sounded very inspired.
How long have you been watching? I was just practicing this new skit I wrote. You don't think it's dumb, do you?
Dumb? Don't sell yourself short, buddy. I think it's great. We all need to encourage each other. I gotta go, but keep up the good work.
Encourage each other.
Nisada.
Nisada.
Nisada. Nisada.
Nisada.
Nisada. Siata.
Diata. Diata.
Dene Donna Ot Beasneal Thohu. Had to been a hoonit Beasneal Thohu. Da do dot. Danan is a jot. Now has no nat. Now be caught in a da hat. Has it the jot.
Day Donahy Beasneal Thohu. Neat ought has become a Tabin. Day Donahy Beasneal Thohu. He eatena. Hot dough, behet. Day Donahy Beasneal Thohu. Hit the thawu. Day Donahy Beasneal Thohu. Day Dabity. Day Donahy Beasneal Thohu. Day Donaku Nanitha Anehi. Gahe Jib A Neachane Beasneal Thohu. Zache, he Anawutan.
Have you ever worn a crown? Some of my family members have. My auntie was a tribal princess, and my older sister was too. Maybe I can be one when I get older. I love going to powwows because I get to see all the tribal princesses in their beautiful regalia. Hey, you want to see a TV story about it? Okay, here we go. Many Native girls are chosen to be princesses. Some are chosen to represent their tribes, and some to represent different clubs. But it takes a lot to be chosen.
I start looking at young ladies that carry themselves well in our community. The families they come from is one of the criteria to see, they've raised this girl really well and she goes around with her family in a good way.
Some girls even go to special classes to learn how to be a good tribal princess. Tribal princesses are asked to make a lot of appearances, and they have to be in grand entry at every powwow they attend.
Smile, wave, shake hands. Don't walk by an elder without shaking their hand. Schoolwork's important. If she's finished in high school, I like them to finish high school and have some goals of what they're going to be doing with themselves, because they represent our people. We want girls that will represent us well.
When a princess is named, they usually get a crown and a beautiful sash with their name on it.
Has their title on it, their name. Sometimes the parents request their Indian name to be on it. Also the year that they're representing us. And we make a shawl, so if they're somewhere else, they can wear that shawl. But we want girls that will represent us well.
That's pretty keen, huh? I definitely would like to be a princess someday. I guess I need to talk with my sister and find out what I need to learn. Anyway, here are some more Arapaho words for you.
Pathetic. Pathetic. Nesgia beat. Nesgia beat. Netch. Netch.
Hello? Daisy? Flash?
Hi, Raven. Heathati Nana Habethan.
Hi, Blossom. Heathati Nana Habethan. It's nice to see you. Where's everybody? Hi, friends. Heathati Nana Habethan.
Raven! Oh, it's so good to see you!
So how do you like your new TV show?
It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. Hey, aren't we missing someone? Where's Justin?
Oh, yeah. He's busy building something.
Timber!
Or maybe eating something. I don't really remember.
Well, I guess I'll catch him next time. I just wanted to see if you guys wanted to say hi to our audience.
Really?
Sure, just look into the camera right there.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Love and kisses.
Really? Love and kisses? Yo, I want to give a big shout out to all my homies and relations out there in TV land. Peace.
Homies in TV land? Really? That's what you're gonna say?
It's okay. How about you, Blossom?
Well, I just want to say I hope you like our show. And I hope you have a good day. And, peace.
You guys are awesome. Well, I have to go, but I'll see you again, okay? Hechina Habethin.
Hechina
Habethin.
Waso hunu. Waso hunu. Wata. Wata. Justin, get up! Are you going to sleep all day?
Huh? Who? Huh? Who's on first? We got guys on base?
Yeah, you've almost slept the whole day away. How come you didn't even answer your phone?
Well, there was this cool monster movie marathon on TV last night. And I didn't get to bed till like, about 5.
You stayed up until 5 a.m.?
Yeah, but, hey, I gotta go. I got a baseball game at noon.
You realize it's almost 4 o'clock, right?
What? No way!
Way.
Oh no! I missed the whole game? Man, I was looking forward to that. And I just got my glove broken in real good, too.
Yeah, and there was something else you missed.
Oh, we were gonna go have breakfast, weren't we?
Yeah, and when you never showed up or answered your phone, I ate all by myself, and those pancakes were really good.
Oh, man, I can't believe this happened, or it didn't happen, or whatever. Well, I didn't mean to sleep all stinking day. Man, I just wasted a whole Saturday.
Well, just don't let it happen again. It's not healthy to stay up that late. I mean, I'm sure your baseball team was counting on you to be there today. Haven't you heard the saying, the early bird gets the worm?
Huh? Why would I care about eating a worm? I prefer trees. I mean, in case you haven't noticed. I am a beaver.
Never mind. Hey, I'm gonna go get some pizza. You wanna come?
Yeah, let me go wash my face and wake up really good. But I've got one condition about the food.
What's that?
I like my pizza without worms.
Wah-ah. Wah-ah.
La da 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 ya.
Jesse. Jesse. Niece. Niece. Nessa. Nessa. Yane. Yane. Yasan. Yasan. Nita Tach. Nita Tach. Nisa Tach. Nisa Tach. Nisa Tach. Nisa Tach. Sia Tach. Dia Tach. Bede Tach. Bede Tach.
Nesina. Nesina. Nesina.
La da da da.
Nesina. Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too. I also hope you learned some things here in Fry Bread Flats. Do you remember your Arapaho numbers? What if I said Nesina? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Hechinahabeten. Can you say that? Hechinahabeten. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time, right here in Fry Bread Flats.
You've such an easy smile, and in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling
Hello and welcome back to the Native Drum. I am your host, Sean Little Bear. Today we will be exploring drumstick making. Drumsticks are an integral part of playing any drum, and I kind of have my own technique about making them. So this will be my take on how to make little and big drumsticks. The base material is the actual stick itself. What I like to use is shatterproof fiberglass. And you can buy any of these kind of sticks in the big box stores. These are the reflector sticks or the reflector poles. They come in different sizes. I like the long ones because you get more bang for your buck. You can make different sizes out of them. There are different makers that buy from different companies because they make a different diameter of stick, which means that the thinner sticks are a little bit more flexible in that they bend more when you swing them, and then the stiffer sticks don't bend as much. So depending upon what size you're making the stick from, you may want a stiffer one, or you may want a kind of a flimsier stick. I've made little bitty sticks that are about the size of the palm of your hand to child size. These are decorator sticks. You know, add them to a little drum that I make, and then on up to child size, which would be this size. This is just an end of one of these that I really didn't have a use for it, but I kept it. And one day I decided to make a little baby stick, and people really liked it. So I made it out of the scraps from the stick and the scraps from the leather. And I had plenty of tape, and I decided to make one. So any of these sizes can be made on up to the regular powwow drumstick. And today this is what we are actually going to produce. We're going to make one, and I'm going to show you that once you decide on which size you want, this being the most popular size, we're looking at a 22.5-inch stick. I don't know why 22.5 is the most popular. I've made them out of 22 3/4, and for some reason the singers don't like them. I've made them out of 22 1/4, and they didn't like that either. So we settled on 22.5, and everybody seems to like them. So that's what size these are, and they work good for gourd dance, round dance. Even if you have a hand drum, you can actually choke up on it and make it shorter. If you were sitting at the back of the drum and you needed a longer stick, you can actually grab it at the end, and you can still sit at the drum. So this is the kind of stick that I sell the most of, even though I do sell a lot of the smaller hand drum sticks, and they're made out of various coverings. Everybody likes this size and different colors and different sizes and styles and weights to it. So this is what we're going to make. After you buy your stick, you measure it to the right length. Believe it or not, these poles come in 45-inch length, which makes it exactly 2 22 1/4. So that's the reason why I buy these, and I look around for them. And I usually buy a few of them at a time, and then I take them home, cut them with a hacksaw, just mark them wherever you want to mark. I usually mark it right in the middle, and then saw, and it'll make 2. You can actually take the reflector end off. They're not glued on. They're just stuck on the end. I think they may have a little bit of sticky stuff to them, but they come off really easy. So you'll have to understand that it does have a 2 ends. The end that the reflector is on is a square end, and the end that's at the other end is a pointed or sharp end. And that's meant so you can drive it into the ground. What I do is I build up a handle from different size paper tape, masking tape, again buying the same kind of things in the hardware store. The 2-inch variety, there's 1 inch, and then there's 1.5 inches. And the reason why I buy the different sizes is because when you're doing different size handles, like for the smaller sticks, you want a different size, you can combine these to get any size handle that you need. That way you won't have to cut it down after you wrap it on. So what I started doing was on these long handles for the big ones, these long handles are made for a man's grip. But what I found was the first ones I made, they made a clicking sound. I tried to put the seams together as much as I could and make it as smooth as I could. And then when I sewed the leather on it, the drummers came back and said it's making a clicking sound. Well, we found out when the stick flexes, the tape comes apart on one side and then it flexes on the other side and it comes apart on the other. So as these come apart and come together, the adhesive on the edge will make a pop or it makes a clicking sound when they do it all together. So what I do to counter that is to go back over the first layer with a second layer, and this 2-inch will cover the seam for the 1-inch. So I go this way, starting out with 2-inch, 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 1-inch. Now I'll go back over it and go 2-inch, 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 and 1-inch at the end. And if you do it just right and don't add too much on the top layer, having both layers about the same, that will be your base for your handle. So once you get it to that point, you can tape some the handles. I like to keep a couple of different cloth tapes. They are adhesive, and the different tapes have different kinds of adhesive on them. I found the best 2-inch tape is actually a smooth professional tape from 3M. So it costs a little more, but the results is you'll get a smoother finish on the base of your handle. So when you wrap it down with cloth tape, you're getting it ready so that you can actually spray glue a layer of leather to build up the base of your handle. So you get it to this point after you've wrapped the cloth tape around it and you're ready to make the base. You can actually take your I take some duct tape and put a small section, depending upon how long you want your head to be, and then you tape it, and you get ready for that part not to move. You taper it down and then cover it with a wrap of the cloth tape. And what that does is it's going to counteract the centrifugal force as you swing the drumstick. You don't want the head to pull off. So this is the base for the head. And then you have the base for the glue to stick on this cloth. It'll absorb it and it'll hold the leather down. So once you get to that point, you can sew. I use 2 different types of leather. One is a thicker double suede leather, and the other is a thinner double suede leather. Depending on what kind of finishing leather that you're going to have with it, if you're going to sew a thick leather on, like an elk hide or a deer skin, I usually counter it by putting a thin layer for a thick layer of elk hide, and then I put a thick layer underneath for the thin leather of buckskin. The drummers seem to like that a lot because when you grab the drumstick, you can feel that it has a squish to it, even though the leather itself is actually not that thick. So the leather underneath gives it that grip and that feel so that they can grip it really tight without having it hurt their hand as they swing it. We use the underlayment, and then once you get it to this point, it doesn't matter if it's a big stick or if it's a small stick. Once you get it to this point, this is what I call a stick blank. Your handle's not really set and your tip is not really set. So you build it up and you make your head whatever shape you're going to make it. What I like to do is I like to use 100% cotton flannel for the wraps. And I found that it's easier to buy some old sheet sets at the thrift stores and then take the sheet sets and take the borders off with the scissors and then just work with the flat material. And these can be had in any thrift store you'll find relatively cheaply. So, and a sheet set for king or queen and the pillowcases will make a whole bunch of drumsticks. It just takes a sharp set of scissors to start working with it and cutting it into strips. Now once you get it into strips, depending on what kind you work with, these are the 1 inch. As you can tell, they're really long, and this is doubled. I usually cut them as they're double. This is the thicker variety, and I believe this was a full set. And this one was a twin set, and it's a thinner. But they both have good strength, and they'll make good drumsticks. So, depending upon what kind of wraps you want to make, you can vary the two or put them both together. And what I like to do is, as I wrap them down, I will take some hard cloth tape that has good adhesive, and I'll wrap it down as hard as I can. And then what that does is it compresses it and gets the air out of it. So it'll make a good head, and I reinforce it with some strapping tape. Now this tape, it took me a little while to learn how to work with. I knew that it had good application, but what I found was it's really hard to break. So the breaking point being at the tip, I wrapped it from this side on the rod all the way around to the other side and covered the wraps 4 times all the way around. And I can show you that technique, but it's going to take a little while. I prefer to do that at one of my workshops. Now what we're going to do is we are going to apply colors to the stick. Usually the only mark I make when I do the colors is just to find the center of the stick between the handle, where the handle ends, and where the tape ends for the head of the stick. And I'll find the middle point of that. I'll just use a little fabric tape and get my trusty lizard out here, and I'll mark the halfway point. And the reason why I do that is on these type of sticks, I wanted to point out that actually the colors that I apply to the stick are there partly because of decorative, people like to see colors on the stick, but mainly because you need a protectant layer to help when you're drumming with the stick. If you hit the edge of the drum with the stick, it'll damage the protective tape and not the stick itself. So I usually, even with the smaller sticks, I'll start out and just work it at an angle, and I'll apply one color all the way down just as a protective layer. That's the reason why most of my sticks even if they're small, will have a color on them. And it's there to protect the stick. It's not there, to please anybody except my eye. So anybody that buys a stick, if you want it plain and you have a Mondo set of colored vinyl tapes, I will sell them to you plain. But most of the time, they're here with colors on them for protection. If you want to take it off and apply your own colors, I'm not going to be offended by that, because these are there for protection of the stick, not really for decoration. But, it turns out they're people like to see the decoration on them. So what I do is, like on these sticks, I put the smaller cuts of the colors in the middle, because if you put them at the end, you'll literally beat them off the stick. Those little sections of colors will come off. And if you put them at the end here, when you're choking up on the stick, when you remove your hand, those will start to come off, even if you super glue them on. And normally I do with some Gorilla Glue. I'll take the end of the stick where the tape ends at, and I'll put a little drop of Gorilla Glue. The only thing is, with using super glue, you have to be really careful, because if there's any dust, if there's anything that gets on the tape itself or the next to it, it will attract dirt, and then it's real hard to get back off. So I make the smaller designs in the middle of the stick and leave the solid colors for the ends. And sometimes I'll even go back over these right at the end of the stick. I'll go over it with the vinyl. And now we have not just all the colored tapes in the various colors. There are all kinds of decorator colors that you can get to match your leather, but they come in liquid form. And these are readily available in all different colors. Right now they have the primary colors. These work really great, but again, you're going to have to, it's a whole different process when you work with liquid. So today we are going to work with our round colors, and I'm going to apply colors to this stick, and then from that point we will decide which kind of leather to put on the top and the handle, and then we'll go from there. I'm going to do the most basic stick that I like to do, which is this color. It's the most requested out of all the singers here in the South, in the Southern drums. It's blue sky over red earth with the medicine colors in the middle. So that's what I'm going to do on this stick. And now that we have our middle, we're going to do a white border. So I'm going to need the white to be on the inside or near the middle. So what I will do is I'll do that first. Don't have my bifocals, so. And normally I don't measure the size. What I'll do is cut it. And then start applying the tape. And I want to go just below that center mark, because I'm going to do an opposite color, which is red on the top. And these are referred to as medicine colors. And again, you don't have to be real exact. This is just the best way I know to work with, is just your scissors aren't going to be flat, they're going to have a curve to them. So when you look at the size, you want all these four the same size. Just remember that your scissors are not totally flat. So you're going to have to bend it around that curve. Otherwise you'll have a bulge in your tape. I've done it enough so I can make it pretty much exactly the same size. And you may want to get you a pair of scissors and work with them until you know what kind and how big your cuts are going to be. I worked with the Fiskars for 28 years now, so I should be able to work with them and get the right size. So, and again, I have enough colors. If you notice, this color is actually a little bit, these are two yellows, but when you look at them side by side, this one looks more whitish and this one looks more orangish. So when you buy the different colors in the store, it'll say this is yellow, and in the store it'll say this is yellow. So as you go to buy them, you can see the different variations in shade. So when you buy your different type of tapes, they can all have different types of color blending. My art teacher used to say that when you deal with solid colors, you can let your eyes do the blending. So sometimes I'll put both yellows right next to each other. In fact, I have 4 different shades of yellow, and I have about 5 different shades of red. And when I put them next to each other or make different designs, you think I'm using the same color until you actually look at the stick and you find that the reds are different shades. One's a little lighter, one's a little darker. So I'm going to use the red up here in the lighter shade, and then on this part of the stick I'm going to use a darker one to represent earth. And then I'm going to use the lighter blue to represent the sky. So it will go red earth under blue sky. And there's one thing that you kind of need to realize as you deal with these tapes. As you bring them off the roll, they stretch. And I do have a variety of tape. Actually, that one's a little short. That as you bring it off the roll, the color was applied so that it lightens up a shade as you pull it. And some of the sticks I make look like they've kind of been tie-dyed, because as you pull the color, it will lighten up. So to counteract that, you wrap it around 2-3 times. It's like giving it a second or third coat of paint. Okay, we've applied our medicine colors to our stick here in the middle. I went a little more toward the handle because I'm going to bring the leather down on the top of our stick a little bit farther. So I want it to be more on the handle side. That way it'll look right in the middle when we finish up. Again, I'll cut some different designs and add the blue and the red, and then we'll get into covering the top and the base of your handle with leather after we choose the colors. So this is the basic technique. You can do any of the designs that you would like to do. I hope this has helped you. We are going to finish up the stick in the next episode, and it has been wonderful to be here to show you a little bit of my technique. If you want to experiment with some of these techniques and materials and find out exactly what you need to do, I may be doing a workshop. I was happy to show you this today, and this is our episode on stick making, and we'll be back on the next episode to finish up the project. I'm Sean Little Bear. Thank you for tuning in to the Native Drum. We'll see you on the next episode. Aho.
Catch up on past episodes of The Native Drum at catv47.com. We're also on Facebook.
Early childhood powwow. So the reason why we are doing this week is because it is the week of the young child. We're blessed to have you all here to celebrate in a good way.
We started at right on time today, so we have nothing to worry about. Just enjoy ourselves and honor our little kids here today. This is their day. Aho, looking good. Awesome, awesome.
Our 3 Head Start centers and then our 2 child care centers. There's a lot of work to it. Yes, there's a lot of planning. You had to contact a lot of different people.
Everyone seems to be having a good time and enjoying themselves, and that's all that matters, and that's what's important.
I just see a lot of smiles, a lot of just happy faces today.
I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate all the parents that are here, the grandparents, all
Grandma. They come up and give me a quick hug, and it melts my heart, and it makes me feel good to know that I've touched their lives, and they know who I am.
Haho! Da hasahatawana nuhu hitasinani na hananaanani chaaskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
Tatistas na hitaiwa iyo viho sanistits. CATV na noho noho.
Wahei asaku ana hinana ena na hitasina hi jaesku tanina. CATV 35.
Tatistas na hitawoyo viho sanistits. Haho tiviho sanis.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
talk and they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The purpose of doing this project is to bring back the dignity of these gentlemen that were down there, that were taken, that were stolen from here. I know that they're classified as prisoners, but they were captives. Honoring them in both ways, ceremonial, traditionally, and as veterans.
And those chiefs that are down there, they were never given ceremonies, honor, respect. So this is more of a remembrance and honoring as we go down there to pay our respects and be humble and give them dignity and provide those ceremonies for them. Those rituals were never done for them.
It opens up another door for our history. It opens up another story that pertains to our people. Just right here in Concho, our reservation, the story began here is when they were being left to, sent to Fort Marion. It started right down here.
$33 Cheyenne and one woman and 2 Arapahos. And they incarcerated them, and they were chaining them up. And when they came to shackle Black Horse, he broke away and ran. And he ran towards the Cheyenne camp, and the soldiers started firing. And the Indians said that they thought that they were attacking the camp like they did at Washita and Sand Creek, and so they ran and dug up their weapons. They had buried their weapons, their guns, and they buried all this stuff. So the bullets were hitting, because they were shooting at this man, and the bullets were hitting the camp, and so they thought they were under fire. So that's how come they ran to Sand Hill and dig parapets to defend themselves. You know, when I go back and talk about the Sand Hill fight, and after they hid and they charged them and tried to get into them, they couldn't do it because their horses couldn't run it through that bog, and they would bog down and they would have to go back. They couldn't get to the Sand Hill because of the swamp around them. They turned Gatling guns on them. The Gatling guns were never used west of the Mississippi until they used them on those Indians at Sand Hill.
The prisoners left Fort Sill by wagon and traveled 165 miles to Caddo, which was the nearest railroad. They were forced aboard the Missouri, Kansas, and Texas Railroad to Fort Leavenworth, where they stayed for 9 days while they waited for the Army orders to be completed. Then they took the Missouri Pacific Railroad from Fort Leavenworth through St. Louis, Indianapolis, and to Louisville. And at each of these large cities and junctions where they had to change railroads, the citizens of the cities would come and gawk at the Indians, as news of their travel were sensationalized in those newspapers of the time. About 5 miles outside of Nashville, Chief Lean Bear attempted suicide by stabbing himself. And when he was found, he attacked 2 soldiers. Lean Bear and the soldiers were left in Nashville for a few days while they received medical attention, and then they continued on to St. Augustine on a different train.
The group traveled on through Atlanta, Macon, and Jessup, Georgia, constantly changing rail lines on what must have felt like an endless journey. And in northern Florida, the trip once again turned deadly.
At 3 a.m. in the morning, Graybeard jumped out a window of the moving train. His friends among the prisoners had told Lieutenant Pratt that Graybeard should be restrained, but Lieutenant Pratt said Graybeard was doing all right. After he had jumped from the train, Pratt told the soldiers to recapture Graybeard.
And they heard the chains and shackles that were on him, and they went back to look for him again and found him and shot him through the back and left him on the side of the railroad with some railroad workers, and they went on to Fort Miriam. Instead of taking his body with them, they just left him there.
Some of them made it home, some of them didn't. We're here today in memoriam of the ones who didn't make it, and the ones that did. You know, we're thankful and grateful to have had the times that they had left, that they had spent with us there. And so, you know, within this thinking, you know, this individual, he was more or less a war chief. And so at this time, we're going to use this Chief's Memorial Song. And these songs were handed down from us from Sweet Medicine himself. That's how far back these songs go.
It's only right that we come here and we honor him and we memorialize him for his efforts and his bravery and what he tried to do for our forefathers and what he tried to do for the future of the tribe. Although he didn't make those sacrifices that all of our forefathers made for us, you know, we have to honor those people who came before us and tried to make our lives better. And I think that's something, that's why we're here today, is try to memorialize and honor those people who passed, trying to make our lives a whole lot better, simpler and comfortable. And I know that was probably his thinking when he tried to escape and go back home, is that he wanted to, you know, make sure his family was safe, the tribe was safe, and that he was in a way going to help. And I think today, as we stand here, we understand his sacrifice and his contribution, so that we all can be here today. And, you know, I just want to say that we're here for a purpose.
Sometimes referred to as the nation's oldest city, St. Augustine, Florida was founded in 1565. And every year, its Old Town district welcomes millions of visitors from all over the country.
Here in St. Augustine, one of the largest tourist draws, both historically and physically, is this old fort, built by the Spaniards beginning in 1570, named Castillo de San Marcos. Over the centuries, it changed hands a few times, to the British, back to Spain, and finally, when Florida including this fort, was ceded to the U.S. in 1821. It was renamed Fort Marion. Since that recent history, though, this fort has really become a symbol of oppression for many Plains tribes, including the Cheyenne and Arapaho.
The largest part of this fort's history was Spanish occupation. However, the British were here, and we do portray them at certain times of the year and for certain events as well. And so there are also, the Confederacy was here for a very short period of time. The Union was here as well. And so we try and portray a number of different time periods, but the largest portion of this fort's history was Spanish occupation and Spanish history.
Now, our 1740 historic weapons drill. Now, what's going on right now? This is a siege force in a siege. Whoever starts first loses. Whoever runs out of powder first loses.
We do talk about the American period in a variety of ways. The incarcerations of the Plains Indians here, the Seminoles, those are all talked about in various handouts and at various times of the year, as well as some of our interpretive displays that we have here inside the structure.
It didn't surprise me that it was a small part. I was actually pleasantly surprised that they had as much information in regards to Native Americans as they do. So I'm thankful that the National Park Service recognizes the prejudice that was exhibited to the Native Americans at the time.
While you were there, did you learn anything about Native American captives there?
No, we did not. No.
Would it surprise you to know that there were 70 plus prisoners from Oklahoma, Native prisoners brought here by train and kept here for 3 years?
Very much of a surprise, yes. Yes, I did not know that. We didn't see anything about that there. So if it's history, I'm a history person. I'd like to know it all.
We are reaching out to them, asking for their stories so that we can better tell the entire story as opposed to the pieces of the information that we have from the people that were here, the victors, if you will, who often write history. It's good to get a full view of everyone that was involved, and so through oral traditions and oral information, we can take that, gather it in, and help to have a better picture of the true history of this structure.
You got to learn about the history. You got to understand, and these people that want to acknowledge this place or go down to this place, they need to understand our people was there for the wrong reason or the right reason. It don't matter, but there were deaths there, and they just need to understand. It's a history part.
Yeah, for us to see the other part, to understand, like I mentioned earlier before, we just got the information from the white side. I believe during all these 100 years, we got bombarded, but why watch TV and movies was always a savage. We always wanted war, which was not true. We didn't want always war. We're just protecting our land, our rights to, as any sovereign nation would. And so for all these years, we've been kind of got some bad press. And that kind of justifies the almost killing off of our race. I'm not trying to be militant here. I'm just trying to tell you the truth,
This project that we've been working on with the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma has been 5 years in the works to bring us to where we are today, to help remember this important history and for us to learn from the tribal perspectives of what those imprisonments meant historically, but also what it means today.
There was no trial. There's no hearing. And some of them were just standing there to see what was going on. But they were singled out, and you're going. So those are the stories that we are told by our relatives. But when you read it in books, it's different. One of the very first things that happened when they got here was they took them out of their traditional clothing and cut their hair. They took that away, trying to change their image, their identity, their appearance. You're now in prison. And we're going to recognize you as a prisoner. Not a warrior, not a headsman, not a chief, not a Cheyenne, not Arapaho, a prisoner of war.
Even the time when they got there at Fort Marion and the time they left, they were never charged with any kind of crime or anything. And that's what, it always bothered me, you know, about that. Why they were locked up and they never were charged, you know.
The fact that tribal leaders were brought here to St. Augustine as prisoners is not in question. It's the perspective, though, that matters. Partnering with Flagler College, the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes hoped to inspire the students and faculty to see the story in a different context.
It's my honor and my privilege that on behalf of Flagler College President John Delaney, the entire campus as well, to just welcome you to really what is this important event that I think we all recognize is really the important, really only the beginning of an important conversation, dialogue, and really journey that many of us will take together.
I visited the Museum of the American Indian in Washington, D.C., and seeing how they interpreted many different tribes. They interpreted treaties. They talked about treaties that were broken. They talked about all the other things that the big picture of this story could be. And I thought to myself, this fort in St. Augustine, there might be a way to open our visitors to that bigger story. It's not going to be like walking into that museum in Washington, D.C., but if we can engage some tribes, then they can help us tell that story and bring that different perspective. That's really, really important for a variety of reasons. We say when we interpret history, it's important to learn from history so we don't make mistakes over and over again. That's very true. But that perspective is really important, and to try to understand all sides of any point of view is, I think, very important.
Gordy came to Oklahoma, and we didn't get too many visitors in the uniform, and we didn't know what he was doing and who he was, and
they weren't sure what to make of me, and they asked me very clearly, what is it you really want?
He kind of came up with, kind of brought us the story of being down here at Fort Marion, which we always known as Fort Marion. I know everybody calls it the Castillo de San Marcos.
And what I really wanted is happening today, a real dialogue with our tribal partners who were here in this fort, who are really the only ones that can tell what that was like, what was behind it. And moving forward, it will help us develop that portal into understanding not just this tribe, but all the other tribes as well. That it's a long process to get there, but we take, like any journey, one step at a time.
I had been here several times previously throughout the years, beginning in 1984, and I just happened to stop by and go, oh wow, that looks cool. I'm going to stop and look. And then the next time I came by, I was going, so where is Fort Marion? Because I know it's here somewhere in Florida. Where is it at? You know, I still didn't know. Then the next time I came through, which was about 1990, I asked, I said, where is Fort Marion? And I asked the people there at the park, oh, this is it. And I went, what? This is it? I had no idea. My grandparents passed away and never knew that their grandfathers was here. They knew that they were somewhere in Florida, in Fort Marion, but that's all we got. They never knew. They never knew the place. They never knew the space.
they never knew here. I had decided when the opportunity came up and when Gordy came, I was in the room, that I wanted to try to do something. I didn't know what, and I didn't know how to get there. I didn't know what I was doing. So I'm really grateful that he came, and I'm really grateful that for my boss, the governor, who allows me to do these special projects and these things that are my passion, these things that I love. These are, Big Moccasin is my grandfather, Moses Starr's grandfather. Heap of Birds is my grandma Helen's grandfather. And so these are the things that we need to talk about, and we need to talk about the stories, and we need to have an understanding.
In 2015, we hosted an exhibition at the CRISP entitled Rewriting History from the Southern Plains to the Matanzas Bay. This exhibition was co-curated by Emily Arthur, John Hitchcock, and Marwin Begay, and the curators asked 72 artists, both native and non-native, to interpret the ledger drawings made by the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Kiowa, Caddo, and Comanche prisoners at Fort Marion from 1875 to 1878. The artworks included were not only thoughtfully made and wonderful pieces, examples of contemporary art, but some of the works in particular made by descendants of the prisoners, such as Edgar Heap of Birds and John Hitchcock, who's Kiowa, also acted as a lens into a deeply personal and intergenerational cultural experience. This experience of being torn away from one's family and taken to an utterly foreign place, where the assimilation that began as an experimental project by Richard Henry Pratt, that was later institutionalized as the Indian boarding school system, and just the reproductions that are still felt within tribal communities today. Suffice it to say, this was an incredibly educational experience for me, and it has stuck with me since then.
I chose to study this style of art because I felt a lot of meaning going into what they were expressing. And it wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. And their intent was to express their feelings, to draw their emotions, and things that they faced while they were exiled here and in prison. So making medicine was one of the warriors that came down, and he was one of the very first Cheyenne artists to do ledger art here. He was the first. And the rest followed a year later. But he was the very first prisoner, the Cheyenne prisoner, that started doing ledger art here at this fort. And so making medicine, he was a powerful man. You see his leggings, the beadwork on his leggings, and then you have the horse, the linen cloth, they call it wool cloth, trade cloth. As an interpreter of ledger art, I love looking at it. I love telling their story, because these ledger drawings are their voice. They're telling us what happened. They're telling us what they were doing. They're telling us how they survived, how they lived, how they felt emotional feelings of their loved ones being away from them.
You know, because of the journey of our tribe, both Cheyenne and Arapaho, like for my family, you know, the drug and alcohol abuse, you know, has come up, you know, several times. My father passed away when I was real young, 2 years old, and that was a result of, you know, him drinking. And then his dad, John, he passed away because of he had been drinking. And so, you know, when that happens in families, those stories that should be told from one generation to generation are passed down. So, in my family's case, that's not unique. Unfortunately, it's happened. And of course, boarding school comes into play there too, that, you know, the devaluing of traditional tribal stories, played, was reinforced by BIA. Certainly our language, don't speak your language, learn English.
What we're finding is things that might not be surprising to you is that biologically, your body can adapt to stress, and that stress can produce changes in your body that can be passed on to your children for generations. That's basically what epigenetics is. Although the stress that you experience in your lifetime does not alter your DNA, that blueprint, it does and can engage and create some chemical processes that attach molecules to your DNA. And what that does essentially is create a starting and stopping of what the gene is supposed to express. So it keeps it from expressing certain traits or encourages it to express certain traits. So it's essentially like your DNA stays the same, that map stays the same, but just in the same way when you're taking notes, you will highlight some things, right? Students. So highlight some things pink, and that could mean, hey, pay attention to this thing, right? And then we might highlight some things green, and that might mean, hey, you don't need to pay attention to this right now, right? And that's what's happening at the molecular level. The reason why it becomes relevant here is for understanding some of the health disparities that we're seeing in Native American populations, right? So there are very high rates of addiction, suicide, mental illness, sexual violence, and other health disparities among Native peoples that are influenced at least in part by historical trauma. Displacement from one's people and one's family is considered a form of social death, right? And so to remove people from their social ties elevates stress, and that produces a lot of cortisol in the body and elevates blood sugars. So when we see high rates of diabetes as well, unregulated high sugar levels. So these processes that we're seeing, these health disparities we're seeing through epigenetics, we're starting to see that there may be some markers on the genetics that we can start to recognize and look at that will help us understand how these historical health disparities are related to historical and intergenerational trauma that is passed on through the generations.
What we have to understand is that the Cheyenne people view exile as the most drastic of any treatment or anything that can happen to us as a people. Usually it is the result of having committed intra-tribal murder, exile, for a period of 4 upwards of 10 years, complete exile by themselves, to live alone, which was a virtual death sentence in the environment of that time. Exile. So these warriors, Notahuel, those that had been created by the good man with the knowledge that he brought out of Beartooth to protect us, to provide for us, to be of service to the Council of 44 Peace Chiefs. Some were sent off because they dared to protect us. Oaths that they took when they became members of our various warrior society. And so they left. And in horror, the tribe, the women watched them as steel poles were attached to the middle of the wagons. And those soldiers were put in shackles, their arms and legs shackled to the poles that ran down the middle of those wagons.
Hey, ane woto te. Fire.
Fire. Boom. Hey. Fire.
The St. Augustine City Commission hereby proclaims November 2022 as National American Indian Heritage Month and urges all of our citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities.
And I just want to thank you so much for being so welcoming and allowing us to come here and to do the things that we need to do.
On behalf of the city, let me present you with a copy of the proclamation and wish you all the best during this time. Thank you.
When visiting a park unit, you may see signage that's titled "We Are Still Here," which tells a small part of the story of tribes that were affiliated to that particular site. But we, as the National Park Service, has failed in telling the full and complete stories of the 574 federally recognized tribes, as well as those of tribes who have yet to attain federal acknowledgement, but who are still connected to place. It is something that many of the parks are working on. Currently, many national parks are working with affiliated tribes and tribal members to tell a more complete and accurate history and consulting with tribes in developing and planning new exhibits. These exhibits will directly incorporate tribal voices, showcase important indigenous connections, encourage visitors to see the parks not only as a beautiful natural setting, but also as a place where Native peoples hold strong historical and contemporary connections.
We're proudly attending to see and hear what the Cheyenne and Arapaho's experiences were here at Fort Marion, because, you know, we were here too. And listening to what your experiences were here, to what Cheyenne and Arapaho went through at Fort Marion, is going to allow us to tell our story in a better way. I think Noreen has just cracked the door open and she's peeking through, because there's so many other tribes that have stories, so many people who have stories, and she's really handing the microphone over to other people. That's the best analogy that I think I can come up with, because that microphone wasn't available to all of us. We were always in the audience. You know, we were We were window dressing. You know, we were always what was on the poster to invite people, you know, to entice their interest to come hear about it. But we were really never the voices. You know, it was never about our experiences. And for once, it's our story being told. This is being told in the first person for the first time ever.
Every story has more than one side. Many stories have many sides to them. And so we want to make sure that we get a good understanding and give different perspectives on a situation so that we can provide the best information possible to our visitors. And that is, after all, what we're trying to do here is educate and let people understand the history of this structure. It's not all, wonderful, and it's okay to be able to tell that. We want to be able to tell the full story.
We haven't forgotten those who were sent into exile in a totally different culture frame of reference and confined at this prison, the oldest fort in the United States, for 3 years, taken from home, taken from family, from all that they knew that was familiar, because you just can't engage in a fight with the United States federal government without someone having to pay for it. And these Fort Marion prisoners, all 72 of them, included in one woman, made a big sacrifice in the time that they spent at Fort Marion, learning new things, learning how we were going to have to live in this world, the languages we were going to have to speak, what we would have to learn, how we would have to be educated. But they clung tenaciously to their ways of life by the ledger art that they produced, and the ledger art is still available for us to see. So that is probably the greatest contribution that came out of this 3-year experiment.
The whole purpose of this is to educate. We want to educate those powers that are down there, the National Parks Service and also Flagler College. They need to know our true history.
It's my hope that we utilize this project as a model to educate and orientate the non-Indian, the public, and most of all, the National Park Service staff and personnel to rewrite the brochures, the language that they wrote in those brochures today. We want to change that, and this project is an opportunity to do that.
If I were a general public and I read that, and I would probably be even more confused on why there were Cheyenne Arapahos there. So we wanted to better tell that story as far as my office goes. So we're right now we're doing some research, and we're getting ready to write up a draft for their new pamphlet.
We are still here, and we're here to tell the story.
They may not want to hear it, but when it comes to truth and reconciliation, oral history is a big part of that. And we can correct history. We may not change history, but we can correct history.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, chaaskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hasita. Hasita.
We're here today in the city of Arvada to, the city council is doing a proclamation for the Indian Heritage Month, for the month of November. So we are here as the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes to engage and accept this proclamation.
And whereas we encourage all residents to celebrate and learn about the diverse cultures and histories of Native Americans, particularly those whose roots are tied to this land, throughout the month of November and beyond, we will commit to fostering ongoing relationships with Native American communities while supporting initiatives that preserve their heritage and honor their traditions. And whereas the City of Arvada expresses its deep gratitude for the opportunity to collaborate with the leaders of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes,
as we can partner and gather and come together, good things happen. Not only good things, but great things occur. So just as you're here tonight to help make improvements for your area and your families, you know, that's kind of why we're here. We do appreciate the proclamation. It was a great idea, and it goes a long way, and I'm sure a lot of us will be proud. And as the governor of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, I appreciate all that you've done, and I appreciate the people.
This is more than just saying nice words. This is a true gesture of partnership and of honor. I'm thrilled that they're going to honor us with an honor song. I think that's really special. I've invited my own family to come and see it tonight, and my family never comes to Chambers. So that tells you how special this really is, and I can't wait to share this, not just with my family, but with all of Arvada.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Bernina of Oklahoma City, providers of quality precision sewing machines, and by War Child Society, designers of native apparel, t-shirts, decals, and more, and by generous contributions from viewers like you.
Welcome back to another episode of Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lunch, based here in Concho, Oklahoma. Today we're going to go do a new set. We're going to do a set of dance bells. Now, as far as different categories, there's so many different categories. There's men's fancy, men's straight, men's grass, and men's traditional. We're going to be focusing on a set of bells for the men's straight dance.
This footage here was taken at Red Earth Annual Powwow in Oklahoma City. Notice how the bells keep the dancers in time with the drum. This is very important when it comes to judging, because any overstepping can surely be heard.
And today, I've got none other than my infamous brother, Red Sky Walk-Paul. He's going to be doing all the total construction of these bells. He made his own bells for his dance regalia. And so he's going to bring forth and show people out there, you know, how to construct traditional style of bells. These ones are different from the men's fancy. Men's fancy are a little bit different as far as weight difference. These ones are also louder, I would say, than compared to the men's fancy style. So without further ado, I'm going to give you Red Sky Walk-Paul. He's very single. All you women out there that are looking for somebody like this, if plump makes you jump, let him know. If you know thickness is your sickness, he is your man. Nonetheless, Red Sky Walk-Paul, take it away. Show us what you're going to be working with today.
All right, thank you, JR. Good to be here again. Glad to be here. And I got some leather here. I got some bells. These are some of the tools you're going to need. You're going to need a knife, probably some wire cutters and awl, a safety knife, some needle nose pliers, and an X-Acto knife. And I've got a piece of leather here. I've dyed. Got one set already done, but with the magic of television, I'm going to show you how to make the rest. And what I did is I took this piece of leather and I cut it where it fit around my leg. And then I'm going to use 7 bells. And I didn't really get a tape measure out or anything to measure them. I just kind of eyeballed it because that's the way I like to roll. Because you get a tape measure out, things get complicated. You want to keep it simple. Okay?
Very, very simple. Very simple.
Because if you keep it simple, then it's not that hard to mess up. So what I did is I kind of spaced them out, laid them up against the leather, and made sure that I had plenty of room so they could move around. Okay, like that. So once I got them all laid out, let's get some of this out of the way for now to show you one at a time.
Now, when you measured them, you said you didn't use a measuring device. You know, you didn't use a ruler. What was the best way you could gauge it? You know, between the bells. You know, that you wanted to puncture the holes for.
Oh, I just went with like I used my body for measurement. I kind of went with like 2 fingers apart because that gives it plenty of room.
Okay, so you know, henceforth, you don't actually have to use a measuring device like I do, as far as like a ruler or whatnot. Sometimes you can be a little bit more creative and actually use like your 2 fingers and stuff. It's just his style, it's just funny. But going forth, what else are we going to be doing? We're actually be cutting this into the leather.
Yes, okay. Yeah, safety first, you have to be safety conscious. I took a piece right here, the tab that's going to go in, and I put my, whoa, that's pretty good. See, that's safety, top-notch materials here. But that happens.
So before this, though, let me step back. You actually dyed this, and I think on our previous show when I did the belt, we used the exact same dye, which is a Marine Corps black. And of course, it's just an very easy leather dye that you just ran over one coat and then kind of buffed it out, get all the excess off. Because if you don't get all the excess off, it actually rolls onto your fingers and can turn your fingers black. So that's how we got it black. So we first dyed it, and then but first we cut it out and then we dyed it, and now he's puncturing the holes for actually the bells to fit in. Now I know from making bells, sometimes on fancy dance bells I use actually like a shoestring to actually connect all the bells together, or I've seen people actually use zip ties. You on the other hand are actually going to use a wire, and I believe that's for durability, right?
Yeah, well, I mean the metal on the inside of the bell will cut through the shoestring, it'll cut through a zip tie.
Okay.
And the metal, it'll take it a lot longer for it to cut through, so you don't have to run around and replace them. Okay. I'll put a 15-year warranty on these right here, because the last set of bells I made was about 17 years ago, and they're still good. So what I did is I just put it up against there, I figured out this much, and I removed that, and I cut a little rectangle. You have to be very careful, and you want to use this so you don't cut through your tablecloth.
Fingers.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen sometimes. But I made a little line right here, cut this way, then I cut back on this side, tried to weasel it through there, and I pushed it through. Now, it's going to be kind of tight on the way through there. And once I got it through, I took the other safety knife, and I cut the excess around there to get it more flush, because, you'll have little pieces of leather sticking up. And I cut it up against this part. And remember, always cut away from your body if you can. So I hold it on this side and cut that way, and cut this way, back the other way.
So henceforth, we got to be very careful using these knives, because the knives that we're working with are very sharp. Now, knowing that, I kind of know a little bit of the history of the bells, and from what I remember is that, like a long time ago, they were constructed from actually deer toes, and what they would do is they would actually place them close together, one hoof next to the other hoof, and they would actually make a clanking, rattling sound. And from the story that I was told a long time ago is that they would actually wear these, and it was a kind of deterrent. If they were coming up on an enemy tribe or someone that they was an enemy, the sound that it would make would actually deter other people, because it actually sounded like there was actually more than one person. Later on, when they began trading with with metal, it became bells actually came out and developed, and after a while, natives started putting them on their regalia, and so that's the story. I believe that from what I've heard is that's the way how we got to dance bells. Now today in competition world, dance bells are utilized for dancing competitions, and you can actually hear people overstep or understep just by the means of their bells. So that's kind of where it's evolved into now. So it's kind of into the competition world of dance. What kind of story did you hear about, like the originality of bells?
Well, I've heard a few different stories, and one that kind of made me chuckle around, laugh a little bit. Is that one of the dancers, he was a fancy dancer, I believe, he had his heart broken, and to emulate the sound of his broken heart, he put on some bells, and his buddies, they wanted to support him, so they wore bells too. So I don't know, you got all these different stories where origin stuff begins, but I'll tell you this, I got these bells from a trading stand, or direct from the old country of India. Their brass sleigh bells are about $4, $5 a piece, so you're looking, if you want good bells, you're going to spend about anywhere from $50 to $100 a leg per leg. So,
and that's one thing, you know, once you, I emphasized last time, is if you're going to make regalia, it is a little bit of cost, you know, but you want to get good quality. You don't want to skimp, you know, but it's an investment because, you know, the amount of money that you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. And the more, you know, like you want stuff that's going to be durable. Of course, the more durable products are going to be a little bit more expensive. I have seen out there like cheaper bells and stuff, and you know, like I guess you would call it the dinger inside of it sometimes gives out. I've seen some dancers modify this by actually putting wire in there and put like a mechanical nut in there, and that way, you know, it would actually rattle on the sides and stuff. So I have seen people augment these styles of bells. These ones are different because they're actually fortified, and I guess you would say, the dinger is encased inside. But you know, like I said, you know, it's worth it to actually spend a little bit more money to actually pay for like a better product. So
exactly. I mean, if you're gonna get out of it what you put into it, so don't be afraid to get the top-notch stuff and put it together yourself. That way you know what you're doing. You don't have to. This is what this show is about. We're trying to show people how to create their own stuff. And, you know, and if you want to, you can make a set of bells. Maybe you can take them to the powwow or whatever. Maybe sell them to somebody. Take orders, you know, put a little bit of change in your pocket, however you want to do it. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start weaving this through here. So we get one piece, push it through. Okay, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, once again, you gotta be very careful. You don't want to cut your fingers. You know, you can cut a finger right off.
But yeah, if you do happen to cut yourself, that's okay. A little bit of blood, you know, you put it back into, you know, it becomes part of you, actually, kind of, you know, the idea. See, like that, I just stabbed myself in the finger. But that's all right. So I'm just gonna repeat the process through here.
And how many times do you think you cut your hands today?
Probably at least 20.
Yeah. Red Sky, my brother, you know, he's very strong, you know, he endures pain like crazy, but you know, he's used to cutting his hands. He uses bacon for like a Band-Aid, that's how greasy he is.
Oh, that's good. But yeah, see, that's all I'm doing right here. I put one through there, and the next little slot, thread it through there.
Now, I've got a question. You know, I see that, you know, like the way we attach the bells was we utilize a wire. Just like going through it, like what kind of wire did we actually use?
Well, went to the closet, found a regular coat wire hanger.
So you're coming out of the closet.
Actually, it was your closet we got the wire from. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate real fast. I mean, you can just give a little snip here.
Now, once again, you gotta be very careful because you don't want to poke yourself with the wire.
It's kind of loud. And then what I did is I took the pliers and I just kind of.
And first off, you just want to bend it straight out to like a straight length, right?
Yes. Straight as possible. It doesn't have to be totally perfect, but just enough.
And what kind of like, if you were actually going to select like a hanger, what kind of hanger were you looking for?
I'd look for like a real nice heavy gauge wire hanger, maybe a brass hanger if you can, but these will work just fine. I mean, you take your stuff to the dry cleaners and you get a free hanger out of it, really.
Yeah, and I've used wires before. Some of the ones I use for making bustles as far as backboards, there's always places like, you know, Home Depot, you can actually go into the aluminum department and they'll have like rods available. You can buy them there. You know, this one is like a little bit more cost efficient, so you can actually do this. I know the ones at Home Depot run like, you know, $3 or, you know, depending on what kind of metal it is. This one will save you a little bit of cash, you know, as far as using the brass hangers. So that's just, I know I used those for backboards before, so.
I would use this for like making s'mores, but I know JR would use these for making hot dogs. He likes hot dogs over open flame. And another thing, you want to have a surface, I want to make some holes. You want to make some holes for the strings to go through. You use your awl and push through there. Be very careful, you don't have your finger over there and you're going to poke through and, you know, puncture yourself. You know, you just have to be very careful. make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Working with leather, it is a little tough because, you always have knives and you have awls and stuff like that. Your hands kind of look jacked up. I remember working with my stuff, I have cut my hands before, but, just got to be careful.
And if you have any broken tools or broken blades, you want to go ahead and replace that, because that's just asking for it, really. If you have a broken, if it's not sharp, your blades are getting dull, go ahead and replace them, because nothing cuts worse than a dull knife. A sharp knife really won't cut you so much as a dull one. I think that was one of y'all's chiefs too, the chief's dull knife. Yeah, but you have to be very careful.
So what we're doing through is actually taking the straight edge wire, piercing through and the actual eyelets of the bell, and that way everything is actually linked up. So
it's going to be a solid construction here. It's just it's just a little time consuming, because I really don't want to.
Now, also with the wire, I know, since it is metal, you can actually shape it. So one thing is, it will keep the shape. So when it wraps around your leg, you don't have to worry about it being straight out. And you just got to be real careful about bending the very ends in, because if you bent it the wrong way, it can actually jab you, when you put on your leg. So just be real careful with that. But that's one good thing about the wire; it's going to keep a shape to it. So.
And it will last for a long time. A lot longer than, say, your relationships or whatever you got going on. But, it just takes a little bit of time. You have to be very careful. You don't want to hurt yourself,
So usually when you thread it through, are you just wiggling it back and forth, or are you twisting it?
I'm just trying to find a way to snake it through the hole. You see, it's kind of got its own idea of what it wants to do.
So going back to your set of bells, how long do you think you've had your original set?
Oh, the ones I'm using currently, I've had them about 17 years. One of my real good friends, Tate Honedig, he helped me construct my last set of bells. And he's from the Colorado River Indian tribes. He's a critter. So, hey, Tate. Hope you're doing all right out there.
Yeah, and I know, my style of dance, the men's fancy dance, is a little bit different. I use the square bells, which, we talked about, actually has a little dinger in there. And, I usually, sometimes, they wear out, and usually what I'll do is I'll just throw them away. But, the way I back them is I just use a shoestring, and I kind of tape the shoestring to give it a little bit of density, and then pull it through the eyelets, and that's the way it gives a little stiffness. So that's what I use. So I don't really have to make them as heavy duty as a straight dance, but one thing about this, it actually looks good. It looks more traditional.
That'll happen. One thing you can do with the nickel-plated bells, the silver round bells, you can get you an old coffee can, a little bit of gas or some diesel, and you can take them outside, of course, and you burn them for about five minutes or so. They'll get black. You take them out of the coffee can, wipe them off. Something about the heat thins out the metal, makes it lighter, and it makes it louder for the round silver-shaped, silver-colored sleigh bells. But I don't know if we can do that with these brass bells, because they're loud enough already. So.
Yeah. Now, also with brass like this, you probably use Neverdull to kind of shine them up and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can go to say your auto parts store if you have one nearby or whatever. I like to use the Mothers, or there's one called Blue Magic.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just real simple. You just shine them up and you wipe it off. Just follow the instructions on the jar. Just keep your stuff shiny if you want to. I like getting the weathered look on there, kind of make it look older.
I think it's just lazy, but all right.
That's true. I am lazy a little bit sometimes. This is everybody. It just takes a little bit of effort, though. See, just kind of snake it through there
Now, going through, I've also seen other styles of straight dance. Sometimes they may have another row of bells. Have you seen that too?
Yeah, I have 2 rows. I got a total of 16 bells on each leg, and this is a single row of 7. So they'll be pretty loud, but they'll be kind of light. I mean, I'm a heavy-duty guy, so I like using the heavy-duty stuff. So 16 bells, that's just about right for me.
Yeah.
Little guys like you guys use those little girl bells. That's all right. Fancy dancers, you can see 10, 15 fancy dancers out there and only hear about 4 sets of bells. I think that's so they don't when they overstep, you can't tell. It's one of their trade secrets, I imagine.
Right.
We should have brought some of your bells.
We should have, but we didn't.
Yeah, I think you left them on purpose.
I did.
Because they're not that loud.
Well, I didn't want everybody out there to know that, like, all my dingers and my bells are gone, so, you know.
Well, we know that already.
Yeah. And now we're at almost to the conclusion of our bells. All we're going to do is wrap this up. Red Sky's going to show you actually how to bend the ends of the coupling. So, like, you don't want when you bend it, you want to be very careful that you don't want to point the actual wire this way, actually, because, you know, you'll be poking into yourself as soon as you put it on. We want to bend it around that way, you know, it won't be seen, and actually, you know, you just kind of just don't want to actually jab yourself. So he's going to demonstrate on actually how to bend it perfectly and safely. That's what I should say.
Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of the excess off, not too much, so I can work with it. You got to be careful with these tools now, especially if your kids are at home. Be careful, you don't want to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
So what I do is get the needle nose.
Uh-huh. And what you're doing is bending at a C, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to just lock it in there real good here.
Man, someone needs to work out.
That's fine right there. And what I'm going to do.
Okay, so now he's got it at a C, and were you going to pull a little bit tighter? Or are you just going to leave it like that?
It's locked in right there.
Okay.
It's not going to go anywhere. And then sometimes you don't need the tools.
Let's see, you just want to bend it straight, huh?
Yeah, it's coming along. Hang on there.
So like I said, you gotta be very careful using these tools. As you can see, Red Sky's already cut up his hands a little bit. He doesn't like to use Band-Aids. He likes to use electric tape.
Because it's on hand.
Oh.
Yeah. Just go like that.
And it matches.
And then we'll cut right here.
Watch out now.
Boy, that's stout.
So close, so close. Oh.
So you gotta use 2 of them. Okay, and then it'll bend to form around your leg. Like that.
And so, from what you want to do is, like, from what we're going to do here, is the way we're going to fasten these bells. When you actually put them on your leg, he's going to run a shoestring through it. And there's going to be 2 holes on both sides, so that way you can interlace it and then actually stitch it together, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of like make a little X through there, whatever. I just run right here, 2 through there. I get this one, and I'll put it through the opposite side. If I made it, let's go back to the awl a little bit more.
So now, going with this, to get these products, you know, as far as the leather, you can always go find them at Tandy's. And would you say you got these bells from India?
Yeah, well, that's what the sticker said on them, made in India. But I got these from Dancing Bear Supplies over in California. I was out there in Cali, so I picked them up over there.
Oh, all right, yeah. And, you know, I've seen different places, different websites that you can actually get these from. So, you know.
Crazy Crow.
Yeah, Crazy Crow. There's some places up in, what is it, Skiatook, Oklahoma, too. There's a store over there. That, you know, you can always look for different styles of bells too, you know, men's fancy ends or the square to the round, these ones too.
And don't forget Red Eye Supply. They're out of Canada. They got a lot of good stuff for our brothers and sisters up there in Canada. Check out Red Eye Supply. This will go around your leg, tie it up, and you're ready to rock. So don't forget, you have to put your tools up when you're done too.
So now we got our final product. You know, we have our dance bells for our straight dance outfit. You know, perfectly, they'll bend perfectly around your leg. You know, these are a little heavier bells. And I know from, you know, when we first started talking about this, the original bells were actually deer hooves, you know, like put close together, giving that kind of a rattling shake sound to it. Now, where can you get stuff like that? You know, it's like, I know, of course, you have to go hunting, or there's other aspects on how you can pick those up.
Yeah. If you're not a hunter, you don't know anybody that does any deer hunting, you can go to You can check out certain vendors. You can check online, but some people, they take their deer to get processed at a check station, and if you talk to the guys that work there, you might be able to work something out with them, like, because they're just going to cut the hooves off and throw them away. You might be able to work something out, like say, hey, I'll give you 50 cents for 4 pair or whatever. You just have to talk with people, get to know people that work there at the processing place.
Or you can take your hatchet down I-40, and I know there's a bunch of deer down there. Every other night, you just take your hatchet and get to the deer before like police officers get you. So that's the other aspect you can get.
Yeah, because with the deer toes, it's this little process. If you're going to cut them off yourself, you have to. You have to do it outside because you can boil them to get them to come off. And if you boil them inside the house, something about the deer hooves is kind of toxic. It's not a good idea. So it's always better to go ahead, if you can, just to buy them already off and dried, so you just have to drill a hole. I'll come back and show you guys how to do that another time.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a good segment. We're going to do like another segment of doing actually a deer hoof like bells. I've actually seen them before. I've seen a long time ago. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I've seen actually someone that had a gourd dance gourd with actually deer hooves on there, which to me I was kind of in awe because that was awesome. I'd never seen that, because most of the gourds are actually made of was it
a gourd?
Yeah, gourd. With what do they put inside there?
I couldn't even tell you, man.
Yeah, BBs and stuff like that. So on our Facebook, we've got a question that came in from Felicia. She wants to know what kind of sewing machine to start out with to do applique, and also what kind of beads and needles to actually use. Well, Felicia, I first started out with, I believe, an old janky Singer sewing machine. It worked pretty good, and then, after a while, I started investing in a little bit better sewing machines. But the ones that I currently do have, that I personally use, it's just an everyday run-of-the-mill, like household sewing machine, but mine is a Janami. It's very been good to me. I like it. As far as cars, I would say I'd probably put over 300,000 miles on mine, and it's still ticking. So I kind of like that one. It's just been good to me, so that's why I kind of like that one. Also, we have this one, which is way better than mine. This is a Bernina. I've utilized this machine a couple of times, and this one is smooth. If I had the money, it's just all about the investment and what you want to put into it. So I would say when you first start out, maybe just try it out, and you'll get you less an expensive one. And then when you start getting good at doing an applique, try to bump it up a little bit. Just all depends on what your preference is. The other question is what size beads did I use? It depends on what kind of medium if I'm working on. If it's a small piece or a big piece. If I'm trying to take up a lot of space, I use the bigger size beads, but I correlate that with the size needles. Any place that you usually buy beads from and needles, they'll walk you through which needles are good for which beads. So say if you're using a big space, usually 11 or 10 size beads. My fully beaded outfit that I personally have, I believe I used size 10 beads. We want to thank everyone for tuning in to Making Regalia. We're going to bring you more shows here this new season. I'm going to be doing bustle work. I'm going to do a traditional dance bustle, chicken dance bustle, and later on maybe we're going to do some fancy dance bustles. And of course we're going to get back on the sewing machine. I want to thank Bernina of Oklahoma City once again for donating this sewing machine. I'm still going to take this one home if I can, maybe after the show. I also want to thank First Nations Experience out of San Bernardino, California for rebroadcasting our show. To all our U.S. affiliates out there, I appreciate it. We got a lot of good response, and every comment that we've gotten has always been uplifting and positive towards the show. And of course, we want to bring more shows too, along with powwows.com. Thank you again for rebroadcasting our show. So if you want to check us out on Facebook, please like our page. Send us some comments. The shows that you might want to see, or even questions that we have from the past episodes that we have. I know we're still on Vimeo and YouTube for all our past episodes. Thank you very much once again for tuning in with me, my brother Red Sky Wapapaw, and here in Concho, Oklahoma. I want to thank you once again watching Making Regalia.
Wear your seatbelts.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by War Child Society, designers of native apparel, t-shirts, decals, and more. War Child Society, more savage than average. Visit warchildsociety.com to learn more.
I'm Barry Botone, back with the Tour Res Recovery podcast. Would you like to go around the room, introduce yourself?
Go around the circle. Yeah, so I'll start. I'm Darian Trabata, the director of Tour. So been here since the beginning, so we'll go on.
All right. My name is Domingo Whiteman. I'm the Tour Prevention and Admin Assistant. Been here since the beginning when we were in a little closet with the boxes. Like if a fire breaks out, we're doomed. We got our obituary pictures ready. But yeah, well, pass it on.
Appreciate that. I'm Carmelo Revelas. I'm the Behavioral Health Case Manager for Tour. Been here since almost the beginning, about 2 weeks afterwards. Still in the same closet, same boxes. Yeah. My picture's not ready. I don't plan on that.
All right. Well, I guess today we were wanting to talk a little bit about stigma. But first of all, I'd like to get the elders meditation. I'd like Domingo to go ahead and bless us with this meditation.
Well, all y'all out there, Happy New Year, 2024. Hope everybody had a good Christmas and good New Year's. Today is January 4th. We'll read, it's from Lame Deer, Lakota. It says, our circle is timeless, flowing. It is a new life emerging from death, life winning out over death. And today is when we look at the world in the manner which the Great Spirit designed it, we can see why it makes sense to live in harmony with it. The tree grows, the bear fruit, the fruit has seeds, the seeds fall to the ground. The ground grows new trees, the old trees die to make way for the young. Anytime we think we can interrupt this circle or change it, we will experience turmoil and confusion. The human cycle exists as the baby becomes the youth. The youth becomes the adult has children, the adult becomes elder. And the elder teaches the youth, elders go on to the spirit world. Spirit comes into babies to produce new life, flow into the flow, be the path of least resistance. And I kind of got that today. As I read today, kind of helped me talk to my sister, shout out to Yoli. We talked about how, like my nephew, how I mentioned before, he mentioned stuff Star Wars, but he always says, talks about it, and then my sister's like, yeah, we all have a lot of our own Yodas, our own elders, the teachings of, just listening, and just always being there when they talk about what happened or their experience or their ways that they learned. So I feel like that, like the elders, go on to the spirit world. Spirit comes into the babies to produce new life. So flow with the flow into the flow. Be the path of least resistance. So talking about today, breaking the stigma. So yeah, that's all I got.
Oh, when you got done reading that, the first thing that came to mind was, as an alcoholic, the first dilemma I had was I realized my lack of power. As an alcoholic, I want to control everything. I want to control how you feel. I want to control how you, look at life. I want to control that for you, because if everybody just did everything Barry's way, this would be a much better world, and all right. That's the first dilemma that alcoholics, that's the first thing that we realize is that our lack of power, because if it was that way, man, I'm sure I'd be living under a bridge still somewhere, But, trying to control the flow of things, it made me realize, that, humility, it finally meant something to me, to be humble, to sit back and realize that I can live life on life's terms. I don't have to be control of anything. I don't have to put this extra pressure on myself because I want these substances in my life. You know, I want things to go this way because I feel better that way. You know, it was getting out of my comfort zone and realizing that I had an issue that I couldn't do on my own. You know, I couldn't handle this problem on my own. And, you know, and since I've realized that, my life has become blessed beyond measure. You know, just realizing that there's a lot of things that I got to give to the Creator, you know, things that are out of my control. You know, I had people pass away that were in my life that, I don't know, I thought I had the ability to keep these people alive. You know, like I felt like I had a part in, if only they would have listened to me, they would still be here. You know, like these things were things that were going on inside of my head. And I have no control over any of that. You know, that has nothing to do with me. You know, that was between them and the Creator, you know, and it took a lot of me looking at myself to realize that, you know, that Elder's Meditation, I like that for today, you know, because like they always say in AA like they always say in this at my clubhouse is, you know, keep it simple. You know, there's no need for me to feel like, or to even think that I can even compare to what the Creator has in store for everybody. You know, that's not my job, you know, and I have the tendency to want to play God, you know, regardless of the situation. You know, I'm a control freak. You know, I want things to go my way. You know, and that's it. You know, how's that going to benefit anybody? You know, that's how selfish and self-centered I can be. You know, so I have to realize these things every day, and realize that I'm just a part of the Creator's world. You know, this is his world. You know, I'm just living in it. Mm-hmm. So, does anybody else would like to share on what was just said?
You know, I think it's you're talking about control, and I used to have a huge battle with that myself. I think I still have a small part of it, but like there isn't a part of me where, you know, back in the day where I thought I had to have my hand in this and this and this because I had to be the one that control every single outcome. And that had to do with my kids, it had to do with you know, my family and everything else. Like no one else is going to drive because I'm the one that gets to control the situation. You know, no one else is going to work. No one else is going to do this. No one else is going to do that. And I think it's like you said, you have to let go. You have to be able to let go. And, you know, there's a saying, let go and let God, let go and let Creator. And to be able to, I just had a realization one day is like, I'm not going to be able to do that. There's no way. It's not possible. And you just have to be able to, I don't know. I think I still battle with it, just like I'm sure you still battle with it. Mm-hmm. But like, there's just certain things where, like, my wife will literally just have to grab me and be like, "Just stop," because you're not going to be able to do it all. Yeah, sometimes like that. But yeah, I mean, and it's just like you know, you have to be able to not take everything because you know sometimes I was taught like you do all this because you're the one that has to take care of everybody. You're the one that has to do this, and you're the one that has to make sure that this happens, and this happens, and this happens. And when you take all that on, it's a huge burden. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of it is taught to, like, I was raised in a single-parent household, and my mom taught me a lot of that stuff to where, like, you can't rely on all these people. You can't rely on this. You can't rely on that. You have to be able to do all this yourself. But in doing that, she taught me a lot and to be able to take care of myself. But with that, I wasn't allowing anybody else to take care of themselves. I was doing it all for them. I wasn't allowing anybody else to be independent that was in my life or anything like that. And so it put a lot of struggle and stress on me to where, I was battling with stuff every day and I didn't even realize it. So to be able to let go is, like I said, I had a realization one day and it was just like, oh my goodness. And now I'm still dealing with it, but not as much as I was. So yeah, that it really brings out a lot when I read that this morning, it was like that. So
thank you. I like that. Okay. We were wanting to talk about stigma. I looked up the definition of stigma. Just so, stigma, a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. The stigma of having gone to prison will always be with me. That plays a huge part in people's recovery and what the community thinks about people in recovery. I mean, I've been told before that, I'm an alcoholic and I'm a drug addict. I've had a person tell me, well, you're just going to keep relapsing. That's just part of it. And I'm just like, what? No, it's not. Like what? I mean, but I ain't going to sit here and act like it's not a possibility. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I can't believe that. I can't let that in my head and start to even plant that seed that, I'm going to relapse. I feel like I have a firm foundation. I feel like I've got a good enough foundation to where I can build on these things. I've dug deep into what kept taking me out, and I feel like stigma, that's a big one. That's a big one for people in the community. When they associate alcoholics and drug addicts, they just picture us one way, and I can't sit here and act like it didn't control my life at one time, but at the same time, I also am getting to the bottom of what was bothering me enough to keep me out there. And I got to say, we do recover. We do get better. I am trying to heal. But that ain't going to stop people from thinking that I'm one step away from just, going out. And I got to think of it as, if I go out again, I may never come back. That's just how I got to think of it. So, what kind of stigmas do you feel like we've ran into or we see a lot of?
I mean, the easy one is people kind of seeing, shame with substance use, which honestly, I mean, like, that's just so common. So that's why we try to go as low barrier to like providing care and everything to where like we don't even see who we're helping with like, stigma-free distribution sites where we leave like supplies for people that are in active use so that way they can stay alive, honestly. And so that's our biggest stigma that I've seen. I mean, we'll ask people straight up, be like, you smoke crack? Like, you need stuff? Like, you need help? Like, we're here. And they're like, oh, what are you doing? We're like, you can see it. Like, but it's all right. I mean, like, we don't care. Like, we're here for you guys.
Yeah.
And so, like, I've always wondered why people kind of, turn away whenever they see people that need help. Because, like, the only analogy I can think of for, like, somebody that's in active substance use is, like, say somebody's driving down the road, they take a different turn. Like, that could have been, like, the little choice of, like, hey, I'm going to, like, try this drink. And then that just leads them down a path. But and then they see somebody, they ask for directions. That person's not going to be like, no, I'm not going to help you. Like, or, like look away and pretend not to see them. It's like, yeah, that initial choice, like they were just thinking that they were just doing one thing. They didn't know how far it would take them down this path. Mm-hmm. And so why would you not help the person that's lost in their life? And so that's what I think we do a good job at is people ask us and we, do our thing, help them find the right path, hook them up with sobriety stuff, hook them up with treatment centers, maintenance, like, I mean, just reaching out to them, calling. One day we'll call, that person will be at their lowest point, and the next day they're like, oh, I'm almost, to a treatment facility because of what we've done. And so I think that's one big thing for us is that we don't stigmatize substance use, because we do know it's pretty much out of control, or out of your own control. And so we're just there to be a lifeguard, if you will, just to kind of help them get afloat, help them get on their path.
Thank you. I like that. What about you, Mingo?
I just think stigma, it's like with our Native communities, our families that are, they're just going to end up like that. They're going to do this, they're going to be drinking again, or substance abuse, and it's going to follow along. But it's like, no, it's like, it's, sad to say when they say that, it makes me mad, It's, I'm just like, no, it's up to them if they're going to change or not. But, we're here, like the lifeguard, like you said, there's help out there, but it's always scary to them to make that big changes, people, places, and things. And I just think that stigma, that's a lot of it in our Native communities. And, it's sad to see, but, I just want to let y'all know, we're here. We're here for, support and treatment. And there's ways to get out, ways to break that stigma. So that's how I see it, over these growing up and seeing that, because even with just, my family and stuff, they drug dealers and whatnot, it's like, that didn't continue, that didn't follow with, and I have that blood, So I just think just breaking that stigma, and that's what it means to me.
Oh. What's up, Carmelo? What kind of stigmas do you see that we face a lot as we get out and do our thing?
I think a lot of them are, just dealing with people in general, just the general people, not, the people that we know that we're trying to help. I think that's, sometimes it's a big issue, because I think in the beginning, people didn't really know what we were doing. And now that people are starting to realize that, okay, yeah, these guys are here to help. They're not here to, I'm trying to think of the word. They're not here to try to help them continue their habit. They're here to help them try to break their habit. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to keep them safe, because even if they are using, then, from your own experience that you're going to do anything and everything in order to get that next high or whatever it is you're looking for. And it doesn't matter what you're using. It doesn't matter how you're getting it. So we're just there to try to make sure they're staying safe. And hopefully at some point down the road, they're going to come back and realize that all we're trying to do is protect them, and we can show them the way from that step all the way, through the next steps of recovery. And so I think that was a huge stigma that we dealt with. And that was each of us, because people didn't even know how to talk to us. People didn't know we existed. People didn't know how harm reduction works. People didn't know, like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And, and it's crazy to think, but like, our elders used to be like, oh, well, just tell them to stop. Mm-hmm. That's all it takes. Mm-hmm. And that's something that we battle with all the time, because as Native American people, like you grow up in an environment to where it's like, oh, well, all you got to do is tell them to stop. And now it's like, well, I want my grandkids, or I want my son, or I want my nephews to be able to go to treatment, and you guys go get them and go take them, because that's all it takes. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we deal with is like, oh, okay, well, we're not the police. We can't just go grab somebody.
Yeah.
And
we can impersonate. We can break into hotel rooms and get people.
We had somebody that was a light horseman in Res Dog.
He's got the costume still.
He can call them up and have them come and help him out. Yeah. But that's what I think, that's like the huge barrier that we faced as tour. And I think it's that barrier, that stigma is breaking down as we're getting our word out there. And I think people are starting to realize, hey, these guys are out there saving lives. And there's tons of people out there. All it takes is one life. And how many have we already helped out?
Yes.
And it's, and it's great for us to be able to do that. But, we still face some. Some people don't. I mean, some people don't want to hear from you.
Oh yeah, yeah. They see me coming, they go the other way.
You know, and some of it's just because they know you talk too much. But some kids, and it's like that because I remember growing up. Some kids, they need to hear that story. They need to hear that. There's some other ones that aren't going to pay attention to a darn thing you say, and they need some other avenue.
I was one of those kids.
Yeah, and they need some other avenue in order to realize, like, hey, maybe these guys are here to help, and maybe I don't need to listen to him, but there's these other avenues I can go through, and we're here to provide every single one of those avenues, whether or not they want to listen to you or not. So, But those are, like I said, those are the stigmas. Like, we deal with it. Like, schools don't want to deal with this sometimes because they think we're enabling people, and that's not what we're trying to do.
Oh, no.
We're just trying to provide education and try to help people because we can't be everywhere 24/7. Like, people have to be able to do this on their own.
Yeah,
and that's
for sure.
That's our goal, is to treat them and to teach them that way. So I think those are the biggest stigmas that we deal with this tour.
Yeah, for sure. I think a big stigma that I've seen was, whether it's their parent or grandparent or whoever it is that approaches us and is like, they need help. Like, what can you do for them? And like you were saying, at some point, they're going to have to want that themselves. Right. Regardless of how bad I was getting in my addiction, it wasn't until I was ready. It was not until I was ready and I was fed up with the way that I was living, the way my life was going, and I kept ending up in the same spot, but once I made that conscious decision, like, you know what, that this is enough, I can't do this anymore. I felt like because of my own experience with alcoholics and addicts from my family, I thought it was a never ending process. I watched most of my uncles and my aunt, I watched them all drink themselves to death. And I just thought that's how it ended. I thought that was the end result, was you get cirrhosis or you have an accident and something happens and you're not here anymore. I honestly thought that's the only way out. And, as I got a little bit older and realized, like, nah, there's people that went and got sober, like, how did they do that? How did they go through life without any kind of substance? Like, they got to be lying. There's no way, like, somebody's just sitting there sober and happy all day long, there's no way. But it wasn't until I realized that mental health has just as much to do with this thing as it does, as the actual drug or alcohol that they're taking. This is like the way that I had to adjust my attitude, the way that I had to have an open mind and approach this thing like my life depended on it. That's how serious I took this thing, was I knew my life depended on it, because I have a history with my family of these things not ending well. I used to have an uncle here in town, Uncle Crow. Man, he was the best uncle, man. I loved this little guy, man. He was a hell of an uncle. But he could not quit drinking for nothing. Every day, it was nothing out of the ordinary to come outside and see him asleep in the yard. I mean, it was so normal. Like, dang, he looks hot. You know what I mean? Just go on my way,
or his alarm.
or go downtown El Reno and he's just laying there. Or crawling home. Completely normal. And, he went swimming in Lake El Reno and he drowned, and that was horrible. I think about him all the time because, he was such a happy person. I can hear him laughing right now. It was, I don't even know how long he struggled. I don't know, I don't know who to ask to, realize how long he had this struggle. If he even tried to get sober, there was probably not even half the resources that there are today, and, because back then when I was growing up, you had like a family drunk, like most families had like a family drunk. My family had like
the family sober.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy, and now today, you have the family drunk, you got the family tweaker, you got the family heroin addict, you got the family pill addict, you got like all these different substances that these people are on now. I mean, it's just, but to me, one thing they all have in common is that something drove them to this point where that's the only relief that they're getting in their life. Whether it's depression, whether it's, whatever it is, mental health, maybe it's some trauma that they, encountered in their life. I just want people to realize that, if you're even thinking about recovery, if you're even thinking that, there's a spark of hope left in you, that, that you're tired, you're ready to do something different, you're ready to get a hold of this thing, because, I mean, the person that I became and the things that I was willing to do, I mean, I can't even, I don't even want to think about, where I was mentally. Was suicidal and depressed, and I mean, just nothing good at all was coming out of my, my thoughts, out of my head, and, I think the stigma that I think I see the most from natives is that, we just don't know how to talk about this thing. We don't know how to approach it. It's like when we're trying to give somebody Narcan. Oh, I don't talk to those people.
Yep, all the time.
I don't deal with those people. I don't talk to them. It's like either they know exactly what's going on, or they don't want anything to do with that. I mean, which I understand, like you've kept it out of your life. You're very lucky, because there's a lot of families that have to deal with this stuff every day. They can't sweep it under the rug no more. They can't hide it no more. It's controlling this household, and, and everybody's suffering from it. There's so many families that I know need help. There's so many people. I got so many friends that are still out there. And I feel like if I just keep doing what I'm doing, if I can just stay sober just for today, I ain't got to stay sober in 5 years, or I just got to stay sober for today. I feel like the Creator's gonna, as long as I can do that, He's gonna find a way to find these people. And it's been tough. It's been tough. Because I still got family that I love and care about. Like I see them suffering. I hear about what they're going through. I hear about their lives, and it's not a good feeling. Because I feel like everybody deserves to be happy. Everybody deserves to be sitting where I am and doing what I'm doing, or even if it's not that, I mean, just happy, you know, and I can say that's probably the biggest blessing of my life today is that, you know, I just got to worry about where my next drink's gonna, you know. You know, I ain't worried about stealing no more. I ain't worried about lying to nobody. I ain't worried about where I'm going to sleep, where I'm going to eat. Can I take a bath today? You know, do I got clean socks? Do I got to go, you know, just...
Now you can make that choice of whether to bathe or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's voluntary.
You know, I think it's, you know, we're talking about stigma, and, you know, sometimes there's unknown ones, like we talk about, there's normal, and like there's a lot of families that, you know, you grow up and your dad and your mom and your aunts and your uncles, they're all alcoholics. And so these kids that are growing up, that's normal to them. This is what they do. They go to work, they come home, they start drinking, they wake up, they go to work, they start drinking again. And it's just like this normal thing. And you see kids that are in those environments. You see the ones that grow up and they're like, oh, well, you know, this is just what they do. And there's nothing ever, like you can talk to them till you're blue in the face. And they're just like, well, this is what my mom and dad did. Mm-hmm. They're if they survived and they were able to provide for me the whole time, like what's going to stop me from going out and being happy and what they think is happy, what they perceive to be happiness, because that's what they think, like what happiness is. Like, oh, they have a family, they're able to do this, they're able to do that. And so like there's these unknown things, there's these what kids and what families perceive to be normal, and it's not what we say is not normal, because we know that grabs a hold of them and it changes their life and it changes their mental health. And like you said, it's depression, it's grief, it's trauma. It can be anything. And in an eventuality, we all know that you're going to lose those parents. You're going to lose those aunts and uncles. Mm-hmm. And I know in my family, and particularly, like we don't have, like I think our oldest person is in their 50s. And that's just crazy to think about, because I'm only 9 years away from that. And I don't consider myself an old man. Now, you, on the other hand,
still a young stallion.
Yeah. But, you know, and like these guys are young guys compared to us, because I mean, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
But, you know, and when I think about that, yeah, they still can't take it. That's why I tell my boy all the time. I don't care how big you get, you ain't never going to be able to do anything. So, but seriously, like the thoughts that, you know, there's, you know, these kids, they're growing up like that, and it's just like you want to get a hold of them, but they're not in an environment to where they're going to be able to understand it until you know, maybe they have to go through something in order for it to happen. And some people do have to reach that rock bottom in order for something to happen. And that's a stigma in itself.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's, you know, that's a lot that we have to deal with as Native families. And it's, you know, in my family, like I said, our oldest ones are like in their 50s. And it's crazy to think that. And like in an eventuality, I'm going to be one of the oldest ones. And it's already a responsibility. And how much greater of a responsibility is it going to be whenever I am? And everyone's going to be looking towards me in order to get all that knowledge. And that's goes straight back to our meditation, because everything is supposed to flow back through, because we're the ones that are providing all the knowledge, and all of that spirit, all of that knowledge, all that education is flowing back into our next generation.
Yeah.
And that's how we're breaking the curses. That's how we're breaking the trauma. That's how we're doing this. And so we're breaking the stigma at the same time by doing what we're doing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and like I do see a lot of I would say high school events is when we see the biggest impact. An example is the career fair. Is we gave out like 300 Narcan because these kids already knew the risks associated with substance use, and most of them would say that they were getting it for their parents, is because like we knew these households too. Like, I mean, Barry, you're halfway related to all of them anyway. And so like,
the other half, Domingo's
yeah,
related.
And then I'm like, that's my grandma. She's a junior. But like we see kids taking care of their parents now, which is bizarre. Like, and which is weird is because I feel like I kind of did that too whenever I was a kid. And it was just because like substance use was normal, but then in the elder generation, recovery was normal. And so I would see that polarity of, active addiction and then those in recovery. And I was like, can I just skip the step and go to the recovery portion? And so that's why like I've been, clean and sober my entire life, because I knew all my relatives were saying they thought they could just have one drink and then it would have been fine. And it never worked out that way. And so I was like, okay, I'll listen to that. And I think we are seeing that a lot in our younger generation now. And then, our big obstacle now is schools, like the actual school leadership. So like out of those like 300 Narcan we gave out at the career fair, some of the schools actually took away the supplies that was going to be used to save lives. And so now we try to get creative and doing, like our college safe boxes, our new thing we just launched like 2 days ago. And now people are ordering supplies to keep their kids safe or them safe. And it's all like anonymous, so they don't even have to put a name down. And so that's just one way of us kind of breaking the stigma or, kind of doing a stigma loophole, if you will, to where they're still anonymous. But it's working and people are, getting the stuff that they need. And so I think that's one thing that we're doing pretty good at is, adapting to whatever obstacles are thrown at us.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's funny too how these kids already know what they're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I know whenever I was a little guy, I mean, I knew exactly what was going on, and I wasn't even in the room with my, with my dad or, I seen them do it all, and I can't unsee that. You know what I mean? Like I can't. It's just crazy the memories that I have of. I could just smell a smell, and knew what they were in there doing. And I can still remember all of that, and I think it's cool how we are finding ways to reach who we need to reach or to help, anonymous or whatever, that's pretty awesome, man. Whose idea was that?
Oh, it was Harm Reduction Man's idea. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Harm Reduction Man.
It's just, we're all Harm Reduction Men. It's like Spider-Man.
He's flying around somewhere.
We need to get a costume one day.
It could be Hawk. We just don't know.
Yeah.
Get that regalia ready.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, we can just keep battling this stigma. We can just keep sticking up for these people, letting them know, lead by example, show them that, I hope I can be that light for somebody, because, like you were saying, like I know so many people in the community or, been around the block a time or two,
multiple blocks.
Yeah.
One side of the city to the other.
Yeah. I'll be there in 2 hours.
I mean, and I definitely want people to see what I'm doing now. I believe in recovering out loud. I want everybody to see that, we do recover, we do heal, we are trying to make a better life for people. And it ain't, how does it make my life better by somebody else getting sober? I mean, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, but it's a way out for them. man, I'm tired of watching my people suffer. You know, I watch my family. I watch all my aunts and uncles just, man, one died in a car wreck whenever I was 10. Other one drowned. Other one died from cirrhosis. You know, I mean, and I love these people. You know, I thought the world of these people. You know, and me and their kids all had to grow up without them. You know, and you see that today, you know, parents, you know, not being able to raise their kids, you know, and we got to find a way to let people know that there is help, there is a way out. And, you know, anything towards that goal will help. You know, we have a big event coming up in February.
Yeah, the city of Watonga actually held a meeting, and Tor felt very out of place. It was with the chief of the BIA and the chief of police of Watonga, and then us four. And it turns out they want us to do a massive town-wide substance use awareness / recovery event. And they just asked us, you know, by name, honestly, to host this event. So February 10th, it's a Saturday. We're trying to get it pretty big, pretty engaging for the youth and the community and all that stuff. And then another way we are promoting recovery that is brand new, because Barry is going to be head man dancer January 27th. Mm-hmm. We figured, why not start a recovery gourd clan? And we're winging it, honestly, but it's gonna turn out great. I mean, like that's the Tor methodology. Is honestly, we're just gonna see if it works. And that started, you know, 3 years ago of us winging it, and we're still here. So we can't wait to see what that's like. Yeah,
we're still trying to think of a name. We're still trying to think of color. I mean, you know, just a lot of brainstorming right now. Yep. But people are ready for this thing. I mean, people have already reached out and be like, I want to be a part of this, you know. So I think that just shows, you know, that, you know, we are trying to make an impact in our communities, you know, and I just want a real rugged name that when people hear, they just think.
That's Barry Bowtone.
I want to be part of that.
He really wants his name.
Yeah, it's Barry Bowtone Gold.
This is the Barry Bowtone Gold Clan.
Like,
goodness.
Well, what else y'all want to talk about?
We can talk about stigma and pride kind of go hand in hand. So another thing that we face, for some reason, we do get a lot of people that don't like sending our people to outside treatment centers. Kind of odd, because the goal is still recovery. People just want to have the, I want to say, the notoriety of it was them that got them in recovery, but that's not what recovery is all about. Recovery is about the individual bettering their life, no matter how they do it, whether it's on their own, through support, anything like that. And so I do see, for some reason, a lot of like egos kind of getting crushed, where they're like, well, you know, can we like keep them here? We're like, well, I mean, honestly, you know, other states have, you know, light years ahead of like our programs, our sober living, all that stuff. So that's why we support actually people leaving the state. Fresh start, more resources, more sober living opportunities, more employment opportunities. And then once they are, you know, more healed and then ready to actually come back and then endure the environment that they left, that's what we want to see them thrive, honestly. And so that's just one thing we see, which is a weird stigma / pride scenario. But I mean, it's all up to the person, honestly. Whatever they want is what we try to do for them. And we do, you know, like give suggestions like, hey, are you sure you want to stay? Are you sure you want to live, you know, at your baby mama's house when you get out of treatment? And then they're like, yeah, I'll be fine. And then they call us 2 days later, be like, can we do something else? And we're like, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's one thing that we deal with. But one thing that we do is just never give up on the person. I mean, our phones are always on. We're waiting for phone calls, hopefully not from jail, but we get those all the time. Phone bills racking up just from those collect calls. But, that's something that we see. So we hope to hopefully change the mindset about that of where people go to treatment. Because, like I said, if they're in recovery and it's doing great for them, why does it matter how they got there?
Yeah.
Because, it's just something we deal with.
Yeah, when I found out that I could call this number and they would help me, I was like, I got to get out of Oklahoma. I didn't want to be somewhere where I had the choice to walk out. And if I'm in Oklahoma and I walk outside, I'm like, I can walk home from here.
I'm on a mission.
I've done that plenty.
Yeah, it's only 8 hours away.
That's just my mindset. I can make it home. I could be in Tulsa, be stranded, and be like, I'll walk home. That's just my mindset. So, I knew that whenever I knew I wanted to go get help. So they were like, do you want to go to California? And I was like, of course, because I had to get away. I had to be somewhere that I could not have the choice to just walk out, and it worked. The recovery community in Orange County where I was at, man, is amazing. Amazing. I'm telling you, like you were saying, light years ahead of Oklahoma. Like, they're trying to bring that same model to Oklahoma. Yep. Because you go to a meeting in California and somebody says Oklahoma, like the whole meeting is from there's like over 100 people there.
Yeah.
Everybody's from Oklahoma. And all the California people are like, what are y'all doing out there?
I just wanted to see the beach.
I'm like, you have no idea how bad drugs are in Oklahoma. Like, they're horrible.
I-40.
I mean, it's horrible here. Our communities are flooded, and that is definitely on, there's definitely not a shortage going on of drugs and drug addicts around this place, but so that's why I think it's important that we get more people into recovery, because that's how we, the opposite of addiction is connection. Well, when people come back, they want to connect back with their community. They want to connect back with their culture. This Gourd clan that we're talking about, I mean, that's, to me, like the perfect ideal for a person to get back into that circle. Because that circle, it helps people heal. It brings a lot of joy into people's lives, just being there. People that ain't even native. The things that it's doing for these people, I mean, that to me, that's it should go hand in hand. We should be celebrating every person that goes and gets sober.
Yep. I hope this year we can actually throw on benefit dances or recovery dances, like pretty much anytime somebody comes back, or even just graduations, anything like that for people graduating treatment, all that. Just to celebrate, because it's kind of underwhelming them, overcoming overcoming all their life challenges and then coming back on the flight and just going back home. It needs to be.
Yeah, it needs to be celebrated.
It needs to be celebrated because it's a birthday. Honestly, it's a sobriety date.
It's a new life.
Yep, and so hopefully we get to see a lot of that this year.
There's a tribe in California. I have no idea. There's so many tribes in California, but this one tribe. When these people come back from rehab, it's like they have this this honor thing that they do where they celebrate the person. The leader of their tribe, traditional leaders, they all come together for this person, and they it's like they welcome them back home. That to do something like that, I mean, to let people know that we got your back, or we'll walk with you. That would be amazing. Hopefully, I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but just the thought that this is how other tribes are celebrating their people that are recovering. I mean, that's amazing to me. Not to say that it can't happen here, but just I'm gonna put that out into the universe to see if it ever happens.
We'll start out with the Bluetooth speaker and just us four.
Sure thing.
Sure thing. I'm gonna go.
Sure thing. A tour song for some reason.
But we got a lot of good things that are fixing to, we ain't got nothing in the bank, but we're still here. We're still able to do what we're doing, in a very, you might as well say, with no budget at all.
Revised.
Creator's been good to us.
Been paying us.
But it's just part of it. We've been dealing with it. We're still making a huge impact, I feel like, on our community. People are, people that I haven't heard from in years are reaching out to me. And I love that. I love that people can call on us. They have an event. They have just, people know that we like to get out there.
Yeah. Cook some hot dogs.
I'm burned out on hot dogs.
Got signature food too, signature song. But everybody invites us everywhere. We're like, if we got gas money, we'll go out there. Like we have judges that are like saying we're doing amazing things.
Yeah.
We have people, I think in Shawnee, were crying because they saw like the amount of supplies we were giving people, because they were just like, this is like unheard of. And we're all doing this through like community partnerships, like where we sell our pretty much our distribution services, honestly, to make those nonprofits look great or anything. So that way we're both helping them out, but we're also helping our people out. We're helping our government out by not spending a dime, because we're just getting all this free stuff and then trying to just give it out as much as we can. I mean, like if we had a list of everything that we give out, like be pages long, and then we would have like the list of what we pay for, and it's like salaries, bracelets, and that's like that's it.
Broke us.
Yeah, but new bracelets. But here we are giving out millions of dollars worth of stuff. I mean, like Narcan alone is what $40 a box. Yeah. We give out a little bit over 5,000 just in the last like 6 months. And so that's some math I can't even do, but it's a lot. And then, a bunch. Yeah, Plan Bs. Plan Bs are more than Narcan. Give out thousands of those. And then, you got HIV test kits, sterile syringe programs, sterile pipes, medical lock bags, Deterra bags to get rid of medication, just everything that we give out. Car seats, for some reason we have 3 car seats. Yeah, Plan C's if Plan A and B don't work. We just clothes. Like, I mean, this is all just stuff that we're just trying to like scrounge for, just because we know like people need hygiene kits when they go to treatment, or if they are unhoused and they don't want to go into a homeless shelter or into treatment, we're like, all right, well, we can give you a jacket, some blankets, socks, menstrual products, like anything that we can do to help them out, like as much as they want to be helped, because we can't force people into treatment. Like I said, like we almost tried. One guy, we won't say his name, but we were waiting, got him a hotel room because he was homeless, and then the guy ran. But like we busted into his hotel room, we were gonna drag him, and then but he wasn't there, and so we're like, all right, well, he has our number, so whenever he's ready. I mean, we're here.
Yeah.
Like, we won't.
We ain't mad at you.
Yeah, call us.
Nothing but love.
Yeah,
we still
no
got your
love
room
lost.
key.
Yeah, no love lost, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, we out here.
But yeah, like, that's just the stuff that we do for people is, I mean, I was using rewards points to get people hotel rooms. I was just like, all right, well, this is what I could afford. Here we go. Just because, like I said, we got no budget, so we rely on other stuff.
Creative.
Yeah. Go to the front desk, trade your Plan Bs for a hotel room. But yeah, like we just kind of make it happen. Honestly, I mean, we get free drinks. There we go. Just all this
Shout out
stuff.
to Chris.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chris.
Crush Energy and Chase. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see, just community effort.
Creative's good to us.
Yeah. She must be doing something right.
Slowly breaking the stigma. Tor is.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got a lot of great things going on. A lot of big events. The Watonga event. We do. We're starting to do a meeting in Watonga area. These informal gatherings on Tuesday nights at 6. I can't remember. I think the address was.
It's North South Street. I remember
Yes,
that.
North South Street in Watonga.
Yeah.
On Tuesday nights at 6.
The flyers on the Facebook page.
Yes.
So if you follow us on Facebook, yep, that's where you'll find everything.
Follow us.
And then on Thursdays, tonight, we do a Wellbriety meeting at 1950 South Shepherd from 6:30 to 8 tonight on Thursdays.
In El Reno.
In El Reno at the 1950 address. And, that's a Wellbriety meeting. Something I'm a little familiar with, but it's still kind of new to me, but I mean, I'm for any kind of recovery. If it helps a person out, especially my Native community, I want them to have that option, and you might as well say it hasn't made me feel any type of way towards, what helped me stay sober this long is working another 12-step program. They say they go hand in hand, but it's just a Native American approach to 12 steps, and it isn't like the other program where you need a sponsor and they help you go through the book, and it's more of like a curriculum, and it's like you do it kind of like a class, like everybody does it as a group. So hopefully, we can get, it becomes bigger. I think everything's going to keep growing, like I said, nobody's just came up and be like, y'all suck,
Not
people.
yet. Not to
Yeah,
our faces. Yeah, not to our faces. They tell other people that we suck. Yeah.
But we hear a lot of good things. People love what we're doing. And I think the best part about it is we all enjoy what we do. I couldn't imagine doing this with another group of people. I feel like we all do what we're supposed to be doing. So yeah, what else you guys want to talk about?
No one slanders our name.
Yeah.
Don't slander our name.
Yeah, I mean, we do have. I do know we are always the loudest booth anywhere we go.
Sure.
Like, and then people do. There's a couple of reactions anytime they see us. They're like, "Oh my God, these dudes are here. What are they giving out now?" And then, like, because we always have something new. And then, and then other people just like they'll drive from Clinton just to hang out in our office because we're just like having fun. Like, and then we'll have clients just chilling in our office. They're like, "You guys handle your job super well," and we're like, "Oh, it's just all the jokes. Like, we have to have to make them because we like it just keeps us sane." And like I said, it doesn't even feel like work. Like, I mean, there are days where we're working like 7:30 to 8 at night, and then so it's like almost what 12-hour, 13-hour days,
Yeah,
however long that is.
yeah.
But like we're having fun the whole time. If people show up, I mean, if not, I mean, we just. What would we do yesterday? Slingshot marshmallows in the air with the, with the tourniquet from our kids, and so like we try to have a good time. We try to have that be contagious to people that attend our events, and then I do think that's why we do get a lot of people that ask us to come out, and then we end up kind of taking over the event inadvertently. Like it's just because they're like, can you do this? Can you do this and this?
Yeah.
And so we'll like we've had a couple events where like it started out with just, can you guys set up your teepee? We're like, that's the hardest thing for us to do. We've set this thing up like 12 times and it's been correctly set up twice. And then it turns from that to like, hey, can you have Domingo start dancing? And then it's like, can you have an MC? And then how about food? And we're like, all right, but we got no money. We'll just ask people. We'll like hit up legislators, hit up other programs. But because they kind of like back our mission up, it's kind of easy to get this stuff. And so I think that's how we're successful, is just like we're just always asking for stuff. Like one day we'll give back to the people that have helped us out. Maybe a little shirt.
We'll make some hot dogs.
Hot dogs. Yeah, that's our little thing. Our little $30 grill. It's got dents in it. Just bring it around everywhere. Just cook hot dogs. Yeah.
Well, what cracks me up is at our office, we're shacked up with all the other programs.
Shacked up.
But they, one of them commented at us and said, man, for a no budget program, y'all have a lot of free stuff.
Loads of it.
Like our storage area is always full of stuff.
Yeah.
Like our office is full of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The area out front of our office is full of stuff.
Yeah, you can take a nap on coats if you wanted to. Curl
Go
up
missing.
under a buffalo robe. You can do it all.
We have a couch out there people curl up on.
I don't know how we get all this stuff, honestly. I just like ask people and they're like, yeah, how many do you want? I was like, 100,000? They're like, you want 2,000? Sure. Like, and then every day they're like, you got more packages up front. I'm like, oh, sorry. And then just taking over places with what we can get rid of. So we just need a trailer, honestly, for everything we bring out. One day.
The kitchen in it.
Yeah, just a grill on the side.
That sounds like something Brother Eddie could probably do.
Well, is there a flyer out for the Watonga event yet?
There will be. We're trying to nail down the location. They wanted to actually do a whole block party, but they chose February 10th, which is freezing.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna be snow.
So hopefully it'll be at the Watonga Armory, which is pretty big. I know they'll bring a bounce house out. They're trying to get a band. We're trying to do a competition called Smoke Meats Not Meth. So we'll hopefully get that going. We'll see how that turns out. Then we can start baked goods, not yourself. Yeah. You can do we can come up with all these names.
Yeah.
But so far, I think we have about 30 programs coming out, and that we haven't even announced it to like tribal programs. Honestly, we've just announced it to recovery organizations, sober living homes, treatment facilities, all that stuff. And so we hope we'll make an impact. We're going to try to, give out thousands of Narcan, thousands of fentanyl test kits, do some activities, maybe painting, I don't know, whatever we can scrounge up. Yeah. We'll do the Cupid Shuffle. Just do that for 6 hours.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll come out with a flyer. Hopefully we'll come out with, a self-help workbook. Like we got big plans. It's just, time.
Mm-hmm. They were probably afraid it was going to be bigger than the Cheese Festival.
Yeah. Hopefully it's going to be bigger than Cheese Festival. Fentanyl Fest. But yeah, so I mean, I think they underestimated how many programs we could get there.
For sure.
And so now, if we mention free food, which we will hopefully get is free food, then all of Watonga, all of Gary will be out there. Sealing, all these other places, Kingfisher. Mm-hmm. We hope to see them out there so that way they can, stop by, have fun, free food, free smoked meats, no free meth. Yeah, and so we'll keep everybody updated on our social media about the progress of that, and then figure out what the next event is, because that just kind of fell in our laps. All of our events, honestly, just fall in our laps.
Yeah,
people are
sure.
like,
It's not even spring yet.
yeah, yeah. We've had requests be like, "You want to sponsor a hand game?" And we're like, "We don't even know how to play." We're like rock paper scissors, like, but we'll see what else we can do.
Yeah, we'll get involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get involved.
Yeah, we're always down, and so I think that's what we like doing. We're like, yeah, sure, anything to get out of the office. Like, the office is where we work the least. We're honestly just sitting there.
Our storage area.
Yeah, I'm over here making harm reduction man, superhero edits and stuff. And then, our real office is actually our car. Whenever we're driving.
In the Toro.
The Toro. Yeah,
talking about windmills and wind lights.
All of our ridiculous debates. What's a male witch? Is it a warlock? Is it a wizard? Is it a druid? Like, yeah.
Is it a craft fair inside or is it a craft market outside? We don't know which one is which.
Yeah. No, you found out craft fair has to be outside, right? No,
inside.
Here we go again.
Farmers markets are outside.
Farmers market outside.
But then when they moved the craft market into the inside, then it became a craft fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only hand game Barry knows is throwing up the sign.
What up?
He's like 9, 8.
Yeah. I was like looking too.
Counting real fast.
Yeah.
Yes. Well.
No, January 27th, Headman Gordon.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be head man.
Concho Community Hall.
Yep. Pretty exciting. I feel very honored. I think one time I was asked to be an AD like some years ago, but I didn't even know what I was doing then,
Just pointing. Pointing with your lips.
Mop every once in a while, take some coffee around,
Pick up my cuts, pick it up.
But other than that, I didn't know what was going on, probably didn't even really bother that much. But, this time around, feel very honored, it's just one of the things you get to experience when you sober up, The person that asked me, she was like, your dad would be very proud of you, and that right there, just by itself, that by itself, just really did kind of make me realize that, I am on the right path, and that I'm very blessed where my life is today, and I can't trade that for anything, so aho.
It's not as important, but we're proud of you too, Barry. And we'll definitely be there to back you up on the 27th.
Yeah, it was weird that you asked us to wear mesh shirts, though. But,
Khakis.
Yeah, you just be sweating in them.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out for sure.
We got this.
Tor always does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if y'all ain't got anything else y'all want to discuss,
No. Congratulations on the new baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I waved too early. I waved too
Suda.
early. Yeah.
Suda. Say her name.
Suda means sky and creek. And middle name is Hotuktunuts. It's shooting star. Yep.
Last name's Reader.
White man. And Reader White man.
That's beautiful.
It's not White Man Reader.
What?
No, Reader.
You don't know
White
your
man.
kid's last name?
No, I'm just.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Oh, they're gonna have to edit this out.
Yeah. No, she's a big present for me this Christmas and the year. So
definitely.
Yeah.
Well, welcome, Suda.
Yep.
Well, I guess with that, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Hopefully, we'll be back if we're allowed.
I hope so.
If we're allowed.
Yeah.
Aho!
Just pushing random buttons.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Bernina of Oklahoma City, sellers of high-quality precision sewing machines, and by Hamilton Beach, makers of quality home and commercial appliances, and by generous contributions from viewers like you.
Welcome back to Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge, here in Concho, Oklahoma. I have the privilege today of bringing on a very, very special guest with me today, my grandmother, Charlotte Lumpmouth. You know, she is actually well known for her beading, like artistic value, and I also have the privilege to let her, like everyone know out there, that she actually beaded my very first set of moccasins when I was a baby. You know, I've gone and started doing my own style of bead work as far as flat stitch, but in my personal opinion, I don't compare to her style. She is someone I really look up to, and what I want to do today is, today is a showcase of her and her style of beadwork. And so going through the show, we're going to go through the techniques of actually how to do on buckskin. She's done a lot of different pieces as far as buckskin dresses, cradle boards, and pretty much beaded like for a very long time. So grandmother, we're going to actually go through this and ask you a couple questions on like how you got started and stuff.
Okay. Thank you, JR. In 1944, when I was just a baby, back in the day, I had grandmothers and a few aunts that had beading circles, and they used to put me in the middle of their beading circles, and I learned from watching them at a very early age, and their technique was a lot of sinew and not our regular thread. They used sinew in their beadwork. And I went through many years and got to the point where I was on my own again, so I had to relearn and try to remember their techniques of beadwork. And so it was a challenge, but I had to do it because I had certain surgery done on my right ear nerve, which made my face paralyzed on one side and hindered my eyesight and my hearing. So I had to rely on beadwork in order to support myself and my family. So I had to remember the things that I learned and saw in my very early age of beadworking. I do a lot of, we call it a lazy stitch, which is the flat beadwork. And I learned to work with buckskin. There is only a certain way that you need to cut your patterns out. And when you cut your patterns out, it should be from the neck to the butt side of the skin instead of the belly side. The belly side, it stretches, and you go the other direction, it doesn't give as much as going across the belly of a elk, deer, cow, whatever buckskin you use.
So Grandma, when you say you're doing the lazy stitch, the technique is like, from what I remember, is actually you kind of just pierce the outside of the skin, and then you add your beads, and then you actually tack it down, piercing the skin. But you don't actually go all the way through the actual material itself, right? You just pierce the very top of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, what you do is like, from what I remember, is that you pierce it and you come back this way. So you're kind of going back and forth when you do that? Or?
Yeah, it's just like a lazy stitch.
Okay.
You're just going back and forth. In order to do your design, you have a design, and then as you work it, you go back and forth on it.
So from the very beginning, when you do tie your knot with your, with your thread, you actually pierce it this way and then come up through like the beads and actually gather your beads and then tack it down and then come up and just pierce the very top of it and come back this way?
No.
So how would you do that?
When I come to the end of my thread, I stick it towards the middle of my row.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is my row. I stick it towards the middle of it and I knot it off, and I stick it again and I knot it off before I cut the thread.
Okay.
So that when you go over it with your beadwork again, you're not going to see that knot.
Okay.
or that stitch.
And how would you start, like, from the very beginning? How would you tie your knot? So, like, if I was just starting, like, right on this piece right here.
Oh, you take your thread and you roll it and you make a knot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can do that once or twice.
Okay.
And then you stick the middle of your row with your thread and needle.
Okay, so the knot would be right in the middle.
Yeah, you're always leaving that knot in the middle.
Okay.
And when you go over it with a thread, your beads, it's not going to show.
Oh, okay. All right. I got
Okay.
you. I think I missed that step a long time ago. So usually that's why my knots are always on the outside, and I just burn them with lighter and stuff. But I'm sorry. That's just how I do it. But so this is like kind of like one of her secrets and tricks of the trade. I kind of do a little bit of flat stitch, which, is a different style. So that's why, I'm happy to bring the show on to let everyone out there know, like, actually how to bead on actual buckskin and stuff. So.
Okay, I got kind of a little surprise for you, Junior.
Okay.
Your mother ordered moccasins and leggings for your daughter, and I'm still in the process of
Wow.
beading them.
Wow.
But I took a design off of my leggings that my mom made for me in 1956.
Wow.
This was her design that she had given me, these designs. And so I took your daughter's design off of my legging.
Wow.
Okay? Now she's a jingle dress dancer, the little girl.
Uh-huh.
So it goes all the way almost up to her knee.
Uh-huh.
These are what you call a stovepipe, which we had in the older days. Everyone wore this style of a legging, okay? Now, in the beginning, you have to have an extra piece of skin that goes between your buckskins when you're gonna make a seam, okay? This is to help this not stretch.
Okay.
It won't stretch.
Okay.
And it's the same way with a buckskin dress. You put that extra piece of skin down through these, when you're sewing these together.
Mm-hmm.
I just whip stitch it, but if you see, I have this skin here between there.
Mm-hmm.
And on the inside, I'm whip stitching it.
Oh, whip stitch.
Yeah, so that keeps the skirt from stretching out of shape, okay? And it's the same way with these leggings.
Okay, so when we actually construct the leggings, so when we put them together, we use like a whip stitch, and then we actually add another piece like through here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when you're done, you just trim this off. And what I usually do is just kind of pound this down to make it smooth.
Okay.
To where it won't pucker up to get in your way. But this is, when I talk about a piece of skin added in my beadwork, this is what it is. And hand me those moccasins.
Okay.
On the moccasins, also, the extra piece of skin is between the sole and the top part. This is to strengthen the thread from getting rotten or coming apart.
Mm-hmm.
It makes your moccasin last longer. When you have this piece of skin between the top and the sole, it protects that stitch, that whip stitch. When you sew it with a sinew inside, you don't see it on the inside.
Yeah.
And then when you cut it off, you don't see your stitching either.
Yeah, and if correct me if I'm wrong, when we actually do the whip stitch, when you actually attach the sole and stuff, we do it inside out first, and then we pull the moccasin back forward when you finish tacking it down in the back, right?
Yeah, and when you make this stitch, you do it at a slant.
Okay.
You don't go straight down into the sew, you sew it at a slant.
So about how many, just estimate, how many moccasins do you think you've made in your lifetime?
I have never counted them, but I know I've did thousands and thousands of them.
Thousands.
Yeah.
I'm probably at maybe like 4.
No, when I had this operation, I had to depend on this beadwork, so I could do a pair of moccasins in, say, let's say 3 to 4 days, fully beaded.
Wow.
Now I can't even sit longer than 4 hours. Age has a lot to do with it.
Right. But, you know, like, you, at least, you know, out there, you still have a lot of moccasins out there. You know, like I said, I still have my baby moccasins that I have with me today. You know, I can't even imagine my foot being this little, but I guess, you know, like at one time I was this little. But, you know, the cool part is, you know, my mom actually saved this for me, and, you know, I actually got to bring these on the show. So, there's those right there. So going along with this, you know, when you talk about the whip stitch, how is that technique actually done as far as the whip stitch?
Well, it's putting your skins together. Your two skins are being put together, and this extra skin here goes in between the skin, and so you have to use the whip stitch.
And how's the process of that? You just go in and come through?
Yeah, all through each, you put it together, and then you're going to go through all 3 skins.
Okay.
You're just going to sew it.
So it's going to go through all 3 materials, and it's just kind of like, almost like a full circle when you pull that thread through, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's kind of like how we want to do that. And you just pretty much just tie the knot at the end when you very first start, and just go from there and then circle, circle, circle all the way up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I kind of understand that a little bit. So now, you were telling me about, like, in the beginning, and when you first started learning how to bead, you said a long time ago the women actually got around in actual beading circles and stuff.
Yes.
And they actually show different designs and stuff like that. And to show that, you know, they beaded on canvas and kept those designs. And today we actually have a very special piece. How old do you say this is right here?
Well, I'm 75 years old. I'm sure it's older than that.
Wow. Yeah, and this is beaded on canvas, but like I said, you know, this was actually kind of an archive in back in the day to show, like, you know, like our designs and stuff. And this one is actually particular to us because this is our family designs. So this was probably done about, what would you say, around?
Oh, I can't really say because I'm sure maybe in the 1800s.
Wow. And like I said, you know, like the women, you know, what they would do is just sit around, like, around in a circle and just kind of like show different techniques and different styles and stuff? Okay.
They had their designs. And back in, I went to a, getting off the subject, I went to a workshop in Wyoming, but this professor told me that the Arapahos were the tribe that had almost all the designs, but because of their generosity, they shared their designs with other tribes. And then I tell my children that once you wear a design, it's gone. Somebody's going to pick it up and they're going to copy it, you know. So you don't, it's not really your design anymore. Once you wear a design, it's not really yours anymore. Because people will use them.
Yeah, true.
So
And today, you know, in Powell world that I know of, you know, I do my own style of beadwork. You know, I try to collaborate as far as like traditional and contemporary style designs, and plus the other style I like to use is my ledger designs. So realistically, my beadwork, my fully beaded beadwork, is, you know, like kind of a collaboration of kind of old school and contemporary too. So it's I'm trying to bring that back. So that's kind of my style. So
I wanted to also elaborate on this. When a man wears a buckskin leggings, it's really something, because you can't find skin big enough to do it nowadays.
Yeah, it's true.
I bought this, and it's a 32 square feet of elk height. And the way I've got it laid out, I've got it folded over in the middle to where I can get a set of men leggings out of it.
Wow.
It takes that much skin to do that. And so the fringes on this, they're like we say whip stitched.
All the way down?
Fringes, yeah. Except for this, I call them lapels.
Mm-hmm.
This part here.
Okay.
They're all cut in one piece, except for the fringes.
So, meaning like the whip stitch, you came up here and you actually added the other like sliver of like leather in there in between that, and you
Yes.
whip stitched it all the way up.
And then I cut fringes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the fringes are actually just the excess leather, and you just cut the strips into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then up here, we don't whip stitch anything up here. We just make buckskin ties for the side of the thigh.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go on up, and this skin here is where the belt goes in, where they put their belts to keep this legging up.
And I see at the bottom here, you actually did beadwork here too, using your lazy stitch style right here.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I have a picture here of hair that I beaded all the way down the strips of the side of the legging. It's about 4 or 5 rows down.
Is that my new set that's coming in?
I'm sorry.
Almost.
Almost had me. Yeah.
So, probably much like how many things, actual leggings have you done so far?
The men's leggings, I've only did 3 pair.
Okay.
The women's buckskin dresses, I've did 12.
12. And the fully like Southern style buckskins.
Yes.
Okay.
Our plains, Indians, and
now going back from the beginning, what started you and who showed you how to actually do the Southern style buckskin actually constructions of it?
My aunt, my mom, Edna Pedro. She's the one that taught me how to do these Southern dresses.
Okay.
And the designs, as you see in back of me, are 2 different kinds of designs. The square design is known as a women's dress. The square designs that you have across the top. And explained to me that way.
Okay.
So, and then on my cradle boards, I've made 14 of them in my life. I started out, my daughter started me out way back in 1979. May of 1979, she wanted a cradle board for my oldest grandson. So this cradle board is 35 years old. And the one on the other side is 4 years old. But now I'm not making any more cradle boards.
About how long do you think it takes you to make a cradle board? Just
Usually, if I started out start to finish in the good days when I could sit and beadwork, it would take me like 3 months.
3 months? That's still really fast. I mean, I don't even think I can even come close. I think to do my set, it took me about 6 months to do my whole regalia. So to do a cradle board within, that amount of time, wow, that's fast.
Well, go back to my oldest daughter wanting a cradle board for her son. She asked me in May, and my grandson was born in August. So I just had maybe 2 months.
Wow.
To do the cradle board. And from that time on, my cradle boards are my own design and how I use the canvas and the buckskin, the beads. They're all my own design, so you can see the difference in their how I make them today than as I did 35 years ago. So it's process of learning.
True that. I'm always continuously learning, even making regalia now, you know, as far as my applique and beadwork, you know, it's a learning process. And, you know, that's why, you know, I'm very happy bringing you on the show because, you know, I'm learning a lot about, you know, actually lazy stitch. It's not really my forte actually doing lazy stitch, but, you know, at least I learned from the master here. So I'm glad to bring you on this.
I used to do gourd stitch and weaving, and I got away from it because to me this is faster work.
Okay.
Yeah, these are men's cuffs back in the day.
Oh yeah? When do you think you made those?
In I think I put down 1960.
Oh really?
Yeah, these are very old, but I have some even older, but they weren't made. My grandmother made them for my grandfather.
Okay, and who did you make these ones for?
The children's father.
Oh, okay. Wow, these are really nice. And so you did pretty much all the whole lazy stitch as far as, you know, just piercing the actual buckskin and just piercing the other side and going back and forth.
Yes,
Okay. Wow. And about how long do you think that might have taken you?
I would say maybe 2 months at the time, because I was just picking it all back up.
Okay. So now we're at the point where, Grandma, you're going to kind of show me how you do your technique as far as like your lazy stitch on your hide here. Like I said, you know, you just pierce the very outer top of the skin and just add your beads, right?
Right. Just like this, you're going down into the skin and you're going to pull that out and you have one row there. And then you put your beads on. And then you're going to stick back under these 2 rows. You go under 2 rows and you're going to come back out with your needle. And you're going to pull your thread. And then you don't even see the stitch over here because it's under the beads. And then you're going to get some more beads and proceed with sticking it into the skin again, into a little stitch, pushing it with my nail on this side. I push it through. I do not use a thimble like that.
Okay, and it's real important that you don't actually go through the actual all the way through like the hide. You just pierce the very top.
Now I got that needle in here, but you can't see the needle on the back side.
Okay.
So the thread doesn't show on the back side.
Oh, okay. So you're just barely piercing the top of it when you do it. Okay.
I wouldn't say barely, but get it down into the skin.
Okay.
Because if you barely stick it in there, it's going to pop off.
Okay.
At later times.
And then from there, you just keep doing the same thing,
you go forward the same way, sticking it under 2 rows of beads and coming back out with it.
Oh, okay.
So, is that understandable?
Yeah, okay. So I understand it, but like when you come through, you actually go through the bottom, like on this line, past the 2 beads here, and then you just come back up, right?
Right. Okay. And then you go on just all the way around, and then you do the same as you start in another row the same way. And the knots and everything are under the beads, not under the skin. There's no knots under here. You don't see no stitching under here at all. It's smooth.
All right. And you say like through past experiences, this is like you believe like this is pretty like the faster style of like beadwork, right?
Yes, it is. It's very fast for the bead worker today. But in the bead worker of what I call yesteryears, they did it with sinew. And it very, how you say, very intricate work with sinew.
And today you use like regular threads and stuff, right?
I use regular nylon thread and wax.
Okay.
So.
Cool. So, like, I believe, you know, we're coming to like the end of our series for this session. Next session, we're going to do some more beadwork, and I believe we're going to actually bring you back on the show if you want, and we're going to construct some moccasins. Yes,
I'll show you the different ways of cutting them out, how you measure them, cut them out, and beadwork them. And then how you tack the skin on with the extra skin between the soles, like so here.
So, are we gonna do a pair of moccasins for me, or? I mean, I can do it. You know, like I can be your model. I can use my foot. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll do it that way then.
All right, that works for me. So, and then from there, I think we're gonna do another segment. Maybe do like leggings, or, you know, just to show like how to do the whip stitch too. So.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So like the next couple of episodes, we'll get into that. So here, like soon, you know, like I hope all our viewers out there, you know, you heard from my grandmother herself. We're gonna actually construct actual moccasins here on the show. You know, me, even my traditional, like my beadwork, I actually bead on like crib felt. But here we're gonna do a traditional set of moccasins. So I'm happy to bring that show to you here shortly. Once again, we're coming to the close of our show here at Making Regalia. I want to thank all our viewers out there, you know, like for tuning in and watching the show. If you have any questions, you can email me at lomelodgecatv47@yahoo.com. There, you know, I'll try to respond as fast as I can. You know, if you have any fan mail, or you have any questions, or you have any questions something that I made in the past. You know, I'm pleased to like bring you these shows and continue on, and I'm real excited about the next season we're gonna have. And grandmother, once again, thank you for coming on our show. And you know, hopefully, you know, we're gonna start our new episodes that are coming up, and we're gonna bring you back. Do you want to tell anyone out there like the future beaters and stuff?
Yes, I would like to thank you, JR, for inviting me. Always willing to show people how to beadwork on our culture of beadworking. But I invite all my nieces and nephews and relatives to my house so I can teach them. So far, I haven't had very many participants. But this art of beadworking needs to go on for our people, for our future generations. So I'm very happy to share all of my beadwork with you, Junior, and the public. And I want to say ha-ho.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Ha-ho.
You pour into the kids and you hope you make a difference. And it's great to see how accomplished they are, Harry. So many of our kids have accomplished so much. And Dara, you're a big reason for that. It wasn't anything I did. And it's special.
We've been waiting a long time for this event. We had this vision of building a library media center that would be a special place for our kids to go and for our elders to come in and teach beading and other cultural activities for our children to learn from. And then we decided that it would only be appropriate to name it after Jared Franklin, because Jared's done so many amazing things for Darlington School over the years.
Oh my goodness, like this is amazing. I remember coming out here when they first started building it and just kind of seeing it grow. We kind of had a little bit of a library, not so much, but for them to have, for the school, the kids, and then even the community to have this library means so much. I mean, it's overdue, but it just feels so good to have it here in our community.
Well, we're just going to continue to watch for great progress of people that are succeeding and doing well, so that our children have people to look up to. Natalie Youngle, her doctorate degree, Harvey Pratt with all the amazing things that he's done in his life, Virgil, the former Virgil Franklin, who's passed on, and all the amazing things that he did. We're just looking for people that our kids can look up to that have paved the way for them.
Dina Tehana. Dina Tehana.
Celebrate with us today. This is the 22nd annual Native American Language Fair. Eat the day has gone.
This is my favorite 2 days of the entire year because there is so much energy and so much excitement from all of the kids. Like, again, nowhere else in Oklahoma do you get one day where you just get to hear all of the languages spoken and from all these adorable little voices, you know, the next generation coming up. So it's just such an uplifting day. Best day of April.
We sang an Arapaho song. Yeah. It was really easy. Yeah.
Were you guys nervous up there?
No. I was.
Me and my friend Boone, we kind of just came up with it. We got bored and just made it.
Well, tell us what it's about.
It's about 7-Up, but he's cherries. Then he finds a girl named Sprite. So Cherry's on a mission to make Indian tea. So he has to look for the flowers for it. Then he runs into her, and they look together. And then when they find it, they go through all the ingredients to make it. And then at the end, they just drink it.
I sang the Arapaho flag song. I said, hello, I am going to sing the Arapaho flag song. I said my Indian name, which is Nakahaye, means White Hawk, and I got first place.
You, as young people, are my dreams come true. I want to thank your parents for making sure that you continue to carry the languages of our grandparents for all time.
I don't know if everybody knows that we keep like the winning materials every year. So we have 20 years of student materials just that are these amazing treasure trove of really cool language stuff. My personal favorite area would be what we're calling new expressions. So all the cool and innovative ways that kids have used language and shown us that languages are vital and relevant to daily life here today for them.
So look at that, check it out. Talk about that for us. Tell me about that.
Yeah, in that clip I only got to do Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but yeah, my mom just did it inside of my mom's bed using her work computer. Ini mahana eshiv iha hut means it was hot on Monday. It's actually very cool. I love attending it every year. It's cool to listen to all the different languages, see all the different artworks of everybody.
Languages are more than just systems and ways of communicating. Languages are like the literal embodiment of relationships between people.
I think it's important because there's not a lot of people who speak our languages.
There are legitimate challenges, but they're still here and they're still using them. And look at all of this work by all of these young kids who are bringing them into their lives every day.
Hold on, let me greet you in Cheyenne. Hiva-ishiv. Raven Nahishave. I said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. How about you try it? Don't worry, I'll teach you. When you see someone you know, say, Hiva-ishiv. That means it's good to see you. Now you try. Pivot. That's good. And when you want to tell someone your name in Cheyenne, you say your name, then say Nahishave. Can you say that? Pivot. That was really good. Hey, let me introduce you to some of my keen friends. That's Blossom. She's a sweet and shy little bear cub. She's the youngest. There's Flash and Justin. They're best friends, and they're always getting into something. There's Daisy. She's a fox who is smart, kind, and she tries to keep all her friends out of trouble. Then there's Thundercloud. He is the wisest eagle I know, and he's always watching out for us. Hey, how about we go see what they're up to?
Justin, where should I put this bag? Just put it over there on that rock. The rest of the group will be here pretty soon. Hey, I thought you were going to put that bag on this rock. I did. Where did it go? Well, did you put it on a different rock? I mean, there are a lot of rocks out here.
No, I put it on that one. Okay. Maybe it was a different rock. Let's look over there.
Nothing. Man, nothing. What? Where's my stuff? I put it right here.
Are you sure? Maybe it was a different rock.
Okay, you got me. But this ain't cool, man. Someone is taking our stuff. Hey, who's out there?
Yeah, stealing isn't funny.
Stealing? Who's stealing?
You are. You're a thief.
I'm no thief. I'm just playing tricks. I've got your stuff right here. See, here it is.
Is it all there?
Of course. I was just joking.
Well, I can appreciate a good prank now and then, but I hear you guys play tricks all the time.
Well, hey, coyotes are tricksters. It's kind of what we do.
Justin, I'm not sure we can trust him.
I just don't know. What's your name, Bud?
My name's not Bud, it's Ricky.
Tricky Ricky, huh?
Tricky Ricky, I like that. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Yeah, well, you were wearing us out, hiding our stuff like that.
I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make new friends.
Well, we could use some help setting up the food and picnic stuff.
No tricks, but plenty of treats. I'm in. I'm happy to help.
Hi, Daisy Fox here, and this is your weather report. Monday, we'll have Ehoe, a perfect day to drink some hot cocoa, build a snowman, and go sledding. Tuesday, it will be Hoko. Wednesday, bring your umbrella. It is going to Ihoko. Thursday, it'll be a perfect day to bring out your kite because it's going to be Iha. On Friday, the weather is going to warm up and it's going to be Iha Hut. I'm Daisy Fox, and that is your weekly weather report. I hope you have a great week.
pie? What? Hey, just want one extra large pepperoni pizza.
Okay. What else can I get you, honey?
No, I don't want any honey, just a pepperoni.
How about a salad? A growing boy like you needs some greens and vegetable sugar.
Huh? You sound like my mom. I just want my pepperoni, bro.
Sugar pie, I'm sure your sweet mother is just trying to do what's best for you.
What? Look, lady, I just called to order a stinking pizza.
Sweetie, you can just call me Grandma.
Okay, I'll play along if it'll speed up the process. Grandma, can you fix up a big old pepperoni pizza for your favorite grandson?
Why, of course, honey child. I would do anything for my grandkids. I just need one thing from you to get started on that pizza.
What's that?
Why, you need to come over here and give Grandma a kiss.
What? No thanks, man. I'm just gonna have a sandwich.
Oh man, this picnic was a good idea.
You said it. This is just what I needed. I may have to take a nap.
Oh, me too. Boy, that honey was delicious.
Gah. What's wrong with you guys? Those snacks gave me some energy.
Yeah, I'm all fired up. Let's go and play hide and seek.
Yeah, I'll even let you hide first. I'm gonna count to 20. You better go hide.
Hey, you two. Stay in this area, okay? Okay, Daisy. Well, I guess a tiny little nap would be okay.
Sophie, you found some great hiding spots. Took me forever to find you last time.
You're pretty good yourself. There are lots of great places to hide in front of red floors. But we should probably head back now.
Yeah, hopefully they're all awake by now.
Okay, it's that way, right?
Of course, it could be that way.
You mean you don't know? I thought you were paying attention.
I thought you were paying attention.
Okay, let's not argue. Let's just go, that way, I guess.
Works for me, let's go.
Knock on the oats. Knock on the oats.
Now that was a good nap. I'm all refreshed. Yeah, that was a real good one.
Ooh. Wow. I did not mean to sleep that long. How long was I out?
Not that long. But check out Blossom. I guess we ought to pack up and head back home before it gets too late. Where's Sophie?
Ricky! Sophie! They've got to be around here somewhere. They said they were going to stay in the area.
I'll look over that way. Flash, can you check the other side of the pond?
Sure thing, man. On my way.
What's all the yelling about? I was snoozing real hard. We can't find Sophie and Ricky. I need you to come help me look for them. Okay, let's go. I'm kind of scared. What if we can't find our friends?
We'll find them. I know we will.
I'm kind of scared now.
Hey, we're gonna be alright.
I just want to go home.
Hey, how about a joke? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Radio.
Radio who?
Radio not, here I come. Huh? Nothing?
Yeah, it was all right.
Okay. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Nana.
Nana who?
None of your business.
None of your business.
Come on, that was a good one.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay. Let's keep looking. Flash, Justin, Daisy, Blossom.
Hey, do you want to learn some Cheyenne colors? Okay, Here we go. This is Ma. Ma. How about adoptive? Adoptive. This is Hiov. Hiov. This is Mahiov. Mahiov. How about Hakotsev? Hakotsev. This is Wo'om. Wo'om. This is Motav. Motav. Good job.
Guys, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to get worried. It'll be dark soon, and I have no idea where they went.
I'm worried too. They're too young to be out there by themselves all night. We gotta find them.
What was that?
I don't know, but... Ah! 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 What was that?
Maybe we should be quiet.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh my gosh! It sounds like there are animals right near us. I'm really scared. Hey, when I'm scared, I tell jokes. Knock, knock. Who's there? A little old lady. A little old lady who? Wow, I didn't know you could yodel. Ha ha ha!
Hey, did you hear that? Sophie! Ricky!
That sounds like Daisy! Hey, we're over here!
There you are. We've been looking all over for you guys.
Man, are we glad to see you. There's all kinds of noises out here. I think there's wild animals out here.
Well, what was your first clue? It is a forest.
We're just glad we found you guys, and you guys are okay.
By the way, what were you guys laughing at?
Knock knock jokes. You want to hear some?
Oh, man.
Knock knock. Who's there? Dishes.
Dishes who?
This is the Fried Flax Police. Open up.
Nuts. Nish. Nahe. Niv. Noho. Nasot. Nesot. Nodnote. Salt. Dote.
Pizza Pie Incorporated Organization.org.com, wherever you want us to be. We are live and we are open. Can I interest you boys in one of our new giveaway pizzas?
What's a giveaway pizza?
It's a great big pizza with all the regular toppings, but it comes with a bunch of cookies and red Kool-Aid on the side and sits on a nice blanket crust to reserve your space. And we even serve it in a great big laundry basket, but not the cheap ones, the good ones that hold all your dirty linen, that kind.
A laundry basket? What the? No thanks, man. Can I just get a pepperoni pizza?
Oh, I know what you guys would like to try, our brand new Grand Entry Pizza. That's the kind that's never on time, but always right there at the right time when you need it.
Well, I almost hate to ask, But what exactly is a grand entry pizza?
It's a great big pizza pie where all the toppings are interchangeable, but it never starts cooking on time. If you order this one, you might be on the list waiting around for first call, second call, and third call. But it's a real good pizza, yeah.
What? No thanks, man. I want my pizza on time, you know?
You want to buy some raffle tickets today?
Raffle tickets? For what?
Oh, I need some gas money because I'm going to Gathers next week. Hey, tickets are only $5 for $1, and you'll get some, and it's for some Beat It high tops, some anti-style yoga pants, 5 quarts of convenient oil, maybe some free play.
High tops? No. Can I just get my extra large pepperoni pizza?
Oh yeah, so that's extra large pepperoni. Can I put you guys down for a couple 50-50 tickets? The pot is up to 400. Oh wait, no, it's 200. We had lunch yesterday at the casino.
Okay, fine. If it'll help me get my stinking pizza.
Okay, great. All you cooks, take it away. You are on the air. Ha-ho!
Aho, Knuckles. Eho. Knuckles it dutsi maki dunshiv.
Naho hanst. Quit stunnest. Naho stunnest.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Eho.
Haho. Naho hanst. Hahen. Nahen hoya.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Eho.
Haho. Naho hanst. Piotisonists. Na wawak guests.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Eho.
Na haho.
Hoa eni soho hai.
Knuckles hishk. Eho.
Hehe. Nini hoe. Naho ha. Nimi hilst.
Haho Knuckles.
Knuckles hishk. Eho.
Hehe. Ipiva nako.
The money done. The money done.
Nuts. Nish. Nahe. Niv. Noho. Nasot. Nesot. Nanot. Salt. Dote. Dohot knots. Dohot nish. Dohot nahe. Dohot niv. Dohot noho. Dohot nasalt. Dohot nesalt. Dohot nanot. Dohot salt. Nisal.
Pivot to worms. It pivots to worms. Pivot walnut. Piva walnut. Nemehots. Nemehots. Stavhosse worms. Stavhosse worms.
Well, guys, we got through another season and met some cool new friends.
Yeah, I'm just glad that I'm not the only little kid.
Hey, that gives me an idea.
Well, what is it?
Well, I haven't sung a song in a long time, and I just so happen to have my guitar right here.
Go ahead, Justin, but that a real king song.
All right then, let's do this. I guess maybe next time I should tune this puppy up. Sitting round the campfire with all of my good friends. We do a lot of fun stuff, and the craziness never ends. And I got the silly, the goofy, good friend blues. You know that's right, baby. Well, I guess I could find some different ones, but you see, I simply refuse. 'Cause I got this crazy, crazy good friend blues. Now look here. Daisy's on my left, and Flashes on my right. They both keep me, your boy, from getting way too uptight. And Blossom's over there. Sometimes she kinda funny. You wanna stay on her good side, baby, you gotta give her some honey. Ha! And Ricky and Sophie, they're the newest in our crowd. And wait, do you hear that? Ha! Here comes Thundercloud. I got those crazy, those goofy good friend blues. Well, I thought I'd sing you this song, oh, to tell you the news. Maybe I'd be better off, maybe not, hanging with a bunch of kangaroos, baby. But these are the friends I got, and they're the ones I choose. I got those wacky, naughty, funky, silly, kooky, groovy, far out good friend blue. Lord have mercy.
That was a good one.
Well, I think we're almost out of time. Did you have a good time visiting us here in Firebed Flats? Did you remember any Arapaho words? How about Dayata? That means cold. How about some numbers like Ni Tata? Yeah, that's my favorite number of the day. Here's another one. Hachinahapetin. Can you say that? Hachinahapetin. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time here at Firebed Flats.
So did you make the decision not to graduate high school, or it just didn't work out, or what?
Well,
How did you get, I want to know how you got from there until the military.
oh, well, I went to school for a while, and I decided, you know, it would be a good time to get in the service, you know. Well, those guys that came in, I can remember seeing them. Two of them that went to school were here. They both went in the service and both got in the airborne. Boy, when they came back, boy, they looked sharp, you know. They looked good. Boy, that's what I wanted to be. You know, they had boots and they was bloused, and boy, they had they had those caps on. They had parachute on it, you know. Boy, heck, they looked. And they were in their khakis because they came home that spring, I think. Well, I tell you, they look good. There's two of them, and so that's where I want to go. So I ended up getting my dad to sign for me. And then since it was in the fall, before I became 18, he signed for me, and so they had me already signed up, but I was still going to school here. When I became 18, then they jerked me out. They told me, "You coming, you're ours," you know. But it was really interesting because I went straight up to Fort Riley, Kansas, from Oklahoma City. Took my basic over there, and when I finished, well, everybody left. There's just about 2, 3 of us left in our barracks. So what the heck's going on, you know? They didn't even assign us anywhere, you know. So they finally took us to personnel, and they were telling me this. They said, "What we're going to do, we're going to send you to school. And we're going to, after you finish school, is that we're going to send you to leadership school." And I said, "Oh, man," I said, "that'd be great." But then the airborne still had the best of me. And so I went in to see the first sergeant, and I told him, I said, this was on a Wednesday. I told him, I said, you know, I said, I just wonder what happened, you know. I said, I joined and I wanted to get into the airborne. And he said, "Is that what you want to do?" He said, "You know, they're going to send you to school, and you're going to you'll become, you know, like a cadre for all those recruits that come in." He said, that's a good job, you know. He said, "That's what they want you to do." I said, "Well, I joined the airborne. I said, I think I'd like to do that." He said, "Okay." Well, I got that following Tuesday, I was on my way to Fort Benning, Georgia. That's where I took a jump to. Went through that, and then they kept me down there. After I finished, made my 5 jumps and qualified and everything, and got my wings, you know. Boy, I was the proudest guy ever. But they kept me over there, and they taught me how to put these, like the Jeeps and the tanks and all that in the airplane. Hook them up, and there was 4 of us. We'd stand there, and when the plane slowed down and we're going to dump them out, they had parachutes. Then we had, we all, when that light came on, we're all watching it, and snap them, and they slid out. And then those parachutes are hooked into the plane, and it pulled them out. Then after it goes, we were supposedly the crew people of those tanks or the trucks or Jeeps or whatever we let out. So we had to jump after them. So I got to jump twice again. So there were 7 times that I jumped before I got to 82nd Airborne in Fort Bragg. And I got down. Of course, I was they put me in the infantry, I guess, because I used to walk good, you know. But I stayed there, and then we were all sitting in a club on a enlisted men's club. A lot of us Indians from Oklahoma. "Hey, did you see that thing that thing? They're asking for volunteers for Rangers, you know." So they looked up there, and I said, boy, yeah, boy, we all started filling them out. But then on that thing, you had to have a high school diploma or equivalent, you know. I guess that would be GED. And I didn't have either one of them. But, so I know I was thinking, well, I'd sign up anyway just to make them happy, you know. Okay, put them on board. There was two of us. One of them that came over here when I seen him getting the airborne, and the other didn't make it, but he did. And I was down there, and they said, you wanted at the oiling room. That's where the company headquarters were. And so I went up there, and that first sergeant said, the captain wants to talk to you. I said, oh man, what did I do? You know? And then when I went there, that's when he showed me. He said, they're asking that you ask for you volunteer for the Rangers, you know. And I told my dad, and he said, you know, he said, I can sign this, and you can go on. He said, but if you don't want me to, you change your mind. He said, and he told me how, you know, how strict and everything, how they mentally and physically, how strong it was, you know. And I sat there and I listened to him, but I already had my mind made up I was going to give it a try. So I ended up, he signed off, and then they said, well, go get your stuff together, and they put me in a Jeep and they took me to a station. They call it Repo Depot. That's where they come and they place you, you know. So anyway, I was over there, and this one guy, he was a Cheyenne. He was from here. He was in there. Tell you made it. He said, yeah. I said, and you made it. I said, yeah, I guess so. I said, they called me, you know, I'm here. You know. Well, they made 5 companies of Rangers. And within the 5th, there was 2 of them. They were Cheyennes, him and another one, but the other one was Northern Cheyenne. And in my company, there was 3 Indians, 1 Cherokee, 1 Mojave, and myself. And so we went to training. Oh man, boy, and our company was going to be assigned to Germany. I think it was with the 4th Division. That's where we were going to be assigned to. They told us. But then after we finished the training down there, we made 3 jumps down there while we were training. No, 2 jumps. And then we went on they sent us to Colorado Springs. There used to be a Camp Carson at Fort Carson there. And they had a remount station there. And so they sent us there, and we took mountain training. And I was telling them, I said, see that Cheyenne Mountain, you know, right next to it? And I said, I walked up to the top of it. He said, how come? I said, hey, they beat me. we all went, you know, we took off 30 minutes apart. Our company left, and then they followed, and we just kept on. We all ended up there. The Rangers was really, really tough. We stayed up one night and see how mentally you could withstand, you know, staying up all night and then going into a classroom and listening to that guy speak. We stayed in there from 8 until 12. And that's all they did. Those guys, they stood there and they just tap them in the head. I guess they go to sleep. They tap them on it. And we had to wear our helmets. And boy, it was hot. They tap them in there and to wake them up, they just get them, transfer them. They just couldn't take it. I know in our company it was almost 400 of us. When we ended up, it was 290 of us. And of course, there was a lot of them that we all made it to Fort Carson, Camp Carson. We took mountain training there. And it was mostly walking in the mountains and trying to dig foxholes in those rocks, fixing it. And then, so we walked quite a ways. We walked from there used to be Fort Camp Hale in the Second World War. We walked from there clear to Pikes Peak. That was the last part of it. Oh man, I tell you, we just went up and down, went around. But we made it. 17 days took us to get over there. And our company was, we were kind of racing, the other companies. And then, I told you, it was a remount station. When we were there, they gave us meals. And you had to pack them, Oh man, them things are crazy, boy. Pack everybody around. But we got them, and we lost some coming from over there because they ran off. That's where we started. And then next thing I know, I said, man, we're going to Germany. I said, but we keep getting further west. And so we were finishing up all that time, and we ended up in Presidio. They have the training, the Navy has the training for people like, what they call them, SEALs, different branches of their in the Navy. So we ended up over there. After we got through, and I said, man, we're way out here. So we're supposed to be going back the other way, that was my feelings, and everybody's, Yeah, I guess they're going to send us back. Oh, we ended up at Fort Lewis, Washington. All the 5 companies. We went on trucks. Right now, it's the Federal Highway number 5. I can remember going that way, but it was two lanes, going down. And we made it over there, and we sat there, and they finally put us on boats and took us to a ship. And when we got to that ship, and we started toward Hawaii, Pearl Harbor, we started over there, and I said, man, we get over there, we get to go see, It didn't work out that way. When we were going, they finally told us where we're going. We're going to Korea.
That's not quite Hawaii, is it?
No, that's
all the way.
Hawaii, we got to Pearl Harbor, and they brought those planes in, C-119s and C-82s, and so we all clammed on them. We went to Okinawa. We stayed over there maybe about 4 days. Then we went on. We ended up in Kobe, Japan. They got that big Air Force base there. We ended up there, and then they didn't put us in the barracks. They put us way aside, and we had to put up tents and everything. And so we stayed there, and then they finally turned around and they told us that we were going to go to Korea. And that's when the Marines were going into, they had North Korea all folded up. But President Truman made them turn around and come back. They didn't want them over there. So while they were coming back, they had a lot of people that were wounded and everything else. So out of 5 companies of Rangers, they pointed at our companies and said, what you're going to do, you're going to go and you're going to jump. And that was our purpose. Jump. And you're going to fight them off while the Marines come on down. And you're going to help them because they're all coming down on them. And I guess we're supposed to keep them busy, And he said, these other 4 is going to come on up. He said, we're going to take them over there to South Korea, let them off, and they're going to come up and meet you. Boy, that sounded good, but it didn't work out. But anyway, out of that 5 companies, how come they want to do this to us, you know? But anyway, we ended up doing that. We ended up jumping. There was 275 of us, I think. And we had to fight those guys that were shooting down on those Marines. They were trying to fight them, you know. But we didn't have like helicopters where they could come. They had their wounded and everything in trucks that they were transporting. I don't really remember how many we lost in that jump. I don't remember how many, you know, that when we all got together and we caught those Marines up, then see, that Cheyenne Reservoir like this, and we came this on the east side of it, I think. And that was the only road that was, you know, they could travel. And so when we got over there, we had to stay there and wait for these other Rangers to come out. I know at that time, but we lost, they were killed. We lost 17 of us. But there wasn't that many of us anymore, you know, in that 290. I would say probably we left about 90 over there, you know. We jumped right in the back on where, not only that, I think we were fighting Chinese too, because of their uniforms, you know. And I'm going to tell you, that place, you were fighting them and you were also fighting the weather. I mean, you're talking about, you know, 20 degrees below zero, you know. And you couldn't sleep, you know. Part of them slept, and then you woke them up and you slept. And then after that, then you was off again doing what you had to do. But anyway, they told us to wait till noon the next day, to hold them off till noontime the next day. They gave them almost, gosh, maybe 14 hours head start. Anyway, I figured it. And we all dug in, we all got ready, and here they come. And I can't jump off and say, well, I killed this one, I killed that one, you know. But there was a lot of them we got a hold of, you know. We had automatic rifles, and we had a lot of ammunition. But at the same time, we were picking up the dog tags of those guys. We couldn't carry them, you know, not on foot, they were gone, you know. And I always remember that part of it, because I was pulling the tags off a lot of them. And then when we got them all together, we had 17 of them that we left there. But anyway, they finally came up, and that 12 o'clock came the next noon. Boy, we got all those you know, ammunition, rifles, we all put them together, and we blew them up so that they wouldn't get them. We couldn't carry them. And so we blew them up, and at the last time, I had my back turned on. I was going as fast as I could, you know. But we made it, the ones that did, you know. And so when we got over there wasn't very many of us. I don't even remember how many there were. There wasn't. I know out of my the squad I was in, I know we lost 4 of them, and there was 9 of us. Oh, 10 of us. So there was just 6 of us left in that one. 4 of them got killed, and all the way down, you know.
Is there ever a point you thought you weren't going to make it? Is there ever a point that you thought you were going to die?
Well, you know, I think, you know, you were more afraid. And I was really one of the lucky ones, That's what I would say, because there was a lot of those officers, and a lot of those sergeants. They fought in the Second World War, and they were in the same Ranger company with them, and I didn't see nothing, you know. And they told me, he said, you're gonna be afraid. He said, but keep your head when you get, you know, that scared. Don't lose it. And you know, you felt a lot better because they had the experience, you know. I mean, talking about 3 years experience over there, you know. You're talking about that, and they kept you, you know, from getting hurt, really, a lot of it. And of course, there was a lot of them that never did see any, but most of the sergeants, I would say all the sergeants and all the officers that we had, except maybe one or two, you know, out of that, all of them were in the Second World War, and they took the same training we did. As far as the people that were training us, you were looking at majors and lieutenant colonels that were training us. And they had sergeants, master sergeants that were helping them. They're the ones that you see. But it was real comfortable, and after a while you get the feeling, well, if I'm not going to make it, you know, I just leave it to him, you know. I think I did a lot of praying in that time, a lot of it. And I wasn't ashamed to admit it.
You think maybe you were survived because there was a plan for you to do other stuff later?
Well, now I can look at it that way. You know, I can look at it and say, well, I think my life has really been interesting. I'll tell you the rest of it, you know. And, yeah, right now I can see how come I didn't get blown up or, you know, shot, you know, because of that. There was something that was, you know, ahead. You get a feeling, but you're still careful. You know, you're still afraid. You're not going to overcome it. But there's a lot of things that you got to think of, you know, the people that are around you, you know. It's almost like, I'll watch your back, you watch mine, you know, without even saying it, you know. But that's the way it was. You depend on this guy to take care of you, and he's depending on you to take care of him. But I stayed there, and then we ended up with 187. They broke us up, and they gave us a choice where we wanted to go. So I chose the 187th, and they put me in there, and I was in Company G of the 2nd Battalion. And the reason I said that, out of all them battalions, there was 4 of them. They chose the 2nd Battalion to go over there and jump again. And I was riding a bunch again. Oh man, I said, well, come here. But that was a lot easier because we did that during the spring. And it wasn't that cold, but it got warm. It got pretty hot. Our company was the one that stayed behind to watch the prisoner of wars that they brought in. They were all in camp. It wasn't that easy either because you know, you couldn't understand what they were saying. And they couldn't understand what you were saying. You just point, you know. But then when we were there, we were really fortunate that this guy that he was a lieutenant colonel, and he was in charge of it. And so when those guys, they went in there, these guys grabbed them, those prisoners, and they had them on the inside. We didn't know whether they had any ammunition or what they had, you know. And we were standing there, and he gave them a chance to let them go. So he turned around, we're all standing there, you know, and he just pointed. And then I don't know how come he hit me. He told me, he said, okay, you 6 of you. And he said, 4 of you is going to go in with me. There was 10 of us. He said, you others going to stand outside and back us up. So he told them he was coming in. Well, when we went in, that one had an eye. That's the first one they hit. I didn't shoot him, somebody else shot him. But we got him out. And boy, I just thought, man, that's a heck of a way to. But there was one thing that I always remember as far as that's concerned, is that when they got ready to go to trial in Seoul, we took them. They told us which one, you know, how many to take and everything. We took them over there, and then they had their trial. After they had their trial, and they were, of course, everyone with all of them that we took up there, and that no had anything to do with they all executed them. And they came and they set them down there, and some of them, I still don't understand, but there were some of those families that were there, and their relatives were the one thing. And those guys, they just went and got behind the back. They were tied, and they were sitting on their knees, blew them up, hit them. We didn't do that, they did that. And I was kind of glad to get out of that again. But it had to be done. We didn't have no, I guess that's the things that they were accused of, you know, doing. You see a lot of things that you don't really believe that could happen, you know. There were a lot of times you look back and say, man, we're the luckiest people in the world to live in something like this, you know. And have to go off and fight, you know.
Hewiyano, Nahashibe, Natistats, Natista. I said my name is Cheyenne, Hewiyano's Yellowhawk. I am Cheyenne, that's what I said. And so when we talk in our creation stories, we always talk and use our language, which is very important. Language is very a beautiful language to the many tribes. It's very descriptive. And so when we talk and narrate stories or tell stories, we have to really understand the beauty of the language. And so I'm going to begin with an origin story of where we came from. Long ago, this whole thing we called Mother Earth, the world, it was covered with water. Salt water, very salty, wasn't clean water. And so this world, it was all covered with water, no land. And so pretty soon the spirit, he came up and he said, why am I floating in this water? And he said, I want to have things that I can that can accompany me, and I don't want to be alone anymore. So as he was talking about the spirits, then the spirit came and he said, I'm here, and my name is Maheo, and I'm the creator of all things. What is your wish? And so he started talking about, well, I want to have a companion. I want to have a female companion, or a companion that's going to help me rule this world. And so Maheo said, okay. He said, I'm going to send down some animals to you, and you talk to them when they come. And he said, the first animal that's going to come is going to be a duck. And he said, he's gonna help you. And he said, so you instruct him what to do. So pretty soon the man, he said, okay. And as the duck came, as they were floating on the water, the duck said, what is it? What do you need? And then the man, he said, well, we need to create an earth. We need to create land, something that I'm tired of floating on this water, so are you. We can't float forever. We can't live in this environment. Even though it's good, we just can't do that. So we must have something to rest. We got to have a place to rest. So the duck said, okay, I'll go down under the water and look to see if I can find anything. So the duck, he went down in water, and he was gone for a long time. And the man, he would look and he'd see bubbles coming up. And he thought the duck was going to surface. And finally, later on, you know, as time went on, then the duck appeared. And he said, I'm sorry, my friend. I can't find anything down there. There's too much water. It's too salty. I can't find anything. So finally, here comes a turtle. He comes and said, hey, my friend, I can help. What is it you need? And he told him the same thing he told the duck. He said, we need to create a place where we can rest, all you animals and me. And so he said, okay. So the turtle goes down. He's gone for a long time. And pretty soon he sees bubbles here and there, and then he's thinking, oh, good, he's coming back up. And then as he waited a little bit longer, then finally the turtle came up. He surfaced. But he didn't come up with his head first. He floated up. And then on top of his shell was a piece of mud. And he told that old man, the man, he said, blow this mud in the 4 directions to the southeast. He said, blow it that way, and you're going to create thunder and lightning. And blow it to the southwest. You're going to create rains and storms and tornadoes and cyclones and hail. You're going to create that. Then blow it to the north. You're going to create winter. You're going to create seasons for this world. You're going to create a holy place, sacred places that you're going to go to and that you're going to need in this world. Then he blew it to the northeast, and he said, this is for you, Mahayot. Mahayot, this is for Ma'in. And he said, I'm going to place Ma'in in that direction, this turtle that brought us this earth. And so as he blew the pieces of mud in 4 directions, he created this world. It started to come to life, and then started to come up. The water started to rescind. There was plants, grass, food, everything, all the animals. And finally he created one animal that was going to take care of him. And he saw this big animal, hairy, 2 horns. And so he said, I need a companion myself. He looked at the animal, and he was outstanding. He's the animal that showed out to him that he noticed out of all the other animals, and that was the buffalo. So he took the right rib from the buffalo, and he created a woman out of that rib bone, and that woman became his companion. And then the buffalo said, I want to be a leader. I want to be a leader like you. I want to lead all the animals. And he told him, yes, that's good. He said, but you got to challenge all the animals to get the right to lead. And so he said, well, how are we going to do this? And that's when they created the great race, to create this world and the universe, the stars, the different things you see, the Milky Way. And so that story goes on to another one called the Great Race. But this creation story is where we began, with all of the creating Mother Earth, the land, the plants, the water, which is fresh water. The water no longer tasted salty. And so it created streams, it created rivers, creeks. And so he always told us to camp by the water. Purify yourself every day as you go down to the river. If you do that, you're going to live a good, clean, healthy life. And so those are stories that are handed down from generation to generation, how we began our creation. Cheyenne people, Arapaho people, and other Plains tribe, they have their own stories, origin stories. So that's one story that I wanted to share with this creation story of the Cheyenne people.
at the Clinton ERC, we kind of wanted to do something for the community before our holiday events, or like our dinners. So we kind of got with Department of Health and collabed on we was trying to do like a Singo Halloween event. We kind of turned it to more of a carnival / Singo, but I think it was a pretty good turnout.
We're real happy to be here with you all tonight to bring a Halloween event where it's centered around family, around wellness, around fun activities, around staying active. And this is the reason why we do this. You know, we want to create environments for you guys to come be with your family, have fun, make some memories, and get some good cake.
Hop on a number. Everybody on one number. All right, now let's stare at the screen. Number 16.
I just think we should keep, doing these kind of events for the kids. It's good for them, and especially that educating them and getting them out in somewhere safe and not, in bad influences. This is really good to keep in our community.
Ages 6 and under, go ahead and make your way up here if you want them to be in the costume contest.
I did the costume contest or whatever. Got second place. It's just really warming to be here because a whole bunch of people that you can see a whole bunch of smiles on their faces and everything like that. And it's just really heartwarming, really.
Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Cheyenne. Piva se wumps. Raven, nahishave. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Piva se wumps. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then say nahishave. Raven nahishave. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom. She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond Fright Red Flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Navasum. Okay, here's a word for you. Navasum. It means my younger sibling. Do you have a younger sibling? Like brothers or sisters? I thought so. Navasum. It's nice to have around, but they always seem to bother my stuff when I'm not looking. Does that happen to you? Well, I guess I'm not the only one. That's what my friend Daisy is talking about right now.
All right, you guys. No one better mess with me today, because I am not in the mood.
Hey! Easy there, my furry friend. What's gotten into you?
Golly, Daisy, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, Daisy. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed? Or grass?
It's my little sister. She's always getting into my stuff, breaking something, spilling something, or tearing something up. Or...
We get the point, Daisy.
She's a real pain in the...
Hey! Easy there. This is a family show. How about taking some deep breaths? That always helps me when I get upset. Breathe in. Breathe out. You like that? I learned that from Thundercloud. Daisy, I know how you feel. I've got a brother that bugs the heck out of me.
Yeah, he kind of bugs me, too.
How's it going, my young friends?
Hi, Thundercloud. I was just talking about you.
Is that right? I hope it was something good.
Yeah, he was talking about you teaching him about deep breaths. Daisy had to do that because she was all upset.
Daisy, are you okay? Is there something I can help you with?
I was just upset because my sister keeps messing up all my stuff. She's driving me crazy.
Yes, I know. Brothers and sisters are very good at that. They seem to know just which buttons to push.
Yeah, I guess Daisy's sister pushes her get mad button all the time.
Yeah, and her don't mess with me button.
It's something you have to live with for a while. Think of what it would be like if you didn't have any brothers or sisters.
Well, it would be a lot less crowded.
Maybe, but wouldn't it get kind of boring if you didn't have any brothers or sisters to talk or laugh with?
Man, that would be bad. Because I laugh at Justin's brother all the time.
Yeah, he is pretty goofy. Almost as much as me.
Just remember, you're kind of stuck with the family you have. So you might as well accept them the way that they are. Their goofiness might not last forever. It's the House of Whomps.
Nuts.
Nuts.
Nuts. Nish.
Nish.
Nish. Nah.
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 Keşke hotayon. That is nawak. Mata nadasiyot. Wajif nawum. Na naku nawum. Hotnya nawum. Woka nawum. Non hitch nata ut. Knit. Niv. 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 No-ho. No-ho. No-ho.
Naso.
Naso. Naso. Raise your hand if you tell the truth. Okay, now raise your hand if you've ever told a lie. I see some hands. Well, sometimes it's easy to tell a little lie, but you never know if it will hurt someone else or even hurt you. Justin and Flash are finding that out right now.
Hey guys, do you like jokes? I'm gonna play a joke on Flash today. Just watch, it'll be great. Help! Help, Flash! I'm about to fall!
Hey, Justin, are you okay? What's wrong?
Gotcha! I was just messing with you, man. I didn't fall at all.
That's not funny. I almost hurt myself getting over here so fast.
I know. Now that was funny. You should have seen yourself.
Dude, please don't pull that again, all right?
Okay, I won't. Ah! I'm about to fall and squash my little pumpkin head. Help me!
I'm on my way, buddy. I'm coming. Hold on.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe you fell for that again. I was just joking.
All right, man. I've had enough of your lies. No more. I think I pulled a hamstring running over here. God! I haven't moved that fast in years.
Okay, I'm done. I promise. Oh man, that Flash is too funny, ain't it? I got him not once, but twice. Whoa, it's kind of slippery in here. Whoa! Oh, my head. My little pumpkin head. Am I still alive?
What was that noise?
Well, you see, I really did fall. And I really did hurt my little pumpkin head. Man, I'm sorry you ran over to help me again. I think I'm done with all the lies. I think I'll stick with the truth from now on.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, but I hope you learned your lesson. Most people do like jokes, but lying to get a laugh isn't funny. If you make a habit of lying all the time, people won't trust you anymore. And trust is a pretty important thing to have, right?
You're right, Flash. Thanks for being my friend. I gotta go now. I think I need a nap.
Nisso.
Nisso.
Nisso. Nano.
Nano.
Nano. So.
La da 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 da.
So.
Aho, Knuckles. Ehe wo. Knuckles it dutsi maki dunshiv.
Naho hanst. Quit stunnest. Naho stunnest.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Ehe wo.
Haho. Naho hanst. Hahen. Nahen haya.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Ehe wo.
Haho. Naho hanst. Piotisanists. Na wawak gusts.
Hitahani.
Knuckles hishk. Ehe wo.
Na haho.
Hawaii ni soho hai.
Knuckles hishk. Ehe wo.
He Nahoa. Nimihilts.
Oh, Knuckles.
Knuckles hishk ihawo.
Hehe, Epiva Nako.
What? Hokkien. Hokkien.
La 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 ya.
Okay, here's the number, man.
Thank you for calling Fry Bread Flats Pizza Pies.
Okay, I just like
Home of the best pizza on the planet.
Yeah, I just like to order
That's
one.
because we use only the freshest ingredients.
I just want one extra large pepperoni.
Like flour made from wheat right here in Fry Bread Flats, dairy products from our own farms, and pepperoni we have shipped in every day.
Can I get one extra?
Please hold. One of our pizza chefs will be with you any moment.
Are you kidding me? Seriously?
Ahoo! And thank you for calling the famous Fry Bread Flats Pizza Pies made with love from the heart, where all the tribes and nations are welcome. We're always open and ready to intertribal. Let me take your Indian order. Take it away, boys.
Okay, I'd like to order one extra large pepperoni.
Could I interest you in some breadsticks or some kidney on a stick? Those kidneys come fresh every day. We even serve them raw, too.
No thanks. Just the pepperoni.
Would you like to try our new Powwow Pizza Special? It's made especially for the boys at the center drum. It's big and round, center drum size, 36 inches, guaranteed to cover your whole drum.
What is a powwow pizza?
It's a pivot, big pizza pie with buffalo burgers, fries, and kidney. It's got all the toppings on this huge piece of fry bread and one pickle. Weecha!
I think we'll pass on that one.
Come on, are you sure? That's the pizza all my relatives order right after sweats and gourd dances. It's a good one. Pivot.
Hey, man. Can we just get our pizza?
Okay, that's one large pizza pie. What kind of crust you boys want? We have thin, extra thin, real doughy, and this new one called fry bread thick.
What? No, sir. Thin is fine.
Want some tots with that?
Huh? You mean like tater tots?
Oh, man. We have tiny tots, fancy tots, mixed tots, traditional tots. You name it. If you're really hungry, we have those special Golden Age tots. They're new on the menu. It's a full commodity box full of tots, and we make them fluffy, too. Hey.
Okay, fine. We'll have a small order of regular, traditional tots. Now, can I please have my pepperoni pizza?
Okay, but I need to know what kind of sauce you want with your tots. We have Southwest Ranch, Northern Ranch, Traditional Ranch, Mixed Ranch, Fancy Ranch, Grass Ranch, Southern Honey Mustard Ranch, Northern Honey Mustard, Buckskin
Hamishk. Hamishk. Annika Mohistut. Annika Mohistut. Muchk. Muchk.
Oh man, I don't feel so good. Oh, my stomach. Oh, the pain. Oh, the agony. And today of all days, the Fry Bread Flats River Games.
Yeah, today's the big day. I can't wait to get down to the river and have some fun. I better go get Daisy and my good old best buddy Flash. Hey, Daisy, you ready for a big day down at the river? It's going to be so much fun.
Hey, Justin. Yeah, I'm ready. Now don't go getting all excited like you did last year. You made me fall into the river. My fur was wet for a week.
Oops, my bad. But you know how excited we get. Me and my good buddy Flash love to have a good time, and this year is going to be the best.
Oh, the pain. Oh, I'm hurt. It hurts.
Hey, Flash.
Hey, Flash.
You ready, buddy old pal? Today's the big day. Hey, what seems to be the problem?
Oh, man. I feel so sick. I don't know if I can make it this year. Nishka says I should stay home in bed all day and get better. Oh, my stomach.
Oh, Flash, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. It's okay. We can go to the river another time. Right, Justin? Right, Justin?
What do you mean you can't go? We've waited months for today. Come on, man, you can't be that sick. Suck it up, Buttercup.
I know. I'm sorry, Justin, but I just can't do it. Oh, woe is me, the pain.
Hey, Justin, cool it. It's not his fault.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel good. I'm gonna go lie down.
It's okay, Flash. It's not your fault. Go rest, and I'll go talk to Justin.
Well, that's just great. Some pal. So much for the river games. I can't believe this.
Hey, Justin, so what's up with you? That wasn't very nice how you treated Flash earlier.
Well, yeah, but what about the river games? Aren't you a little bit upset too?
Well, yes, a little. But I'm more concerned that my friend is sick. And I'm also concerned by the way you're acting.
Concerned with me? Well, what for?
Nishka always told me that a good friend is one who thinks of others over themselves.
Well, Flash is my best buddy, and I do want to be a good friend.
Justin, it's easy to be selfish, but it's more important to put others' needs first. I love to help my friends. It makes me happy.
Man, sometimes I'm just not very good at being a good friend. I'm sorry, Daisy. Do you think Flash will forgive me?
Well, if I know Flash, I think so. How should we help him?
How about we make him some really good soup and take it to him?
Justin, I think that's a great idea. Let's go.
Hey there, buddy old pal. How's it going?
Oh, hey, Justin. I feel lousy. Sorry about messing up our river games day.
Well, we brought you some soup and an apology. I'm sorry for being so selfish earlier. You're my best friend, and the last thing I want is for you to be sick. Will you forgive me?
Sure, man. Thanks for the soup. It looks so good and yummy. But hey, where's the fry bread?
Oysters. They always do. They always do.
Hi, guys. What's up?
Hey, Raven. We were just talking about how much we like learning words in Cheyenne.
Yeah, it's pretty keen. Can we learn some more?
Of course, Flash. Anybody else want to learn?
I do.
Yeah, count me in.
That's great. It always makes me happy when kids want to learn their native language. How about we start with good morning?
Yeah, 'cause that's something I can say every day.
Okay, I bet you guys can pick this up pretty easily. Here's how you say it. Pivawona. That means it's a good morning. Blossom, you give it a try.
Pevi, Pui, Pevawana?
Is that right? Did I say it right? Very good. Who else wants to try?
Pivawana! I got it.
Excellent, Flash. You guys are smart. How about we try It's a Good Night?
Yeah, let's do that one.
All right. It goes like this. Pivot Da'ev. That means it's a good night. Who wants to go next? How about you, Justin?
Well, sure, okay. Peva time. Hey, quit laughing. Peva. You guys better be quiet.
Justin, listen to me. Slow it down, like this. Pivot Da'ev.
Peva Da'ev.
Justin, that's wonderful. You see, it just takes a little time.
God, are all Cheyenne words that hard to say?
No, of course not. Many words are much easier to say. But you guys did great. I'm glad I stopped by.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. I have to go now. But what do we say when somebody leaves?
I know. Stahosawumps.
See you next week. Stahosawumps.
Navasam. 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 Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too. I also hope you learned some things here in Fry Bread Flats. Do you remember your Cheyenne numbers? What if I said Navasam? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Stahosawumps. Can you say that? Stahosawumps. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time, right here in Fry Bread Flats.
You've such an easy smile, and in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling
Our culture is our prevention. Make the right choice.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Hamilton Beach, makers of quality home and commercial appliances, and by Zcals, providers of custom decals, graphics, and t-shirts, and by generous contributions from viewers like you.
We are back with another episode of Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge. We're going to finish up our fancy dance aprons that we started on the last episode. And I'm going to show you some tricks of the trade that I hold dear to me, kind of some stuff I figured out making Regalia. And, you know, these aprons that we're going to work on, this is kind of a staple for the powwow world as far as fancy dance go. We have our top and our bottom aprons. And what I've done is I've done a little bit of applique work on there. And I'll show you how I've done it. And from there, we're going to add the ribbon and go from there. So we've worked on these. These are just a little kid's outfit, but you know, all you need to do is just change up the measuring, and you can do this for any style, any size. So these can also be an adult. You just got to change up to like the inches from here, there, from the width and the height and stuff. So take whatever, you know, like I've done in the past for the last episode and just kind of add to it. So we're going to get to it. Last episode, what we did, we infused both materials together. We used the white cotton on the bottom, and then we used our print on the top. Going back into it, we used the white because it makes the base of it very vibrant. It brings out all the colors in the top color, and all the other colors that the print actually has, it makes it pop. So that's why I like to use the white cotton. To further infuse this, I'm going to round this around with bias tape. You can buy this at your most all fabric stores. The bias tape actually holds material together. It comes in several different colors and also different widths and sizes. This one I'm just going to use a double fold, fold it over, and we should be good from there. Later on during the show, I'm going to add all my ribbon to that bottom of the bias tape. So let's get started with this. I'm going to start with our bias tape. Like right now, what we did before is we have a small little line of heap-on tape holding it together to infuse it. This allows it to, hold in place so it doesn't move too much when I actually sew. And then the bias tape on top, it's just going to go around the edges, all the way around the edge. So let me get started with that. Usually when I start this stitch on this, I'm not going to go with a zigzag. I'm just going to go a straight in line. It makes it a whole lot faster when I'm sewing so I can continue on doing other work. So, and also the other thing I want to do is I'm going to match up the color of my thread with my bias tape. So you don't actually see it, and it's almost like invisible. So with this, it's a yellow, so I'm going to go with my yellow thread. And I'm going to start winding up my machine real quick. We're just going to jump right into this. Let me load my machine. And later on down the other shows, we're going to get into different shows on how to load certain machines and stuff. I run a Janami, which is pretty easy, and it's also self-loading. I really don't have to put my, dig down into there and actually look in the needle to actually load it. It actually loads itself. So if you ever are shopping around for a sewing machine, kind of look for that. It would help you out a lot. I'm telling you, I had to change out threads all the time, and it saves my eyes because I really don't have to look down inside the thread. Inside the needle to actually load my thread. So all I'm doing now is I'm just wrapping the bias tape around the edge of my material. And I'm going to do this, and I'm going to try to hold this in place while I sew it down. And later on, when you're sewing, you'll get used to actually holding it. The only problem is when you start to do rounded edges, you're gonna have to pull the bias tape a little, give it a little bit of tension, and that way it'll wrap around your edges. If you have a straight end angle, sometimes it's good to actually undo your needle and redo your alignment when you actually sew down. So let's get into this. So we finished up with our bias tape. What we did was just run it all the way around the edges. And what it does is, it makes your pieces look neater, holds everything together and fuses your materials together if you're working with several different types of material. Next step up was what I'm going to do is I'm going to start adding my design work. This is, done with, other materials and, actually stacking them on top and making different designs. And like I said, you can utilize any style of designs that you want. They could be, your own preferable designs, something you come up with, something that's a family design, it could be anything, anything you want. This is kind of like your blank canvas. And this blank canvas that I'm working with, I always want to know my limitations as far as the height and the width and stuff like that. The other part is the top of here. Since this is the bottom apron, usually what I like to do is I like to fold the top over and make a loop, and that way I can actually insert like shoestring, and that way I can tie it on the side. So what I'm actually talking about is I like to fold this over, and that way there's a little crease inside here to run my shoestring through, and that way when I get ready I can tie it on the side. It's always good to tie these things tight when you're dancing because you don't want these aprons to fall off because you kind of look goofy when you do. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of fold this over, use my iron to actually hold the fold down, And I'm just kind of eyeball it. I'm gonna say about maybe like 2 inches. And just kind of hold it down. I'm just gonna iron a straight line right across over and over. And then from there, I'm just gonna like tack one single like stitch line straight at the bottom. And that way, when you fold it back over, you know exactly the length that you can work with, you know all the material, you know that you can place on here, and your limitations on here. So from there, I'm just gonna tack this down real quick. Okay, now we got our little line here. You know, this way, you don't want to go past this line, because if you ever sew on this, you know, all you're going to do is, you know, you're going to clog up your little loop here, so you won't be able to add any like shoestrings to. So you know now that, you know, this little line is your limitation. That's as far as you can go with all your design work. I've already started doing my design work, and I kind of did it like last night, but I'll walk you through on how I actually got there. Using heat bond, what we do is, you know, the best way I like to do my design work is to sketch it out beforehand. Just get your piece of paper and kind of draw out some designs and kind of custom fit it to whatever you want. This one, I wanted to do a border on both sides, so what I'm going to do is just a straight border here on both ends, and then I'm going to throw some little applique designs in there. And in the center, this family, they wanted an eagle. I've done my own eagles before, and I kind of like to keep my templates and stuff. And so what we're going to do is just some applique work and then do an eagle in the center. This one, I already pre-cut it and stuff. This is just going through and using heat bond like we've used in the past. This allows it to give it a stiffness that I can utilize and work with. And you know, I've already cut this one out and actually got this one ready for you guys. It's a little off, but you know, I can move it and then I can correct it. So I need to go a little bit lower with this. I'm just going to correct it real quick and round it. Okay, see, like I said, you know, you don't want to go past your stitch mark, because once you do that, you're going to clog up your little loop. So from there, it fits perfectly. And all I'm going to do is just pull the adhesive off. And now we're ready to heat bond this together. Now, working with sequins, they don't actually take heat very well. You don't want to use your iron on her too long, because what's going to happen is if you do it too long, these sequins are actually held on with adhesives themselves. With a really hot iron, you'll actually pull the sequins off. So what you want to do when you first iron the sequin material is you want to run the iron really, you don't want to keep the iron on there too long. Kind of real quick, you know, as long as it's just set on there, it should be good. And another cool trick is, this is the same piece of paper I just pulled off the back. It fits perfectly on top. And so all I want to do is just run my iron, run it over it. Like I said, you don't want to keep your iron on there too long, because it'll actually pull the sequins off. And next thing you know, you got sequins all over your iron, and when you wake up in the morning and go to work, you'll have sequins on your shirt. So you just barely want to tack it on there, because like I said, when it gets too hot, it starts pulling these sequins off. And the cool part is, the sequins material actually has an adhesive on it itself too. So you can see it's on there pretty good. You know, I don't want to go any more than that. I just want to leave it just like that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack this down around here with my zigzag. Preferably, I like to use very small, like zigzag stitch. I try to make it almost invisible. And also the thread that I'm going to use on this one, since it's a black sequin, I'm just going to go with a black stitch all the way up and down and all the way around. So let me jump on that. I'm going to just do a little small little zigzag to tack this down. I'm just going to do the whole border of this little black design real quick. Now
now we've tacked this down, you know, we've got one side all ready to go. I'm going to start going through my design work. Like I said, I've already sketched this out earlier last night. I've already gone through and kind of like played around with some designs. I'm going to show you how, you know, I kind of come up with some designs that I do. You know, this is pretty easy, just pretty easy like geometric designs on this one. So we finally got this tacked down. I'm going to start layering this again. I'm going to start another design. I want these to correlate on both sides, so I kind of got the measurements that I want on here. I'm going to make this uniform, so it's going to look perfectly just like on the other side. This is kind of like a geometric design I just kind of came up with. And like I said, you know, you can come up with any kind of sketches that you want. Heat-bond allows you to make any kind of designs and, you know, cut them out. And all you need to do is like this, you know, just kind of heat-bond it on, cut your design out, and then you can drop it onto another piece of material and just sew it in. You can continuously stack and stack, but remember, if you're going to make a lot of different designs, don't use heat-bond heavy, use heat-bond light, because it starts to gunk up the needle after a while. So all I'm going to do now is just pull this, pull the paper off, then the adhesives that be on the bottom. From there, and I've already measured out the dead center where I need to be. It's going to be on this one, and you know, your measurements are going to be totally different. This is just from my this design here. So I'm going to utilize, you know, like the piece of paper that I took off from the border, just kind of drop it in there. And like I said, you really don't want to get this material too hot, because you'll start to pull off the sequence. And if you watch, I just barely went over with the iron with this metallic gold. This metallic gold takes the adhesive really well too. You don't have to really iron it too hard. And if you do, this is kind of the material I've talked about in the past that will actually start to melt. And you don't want to do that too much. So barely want to do these ones. This is kind of a gentle material. From this, you know, since this gold, I don't actually have a gold thread. I'm just going to go with the easy white just to actually make it invisible. So let me tack this down real quick. And here we go. So now we've finished up this design, this gold metallic design. I just want to emphasize, you know, like when we actually do stitch this in, I like to keep on the very outside and just kind of infuse the materials together. I used the white on this gold, and if you look at it, you really can't really see it that well, and that's what I want. You know, I want it to be almost invisible, like, you know, the two materials are just formed that way. And so that's kind of how I did it, and that's all I just want to say is just, you know, you always just want to run to the very edges of the materials and just kind of make them infuse together. Now I came up with another design that what I'm going to do is this one's a little bit more trickier, and you know, don't worry about it, you know, your design work will come out. This one, if you look, I kind of did a little stacking, you know, here, 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 and I kind of did some color combinations where it's kind of going from lightest to darkest with another geometric design. This is kind of a cool trick, you know, it's kind of eye-catching, and it's a little bit more kind of crazier in the geometrics and stuff. So, but all I got to do now is heat bond this together, and we should be good. I'm going to do one up here, and then I'm going to do another one adjacent, coming the other way, and that way it looks like it's coming together. This way I'm just going to heat bond it together and tack this down. You want a good seed on here because, you know, working with stacked materials, it's hard to get a good iron seed. And looks like we're about there. Because, you know, that's the hardest thing is when you start to sew and then the material starts to pop up and you have to undo your sewing machine and come back up on it. So I'm there. I'm going to place this one. I just want these to intersect just like so. So now I'm just going to heat bond these together. And to save time, you know, I'm going to go ahead and heat bond these together, and I'm going to run my stitch from one top to the bottom, just kind of crisscrossing. And really kind of want to get, you know, to the very edges. You just want to iron them right here on the very edges. Like I said, you don't want to put the iron right here, because if it gets too hot, you're going to start pulling these sequins off. And it looks like we got it. All right, let me tack this down. And we were back, and with the power of television and my super fast sewing machine, we just did all our design work within a couple of seconds. I really recommend getting one of these machines because they're super fast. I'm just kidding. Actually, I've done these designs earlier last night, and I tricked you. I actually did these, and all I had to do is tack these down. But going through it, all we got to do is just tack these down. Like I said, going through the design work, it's just kind of stacking. You can place one material at the bottom and then kind of stack. So on top of that one, place another material, stack that. And that's pretty much all it is. Next thing up, the family wanted me to do an eagle, and going through, doing my regalia and stuff, I started sketching out a couple of eagles, and I made a couple of templates using masking tape and thick pieces of material. That way I can always continuously use it. The eagle I came up with is kind of my own version. It's kind of I don't know, it's kind of more modern-like. And I came out with 2 pieces. Actually, I came out with 4. I've got, like a white tail and a white head, just to show it's a bald eagle. So I'm just gonna place this right about dead center. I'm gonna start pulling off the material, but I'm just kind of getting a feel for it. And without taking off the paper, you can kind of move it around and kind of situate where you want it. So I'm kind of feeling it. It looks about good there. So we're just gonna tack him on there. So I pre-did this already. So I'm not really cheating you. I'm just kind of going a little fast. But, like in our back segments, I kind of showed how we did our applique. And this is kind of one of the things I've done in the past. So I just want to align this. Since it's in 2 pieces, I can kind of spread the wings out a little bit. I want to kind of get it even on both sides, right about here to there. And I'm just eyeballing it. You can use your measuring devices, like what they call a ruler, but I'm just really just eyeballing this one. And the other thing, what I'm going to do is, like I said, this material doesn't really take heat that well, and I don't want to mess it up, and I don't want to gunk up my my iron. So I'm just going to take a piece of copy paper, and since I've already got everything layered and set where I want it to, I'm just going to take the copy paper and run right over it. This way I don't damage the material and I don't mess up my iron, or I don't get any adhesive on the iron. Because that's another thing is, you'll start to get adhesive and your iron will start to gunk up. Now if you see, this is perfectly level, everything is perfect. The stitches, when I do my stitch, this material is not going to pop up. So now all I'm going to do is just go around here, outline it in black, and then from there I'm going to inlay the white and do the white, and then we're finished with this eagle. And bam, we're done. Okay, so we're finished with the black part of my eagle. Let me go ahead and cut this off. And cut back here. Some people do this at the very end. I'm kind of a stickler, it bugs me. So I usually have to cut them off right at the beginning. Now all I'm gonna do now is attach my tail and the little head for my eagle. And I'm just gonna place it like so. Just gonna slowly tack it down. Looks like I'm gonna have to use my paper. And it's down. I'm gonna put my head, screw my head on, so the bird knows how to fly right. And that looks about good. There. And voila, I made an eagle. Whoa. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna actually have to tack the head down now. Using the same stitch, I'm only using a zigzag, very close. I'm gonna change my thread out to white because I don't wanna go black because it would kind of make it look a little off. So I'm just gonna kind of make this invisible using white thread. And now we come to the part where the eagle is tacked down. We've actually outlined it in black. The head and the tail we did white, so everything is kind of transitioned and you can't really see it. It's almost invisible. This eagle, like I've told you, like I mentioned, I've made a template of it and I utilize this a lot, and I totally forgot I actually did it on this shirt. So this same eagle that I have on the shirt I actually did here too. So it's always good to keep your templates. You can always utilize them again over and over and over. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to finish this up. I came up with a crazy little circle design using geometrics and stuff. So I'm just going to tack that down. And, you know, this is pretty easy. Kind of did the same thing with stacking and with my geometrics. And I'm just going to place this right dead center. I've already pulled off my adhesive, so it's ready to go. But I think it's going to look really good just right here. And I'm kind of keeping with the same color coordinations. So all I've got to do now is just heap on this together, tack this down, and we're done for this outfit. After that, we're just going to go ahead and start doing our ribbon. And this guy's ready to go here in a minute. 2 seconds on this one. Watch. So what I did is, you know, like just now finished up our circle design. This one's pretty easy because I've already done the applique firsthand. And all I had to do was just tack this down, and pretty much this whole apron set is done. You know, I've got all my designs from left to right, got my eagle in there, got my circle designs. Pretty much this one, I feel like, you know, this one came out pretty good. I also did the top the same way, so it actually matches. On the back, I did the same correlating designs. And so I think what all we need to do now is I'm going to attach the ribbon on the very outsides, and this one's ready for contest after that. We're going to finish up here. I'm going to show you a really neat trick on how I cut my ribbon out. This will save you a lot of time. A long time ago when I first started cutting out ribbon, I was cutting it out one at a time. And with the different colors, what I did is I used to get a template, you know, of how long I wanted my ribbon, and I'd pull out like all my, you know, like bins of ribbon, and I would cut that one and, you know, actually merge them together. I learned a new trick where I use a cardboard piece, and I'm going to wrap it, and then I'm going to cut it at the bottom, and it's going to knock all your ribbon out in one single swoop. So let's get started on that.
There are many cutting tools to choose from, but a simple pair of shears is the best way to go. Shears are different from scissors in that they have different sized handles instead of same sized handles, offering better leverage when in use. These asymmetrical handles are also bent upwards, so fabric stays flat on the table during cutting. You may want to invest in 2 pairs, one for fabric and one for paper. Paper cutting dulls shears, making it difficult to cut fabric, which needs sharper blades to get a smooth, clean cut.
Okay, we're back, and like I said, we're going to start off with this piece of cardboard. This is pretty good. You know, all you got to do is measure it out, and, you know, to the length of material you want. The cool part is, you know, if you look, all I'm going to do is once I start cutting, this is going to be the same length as here to the here. Now you can cut this, you know, whatever you want. You can go from like make it longer, or, you know, if you need to make it super long, you can actually wind it this way. This way, you know, you can wind it and cut the bottom, and you're going to have all your ribbon work right here. This is my favorite piece of cardboard. I used this before. All I'm going to do is wind this up right here. So all you got to do is take your ribbon and just wind it. I've used this cardboard many times. So there, there. This will cut all your ribbon really easily. Now you want to get them all straight, and sometimes it is hard to work with. But this allows you to cut a lot of pieces of ribbon all together. So once you've got it, you know, once you start at the bottom right here, all you got to do now is take your scissors and cut. And from there, you got all your ribbon just perfectly ready to go to sew on. All you got to do here is just bend this right at the very ends and tack it down. So we're going to do this over and over and over with all the different colors and stuff. You know, depending on how many colors you're going to go with, you know, like you can use your cardboard over and over. But that way you can also, like, from here you can kind of color coordinate where you want your ribbon, how you want it to flow, and go from there. So once again, we're wrapping up our segment on making fancy dance aprons. You know, I want to thank everyone out there for writing me. You can also, you know, if you want to inbox me, you can always send a message at lonelodgecatv7 at yahoo.com. And if you want to catch up on any past episodes that we have, you can always go to catv47.com, check out Making Regalia, and that's where we're going to hold all our videos for, like, for our shows. Thanks again for everyone tuning in. I think next segment we're going to do a grass dance outfit. So tune in for that. Aho, people.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Oh no. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana anani, cha.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age.
Welcome, friends. My name is Joaquin Lone Lodge, coming to you straight from Concho, Oklahoma. I have the privilege of actually starting this new show, bringing you step-by-step instructions on how to do Native American artwork, beadwork, applique, and other facets of Native American regalia. Through our segments, I'll be teaching you how to do the most contemporary, modern design work to the most traditional Native American artwork. So first things first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. Here on the show, I'll be teaching you a lot of facets as far as sewing, beadwork, and a lot of people think this is actually just for women only. Here in the Powell world, there's a lot of actually males that actually do sew and bead, like myself. And you know, I've gone to different fabric stores, and actually I like to go down to Fabric District downtown LA. That's just one of the facets I do. My background, you know, I'm actually a former U.S. Marine. I've raced motorcycles, you know, I've actually played football, so not everything is actually just for the women. Another little about my background is I've competed Native American style of dance ever since I was 2 years old. So I've traveled all the way from the state of Florida, all the way to California, all the way up into Canada. Native American dance has given me these opportunities where I can compete anywhere and actually go different places. I've seen things that, you know, if I wasn't actually in dancing, I probably would have never seen. But for me to compete, you know, I had to actually build my own regalia. And so that's where I've come upon to actually learn how to sew and bead for myself. And hopefully through these shows, I can actually show you how to bead and so you can continue on. So when I first started dancing, it's kind of a funny story what it happened. I was 2 years old. My grandparents and my mom actually took me to a powwow in Scottsdale, Arizona. You know, as you know, little Indian kid I was, you know, I'd run around in my diapers and stuff like that. And at the time, my mom was walking around the powwow, searching at different stands, and my grandparents wanted to see the men's fancy dance contest. And so they thought that my mom was actually watching me, and so they went up to the arena and they ran into my mom, and they both realized that neither of them were actually watching me. They went back to the stand, searched around, couldn't find me, and once they looked actually into the arena, I was actually in the arena dancing with the men, just with my baby bottle and my diapers. And so from then on, my grandparents decided that I would actually dance men's fancy. They began making my own regalia, and from there, you know, I continued on to where I am now. So now I've been dancing for about 32 years going on. I've won so many powwows as far as across the nations, Skamitsyn, Red Earth, and Verona, and I've actually danced all the way up into Canada too. So from our segments, I'll be teaching you how to do most concept design work, and the cool part is you don't have to be the best artist out there. I'm going to show you tricks of the trade. So actually you can use copy machines if you see like a style of artwork that you really like that you want to actually implement onto, say your medium is like material. The best way to do it is actually, from my design work, is I'll draw out templates, and I'll draw my artwork and then transfer from template to the material, and then from there we'll actually transfer onto the medium. So now to show you how to get to the different steps, first of all, we start off with paper. That's pretty much the basis of all of my artwork. you know, you can actually you don't have to be the best artist, like I said. You can use copy machines. If you see an image that you want to use, you can actually cut that out and use that for your template. The cool part about using copy machines is I've noticed is actually you can change the different sizes. So if you want to make a design bigger, you can actually, you know, bump up the actual size on the printer, or you can actually make it smaller if you want to. I can actually do the same thing with my design work. I can actually design whatever I want and use it on a copy machine and change the resolution and the size of it to fit whatever medium I want. But from there, what we want to do is you'll take your design and we're going to cut out the design and use masking tape. Using masking tape is awesome because you can actually trace it around whatever medium you want to and continue using it later on. You can use it in the future design works, or you save it for something else. So let's get started. The first design I want to start out with is really simple. It is actually a geometric teepee. I love teepees because of my last name, Lone Lodge, and a lot of my design work I try to implement teepees in. Kind of like my signature. This one is really simple because you don't have to be an artist to this one. As long as you get your measurements perfect, you can always make a perfect teepee. So what I like to do is I like to make my teepees elongated. It seems like it's better off. So the width will be kind of shorter and the length will be actually longer to actually spread the teepee out. So what we're going to first start to do for the geometric teepee is I'm actually going to draw out a rectangle. The rectangle, of course, is pretty easy to do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to actually make this one a little bit bigger so everyone can see. So I'm going to draw this one 8 inches tall. This is actually going to be a really big teepee. So what you do is you just take your piece of paper and your ruler, draw like 8 inches, and from here we're going to go 4.5. So take from the edge of the paper, 4.5, 4.5. And I got my marks, and I'll draw my straight line. Perfect. Perfect. And what I also like to do, because I'm actually going to be using this over and over and over to make the designs inside the teepee, I like to actually draw phantom lines, as I like to call them. That way I know exactly where the center is at. So from 4.5, that'd be 2.25. So draw 2.25. From there, I don't like really darken this line in because it's just kind of, like I said, a phantom line. And then from the 8 inches, of course, it's going to be 4 and 4 there. Okay, and that's pretty much your basis of your teepee. From here, what we're going to do is we're going to make the triangle of the teepee. So, from end to end, all I do is connect from here to there. Now notice that I am making it like an extra large teepee. I'm only doing this because I'm actually doing this for instructional purposes. Now if you want to use this on a different medium and actually make it smaller, all you got to do is just change out the measurements of it and you'll be done after that. So continue on with this design. A lot of contemporary teepees will have steps on here. It's kind of the norm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the steps in here. And a lot of people like to either do it from the V line or actually from here. I'm just going to add it straight here. So I'm going to measure this out. Let's go 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch is good. So there. Straight down. Another 1/2 inch. And 1/2 inch from the V line. Okay, and now we'll just cut our teepee out. And like I said, you know, like these templates that you can use them over and over and over. And for my storage, I've got like a lot of these templates, which is cool because sometimes, you know, if I'm trying to create a design or something, I can always revert back to them and look back, or I can add them to different pieces and then they all look different. There's that. There's your base of your teepee. And let's just cut out the steps. And the other way you can actually keep your templates from actually damage is I like to use masking tape. What I'll do is I'll masking tape the entire piece and then I'll actually have to cut it out of the masking tape. But from there, when I do my tracing and stuff, it doesn't actually ruin the edges, and the actual points at the ends will actually stay sharp. A lot of times when you actually do trace, sometimes, you know, it'll actually wear these ends out. I don't, you know, that way you can always get your design perfect again. So from there, I'll flip this over, and there you got your teepee. So I got my teepee done here. What I'm going to do is, I know it's kind of hard to see on top of the paper, so I'm going to, for clarity, I'm going to put on this on my material right here so you can see it. That is your beginning of your first teepee. Later on, what I'm going to do is, since I still got my phantom lines here, I can actually do design work inside this and actually make it more detailed work. But this is how you make your first teepee. From here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to trace this onto heat bond, transfer it onto material, and then we'll sew it onto our median. I like to do this on top of, you know, actual like design shirts, as far as like dress shirts, hoodies, you know, pretty much you can put this on just about anything. So from there, this is a pretty tall teepee. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start my design work inside the teepee. That way we can add more colors to it. You know, we can make, what I like to do is actually I like to make darker colors into lighter colors. So I'll start with maybe a dark, maybe an orange, like a red, and then go orange, and then yellow, and then white, or something to protrude that. So from here, I'm going to start another design. A real easy one to do is I'm just going to mimic the outside and just do another triangle. So from here, probably do 1/2 inch on both sides of the bottom. From here, I'm actually going to, instead of doing 1/2 inch, I'm actually going to do about 1.5 inches. So I draw this line, bam. Just like that. So what we're going to do is when we start piecing our materials together, this piece and this outer piece will be exact same color, because that'll be our outside color. From here, we're going to cut this out, and we'll actually use a different material to change out our colors and stuff. Another thing I like to do for tricks is I actually like to do different color threads. So on here, if this is maybe, I'd say maybe a dark red or something, I'll use a maroon just to throw another color into it. So I forgot our first design in here. The second one is going to be a little bit different from here. Real easy one to do is we're going to actually do steps in here. So from here, we're going to just measure like how much room we've actually got to work with. Currently, from the top of the base here to here, we have 6.5. So we're going to go every 2 inches, and we're going to put a step in there. Actually, we'll make this more detailed. We'll go every inch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5, I think, is going to be our bare minimum that we're going to get out of this. So from there, we'll just draw our straight lines.
See it for a second. See it for a second.
That's it. That was all. That's why I got an eraser, because sometimes I do mess up a lot. One thing to actually keep your line straight is actually to mark it more than once as far as your inch. So go 5 up, and over here we'll continue on. We'll mark another one, but we're just going to make small little tiny marks so no one can really see them. 4, and there's 5. And 5. So we got a little indentions here. This will keep our lines perfectly straight. There's 1. Okay, now we got our steps. Let's see. Okay, the steps are like, this is what we're going to do in transition is we're actually going to do a different color for like this design. Another way to actually keep all your templates together is before you cut this out, because this is going to be pretty much your masterpiece, before I cut this, I'm actually going to draw it one more time and trace it for the first time. That way I have all the pieces together. So what I'll do is I'm going to trace this piece out, our masterpiece. So I have it later on. Okay, so I'm actually going to cut this piece out right now. This piece right here is the outer side, and since I've already drawn it here, I still have it, and I'm going to cut this one that I just traced out. And what we're doing is we're actually creating all the templates for this one design. There's that. And there's that. So now you can see we actually have another piece inside here that we're actually going to use for a different material. It's already perfectly aligned, perfectly measured out. So this one's going to be another piece. And now we're going to draw another piece inside here, and then another piece and another piece, and so on. So what we'll do again is we're going to trace this out just so we have it. For later use. Just like that. Now we're going to create the steps. This one's going to change up the design of how we're going to work with this. So the steps, just draw straight down. I'm trying to eyeball this right now. Usually what I'll use is my ruler and I'll actually get perfect measurements, but I'm just going to eyeball this one. This one's kind of easy to do. It's usually you can do it just by eyeballing, but if you really want to get it perfect, you can use your ruler and actually do the measurements. Okay, now we got our steps. Now we're just going to cut it out. Almost done cutting out our steps. And this will actually be another color, another material that we'll work with. So what we're doing is we're just making another template for another piece of material. So if you see this, you can kind of understand what we're actually doing is making, we're actually stacking the material on top of the material. Let's see, here's the other triangle that I drew out earlier. So now I still have it. Then I'll put that one just where it was before, and now we'll put the steps in the middle, just like that. Now we're gonna do one more triangle in the middle of this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw this out again so we have it again, and I'll draw another triangle and cut this one out. So take your paper over here, your scratch paper, And we're just going to trace this out again. Now going all over design work, you know, this is pretty common. Usually I do this a lot for all my design work, to actually do steps and actually to layer a lot of material. So you're going to get used to it. So what I do is cut these steps out one more time. There we go, perfect replica. So now, if you look, we have steps in there, and I'll make another one. What I like to do is change it up. Instead of doing the steps this time, we'll go back and do another triangle. So what I do is just find the center of this, which is there. And all I gotta do with my ruler is I want to keep my triangle not touching the steps, or close to as possible. So what I just do is I'm just going to find the center here and just draw from end to end. Just like so. From there, just cut off these steps from your master. And there you go. Now, right now, you're working with 4 different materials you can work with. And like I said, I like to go transition from the lightest colors to the darkest, or, you know, vice versa. It's whatever you want to do. So from now, what we have is we got our first template. This one, we are working with 4 different materials. We can continue on all the way to the very bottom. But right now, this is what we have so far. Okay, so what we've done, we've actually started our design work for our first teepee. This one, you know, we've worked with 4 different materials, so we created 4 different patterns so we can utilize it and actually transfer it onto the medians. First, we got our smaller teepee, and then we have one that's kind of like has steps on it. This one kind of throws it up a little bit, it gives it more detail work. Then we have our other ones, our other triangles. But the best way we can do it is when we first put them together, we're going to stack them on top of each other. So you have your outer triangle over here, then you have your smaller ones in here in the middle. Just like so. There. Very simple, very easy to do. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to actually pick out our colors that we're going to use. My preference is I always like to use darker to lighter colors. Sometimes I actually like to use, on the very outer piece, I actually like to use a print. That one kind of throws off my design just a little bit, but then in the middle of it, I'll actually use the lighter tones to the darker tones. It just kind of adds to it. It makes it kind of a unique piece that I like to look at. So from there, you know, it's whatever you decide you want to use, whatever colors you want to do. And, you know, you can either go vice versa. You can go from, you know, darkest to lightest to darkest. It depends on what you want to do. But the cool part is that since you actually have these templates, you can continue using them later down. You can save them for another piece or continue using them on more pieces. You know, the best thing I like to do is always masking tape them. That way you always keep your ends very neat, and after time, you know, you don't have to worry about them actually getting rough. So from here, what we're going to do is actually pick out whatever fabrics we want to use. I like to use a lot of satins. Satins work really well. I don't like to use any stretchy types of material or a lot of sequins. A lot of sequins will actually bind up your actual sewing machine. But, you know, there are occasions I will use sequin material. I like to stay away from any kind of stretchy materials because that one is really, really hard to work with. You don't really want to work with too much stretchy materials because your seam will never really actually stitch in really well. The most basic ones I like to use is cottons, satins, and there's some materials out there you might want to watch to stay away from. They'll actually have kind of like glue already based on there. That'll actually gunk up your machine too, and a lot of times it's actually hard to stitch in. The other thing is like I said, is like to use different color like threads. Sometimes if I'm working with a piece that actually has multi-colors, I'll use the exact same thread color. That way you can't actually see my actual threads, or I'll actually change it up and maybe use a darker one to actually put more color into it. So now on completion, what we've done, we created a very, very simple, very unique geometric teepee. What I have always liked about this is, this is more traditional designs. I'm partial to these designs. I like them a lot. I've actually got one tattooed on me at the moment, and but like I said, this is one I really appreciate. This one is very simple, very easy, and like I said, you don't have to be the best artist in the world to actually create this geometrics, because most of the geometrics are actually done by measurement. That's usually how you get your straightest lines, is actually the best measurement. Now, if you want to review like how we actually created this template, or you just want to miss a step, or you want to review any of the segments, we'll actually be broadcasting all these segments on the Cheyenne and Arapaho television website. At this time, I personally want to thank you for tuning in our first show on actually how to do applique. Here later on, we're going to have more segments to actually do beadwork and to do more design work. So stay with us, and thank you. Aho.
Making powwow regalia is truly an art form. If you would like more information on how you can get started, contact Joaquin Lone Lodge at 405-476-9291. Or you can email him at jlonelodge@c-a-tribes.org.
Born January 1941 in Kingfisher County. I was born at Lane Bull allotment, northwest of Kingfisher. And that time of the year, all the Cheyennes in that community used to make camps out there because there was plentiful wood and game such as deer, cottontails, jackrabbits, and food. So the different families had teepees and box tents, and that's where my mother gave birth. So I was born there. And I have 7 brothers and 3 sisters. Family of 11. We lost a younger brother when he was young. And my mother and father, my mother was maiden name was Turtle. My father's name was James Black Bear White Eagle. And he was from Fonda community east of Sealing. And I attended schools there in Kingfisher. And it was difficult when I first went to school because we only knew the Cheyenne language. And to be put in a school system is difficult to comprehend, what they were saying. Yeah, my parents, they explained to us that they went through a severe punishment in boarding schools, how they were punished for speaking Cheyenne, how they were carted off to Colony and Caddo Spring, that their hair was cut and they were given uniform and taught how to march to churches. And so they said, well, it's important you learn the English language because, it's Viho, that's what he expects from me, which why, man. Well, the language itself wasn't taken away. It was just based on my parents' experience being punished for speaking Cheyenne. They wanted us to avoid being punished. So they always told us that it was important for us to learn, about the white ways in order to, survive. So I attended school there and graduated. I was the first one to graduate in our family. And my parents, they were really, it was an overwhelming experience to see his son, graduate. And so after graduation, I went military. And after military, I came back home and had my battles with alcohol and drugs. And I had an attitude problem. And I had a racial problem as far as me, viewing the white community. The white community was the one that caused all this suffering on our people. And when I was stationed in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, I've seen a form of the discrimination, prejudice towards the black race. And I was caught up in that cycle. And a lot of times I couldn't go into public restaurants, waiting stations for buses. And I was told to sit in the back. So I told you, I had to explain myself to these people that I wasn't black, I was American Indian. And they told me that didn't make any difference because my skin was dark. So it was kind of a bitter experience, and now I understand, how our black brothers, kind of life they experienced. And so after I got out of service, then I traveled, went to school for 2 years in Los Angeles, and a place called National Schools of California. It was right adjacent to Southern Cal. And I was doing real good. And so I ran into tribal members, Cheyenne tribe, and they told me about where all the Indians, always go and socialize. So they said, why don't you come down with us? So I went down to a place they called Columbine on 3rd Main in Los Angeles. 3rd Main is what you call Skid Row. And that's where all different tribes gathered to socialize. So I was dismissed from the school, and it was my fault for not, attending the school classes. So I found myself no relatives in the area, no community, and started living on Skid Row. Robbing people, stealing, anything that supported my habit. I got to a point where I felt like, there was nothing to live for. There was no purpose. And one night I tried to commit suicide 3 times. First effort was to walk across Harbor Freeway, which is 11 lane. And I made it across, no incident. Then my second thought was to find a tall building and to go at the edge of this building and throw myself off. So I found a tall building on Wilshire Boulevard, and I made my way to the edge of on the roof, and I threw myself off, and I went down 3 stories high and hit on top of a canopy, and I bounced off and I hit on a car, then on a street, and I knocked the wind out of myself and didn't break anything. So I was frustrated. So I thought, well, I'll go to Griffith Park and let, those people do me in, because that's where all the, thugs, all the drugs. I figured, well, I'll get somebody up there to do me in. So I went up there and provoked people to, do me in. And that was unsuccessful. So I realized that maybe today wasn't my day to kill myself, die. So I made my way back to 3rd and Main, and I came across a little church. And I went inside, and people, prayed for me, and they anointed my head, and so when they put their hands on me, that's when I felt the power of the Holy Spirit. And so it changed my life from that point to where I'm at today. And I came back to Oklahoma, and so I got involved in my local church and started doing community projects. And I got this invitation from the United Methodist Church out of Washington, D.C. And they wanted, 13 American Indians nationwide to participate in the Martin Luther King March, in the Selma March. And they were going to pay our expenses. And we arrived in Selma. There was a lot of black brothers all over in the community. And there was a lot of tension in the community, mainly, from the white people. And so they took us to Brown Chapel, AME Church, and there was leaders there, and Dr. King and Ralph Abernathy, Joe Lowry, John Lewis. They explained to us that it was going to be a dangerous march, that, we might be attacked physically, or we might be shot, snipers. But they said they would do all they could to, look out for our safety. So they made 5 attempts to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge. First day they tried, we were met by police using bully club to drive us back. Second day we tried, they used canine police dogs, to drive us back. And the third day they used horses to stampede the marchers. And that didn't work, so we went back. And the fourth day, we tried again, and we were met with people with water hose. The water hose were really powerful, it knocked people down, and they couldn't go forward. So everybody was getting upset about it, and we had a lot of young people that were wanting to take action physically. And Dr. King, he kept stressing that this was a nonviolent march. And Robert Kennedy issued this injunction against the police and against the state police and local officers. And, his warning was that people would be held accountable if they prevented us from marching. So that was good news, and so they cleared the way for us to cross the bridge. And once we made the bridge crossing, and we were told that we had 47 miles to march, that we would march 10 miles each day. So we marched, first day we marched 10 miles, and when we arrived there, we had black churches in that area, small community, set up camps, opened their churches, and they had food for us, water, and overnight rest while they cook us breakfast, then we'd leave, go to march another 10 miles, and we were treated the same way. And the third stop, that night we were all sitting around, and there was an announcement that there was going to be a little concert put on to entertain us. And we were all sitting around. The first one that performed was Tony Bennett. And when Tony Bennett finished, the Temptations came out. And then the third group was Impression. And Dr. King requested one song, and the song was People Get Ready. And so, that song is really special. And we have workshop after the march, workshops and registering people to vote. So I took advantage going to all these workshops before I left, come back to Oklahoma. And American Indian wasn't made citizens until 1924, which means that they never had no civil rights or, constitutional rights to fall on. The rights they had was a treaty right, and those treaties were made and they were broken because Congress, found that these treaties weren't binding. The Indians can't do anything, so we'll just, keep pacifying them that this can be better. Now, I guess that's where I learned a lot through education, all these, wrongdoing. It could make one bitter, but it also can motivate and it can inspire. And I think my education, I've been able to utilize that in so many ways, positively. And even when I was on the business committee, having developed a tribal burial, we came up with a smoke shop, came up with a car tag program, and won a lawsuit involving oil and gas. And I learned a lot when I was on the business committee through the federal court. And I used to sit in on all the cases that were being sued. And that was my classroom. I testified before Congress, and at that time was trying to get more money for education. So I ran into some people that were there representing tribal colleges, and that really fired me up. So I came back and I told my colleague, I'd like to have your authorization to go to Arizona, South Dakota, Montana, Nebraska, to visit these tribal colleges. Come back and give you my recommendation. So they sent me to these places. So I talked to the administrators, faculty. I had to look at their budget and talk to students, see what kind of courses they offer and what kind of degree. So I came back and I talked to our director, education, and he was really enthused about it. I told him, well, why don't we seek funding, for the Concho boarding school to upgrade and get this college going. So my colleagues were more concerned about bingo. They wanted to use this gymnasium to have their own bingo hall. So, I was disappointed they didn't, follow through. But I'm glad that the next director came in, was able to get to Tribal College, established in Weatherford. I began to listen, parents and school system. We had a high rate of dropout. A lot of our students were dropping out. And the absentee was very high. I went and paid a visit with the superintendent of schools. And I expressed to him my concern that I wanted to help the school out, being a former teacher. So he was glad that I came. So he told me that he would like to see, something positive. So I asked him about their funding. And I learned about the Impact Aid program, about JOM, Title IV, Chapter 1, Hot Lunch program. All these programs are brought into every local school system that, counts Indian students, black students, Hispanic, that we weren't seeing, these people benefiting directly. So I told the superintendent that one way we can resolve dropout rate and, retention is to create position. So we developed a position as a attendant counselor, and we hired a local Indian to be our attendant counselor, and their role was to be a liaison between the school and with the parent, student. And then Everett Yellowman, who was my uncle, he was our counselor. And Everett, he was concerned the same way. We told Everett that it was a new position, that, whatever ideals he had, and would support him. So one of the things that he said was create an Indian club to get all the students, to come together and, talk about their feelings and to participate in school activities and to sponsor assemblies and talk about the culture. Then we had some spring conferences there at the school. Then I told the school board, the superintendent, that we needed to have facilities to hold dances to raise money. And Everett Yellowman, one of the things that he found that should include was to have eye examination from kids from 1st to 6th grade and those for hearing tests. See, that was part of the problem. And So we contacted a local optometrist and all Indian Health to do the hearing test. So found out that we found out that there was a need for these students to have glasses, and 3 kids needed hearing aids. So we didn't have much money in the COOP budget. So Everett, he suggested that we have a dance, what we call a benefit dance. So we had benefit dance, and all the communities around us all came out to support our effort. And we made over $2,000. So we scheduled this glasses to be received from this local optometrist. And we begin to see the grades improve, more participation from the student. And so now we got Indians and blacks hard as teachers, coaches. And we got 2 blacks on a school board. Today we'll have 1 Indian on school board. So that's been my involvement with Tonga. Well, there's still people in the communities that are, creating and doing things. And as long as we have people like that, and I've always said that the church should be a driving force. Church should be a vehicle. That the church can't sit back and just pray. Praying is good, but it's not enough. We have to exercise while we preach. And I think that with, my learning experience, training for the ministry, and I guess my greatest teachers were Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Jesus Christ. Now when I look at some of our Indian heroes, I think about Chief Joseph, think about Geronimo, think about Black Kettle, White Antelope, and I'm part of those people. I had descendants killed in Sand Creek and Washita, so I'm still here. Their blood flows through my blood vein, and long as I know that I'm still struggling because my forefathers were struggling, that I'm gonna pass this on to my children.
Cheyenne and Arapaho TV. We're bringing you this show from the Washita Battlefield National Historic Site in far western Oklahoma, a site of great significance to the Cheyenne and Arapaho people. We'll learn more about this site and the Black Kettle National Grassland later on in the show. If you're thinking about making a road trip in western Oklahoma, you might want to stop on old Route 66 right outside of Clinton, Oklahoma. There's a tiny little place that's easy to miss, but once you stop in once, you want to stick around.
Well, this store started at Colony, Oklahoma in 1892. It was started by the Dutch Reformed Church out of New York.
Mohawk Lodge was moved to Clinton, Oklahoma in 1940 to where it now sits on old Route 66. It's only had 4 owners in its 100-plus year history: the Dutch Reformed Church, N.B. Moore, Nellie Stevens, and its current owner, Pat Henry, who is Stevens' daughter. The lodge was originally created to promote trade between the tribes and buyers from the East Coast. These days, Mohawk's clientele is very much local.
Well, we sell baskets and blankets and beads and needles. We sell all kinds of fringe. We sell material for the shawls.
But it's more than a store. Take one look around and you realize these shelves hold over 100 years of Oklahoma history. Pat can tell you a little something about almost every treasure here.
This is a cradle board, and it's a Cheyenne cradle board made in 1892.
That is beautiful.
And this one here that's Kiowa. There's one of your peace medals that they gave to the chief on that breastplate there. I've added her, and I've added this little, it's a little change purse or strike-alike or what you want to call it right here.
But that's it, huh?
That's it. All the rest of this stuff my mother had. This cradle board was made for me, and it's made off of my 39 catalog.
It was Napoleon Bonaparte Moore who began to really develop the lodge's collection around 1950. But when he sold the lodge, he also sold that collection to another collector from California.
Mr. Moore would not take a check. He had to have cash, and he brought cash with him. And they had a U-Haul truck, and they loaded up all of his Indian stuff, and it went to California. But over the years, a lot of that stuff has come back that I have bought. This is pretty color.
Pat Henry mainly sells supplies these days, and many of her customers grew up coming to Mohawk Lodge.
My grandma used to come over here and buy beads and all her stuff, and when I got old enough, she started teaching me how to bead and all that, so ever since then I've been coming here.
And so has this picture always been here, so as long as you remember? Or?
It wasn't always here, and then her mother had put it up one day, and we came in here, and she told us that she had our grandfather's picture hanging up there. So she said it's been there, and she said that there was a couple of people that had come in and tried to buy it, but she said it was priceless, that she wasn't going to sell it. It feels good to see my grandfather's picture hanging up there.
Victor Orange remembers coming to the lodge as a kid with his mother. What do you remember? But he didn't always come inside.
No, she wouldn't hardly let us come in here because we touched stuff and.
Afraid you're going to break something, huh?
Yeah, so we play around outside and on a porch.
I like it. I like all this stuff. It's like a little museum, really. I like all the pictures. I've never seen that many moccasins before in my life.
They're all for sale. They're for sale.
Yeah, they're nice.
Even for first-time visitors, the lodge holds an immediate connection.
Show me what's what. This one? Ann Shadlow. I used to play with her granddaughter in Oklahoma City. Granddaughter's named Della Pratt, yeah. And then Woodgie and Eva Watchitaker, I remember them. They were friends of my parents and grandparents. And I thought I saw myself in a picture, but it wasn't down here.
I've always loved history. History is my passion. I always wanted to be a history teacher, and I would have been one, but I got married and I didn't go off to college like I'd intended.
There are no books required, no pencils, and no paper. Still, a trip to Mohawk Lodge is a history lesson all its own. Mohawk Lodge is a great place to visit any season. And since this is football season, let me tell you about a great magazine that deals with OU football. Perhaps you've heard of Sooner Spectator magazine, but did you know that Sooner Spectator puts out a great issue every year about the Native American tradition in OU football? Oh, you didn't? Well, take a look at this. Oklahomans love their football, and the ones who wear crimson and cream just can't get enough, it seems. Sooner Spectator magazine feeds those frenzied fans with a steady diet of info about the OU sporting world.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more fanatical than OU football. I mean, there's a large fan base there, and for the most part, they are very loyal and passionate about the Sooners.
But the OU football program has a history that not every Sooner fan may know.
Well, everybody looks back at the 50s as being like the color barrier when Prentice Gott came in, was the first African-American player. And I don't think they realize that Oklahoma, with its history of Native Americans and the heritage that's there, I don't think they didn't give the thought to how there were so many Native Americans that actually were admitted into the university and actually became a part of the fabric of the athletic department, and especially OU football, going all the way back to 1905.
That was when a young Chickasaw named Key Wolf became the very first Native football player at OU. Born in 1886, he was actually named Grover Cleveland Wolf after the 22nd President of the United States.
He was a pioneer, not for the fact just because he was playing athletics at OU, but because he was a student there. I mean, they weren't like, necessarily welcoming natives with open arms at the University of Oklahoma in 1905. I mean, it was because that was the times.
Despite never having played football before he enrolled, Wolf started all but one of his games during his OU career. He played on both sides of the ball and had many scoring opportunities. The university president even wrote a poem about him titled "When Key Wolf Gets the Ball." While in school, he was president of his junior class, manager of the college annual, president of the athletic council, and secretary of the Senior Literacy Society. Wolf went on to become a beloved high school football coach, a principal, and superintendent. Tuskahoma Brown Miller, better known as Mutt, joined Coach Louis Hartage's squad in 1932. Miller helped build the OU program literally.
He actually helped build this Memorial Stadium. He was, in the summers when he was trying to pay for his school, he worked on the construction crews that helped renovate and further build Memorial Stadium.
A knee injury during his junior season ended his playing career, but Miller helped his team compile an 8-6-1 record against Big Six opponents those years. Miller became an institution as a coach, principal, and Boy Scout leader in his hometown of Wewoka. The 1970s for OU brought 2 national championships and Sammy Jack Clappin. Sammy Jack played his high school ball in Stillwell and was recruited by legendary coach Barry Switzer. He blocked for Billy Sims and later on for quarterback Dan Fouts as a member of the San Diego Chargers.
Sammy Jack was very much an advocate for Native American causes, young education of young people, and did a lot of work outside the time he wasn't playing, and came back and was an educator up near Stillwell, which was his hometown.
Like Wolf and Miller, Clappin dedicated his post-football life to education, serving as a teacher and a coach.
I called people, I talked to teammates of the other natives that we knew of, and they, I think, such and such also was part, and it would name whatever tribe he might have been, and then I would look him up, and it was kind of a connect the dots after that. Once you kind of got going, it's there. It is kind of at your fingertips, but it's not screaming out at you. I mean, basically, you have to, if you're going to do a story like we've done, or do an issue like we've done in the last 2 Native American issues, you have to do some digging. You have to get in there and root around. You have to go through some archives, through maybe some yearbooks, and you look at faces, you look for names.
It's part of OU's history that might be hard to find, but one that Upchurch is doing his best to keep on the front page.
That it's important to tell, because it hasn't been told before necessarily, and if it has, it's gotten kind of swept under a layer of dust or two. And I just think that it's important not only for natives to know it, but I think for Oklahoma and Oklahoma football fans. It's part of our state. It's part of who we are as a whole. It's part of our heritage.
I am a member of Tatistas Tananae. The Creator has granted me the spirit of freedom.
To explore, the soul to believe.
That any dream is possible.
And the ability
To successfully achieve whatever I choose.
To do what?
to dream, to believe, to achieve.
I will uphold the pride,
The honor,
the culture,
And traditions of my ancestors.
I will embrace education
for my people.
for myself.
I will do it. I will graduate.
What are you gonna do?
I will dream. I will believe. I will achieve.
Life isn't always easy.
It can be a real struggle.
There's so many roadblocks.
So many bad situations.
Sometimes it doesn't seem fair.
Temptations come from every direction.
Peer pressure.
Be like everyone else. Substance abuse.
And worse. But I will be strong.
What are we gonna do?
Watch me dream, watch me believe, watch me achieve.
I'll nourish my mind, my body, and my soul with all that is good.
I will respect all that surrounds me.
I'm proud to be Cheyenne. I'm proud to be Arapaho.
There is a lot of history to be learned and shared here at Ouachita. Some of the current history is displayed right here of the tribes. And the subject of our next piece is right here on the wall behind me. Dr. Henrietta Mann is a nationally famous educator and lecturer and president of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Tribal College. But it all started for her in a tiny town not far from here.
When I think of where I have been and where I want to go, I cannot take and put who I am as a Cheyenne person on the shelf. It's always with me. My name in Cheyenne was at birth Nisa'ia, which means standing 20 woman. And when I graduated from college, Southwestern Oklahoma State University in 1954, my name was changed to Oista'ona, which translates into the woman who comes to offer prayer or prayer woman.
A name that Dr. Henrietta Mann carries proudly, whether she's speaking to an audience of international scholars or a group of Cheyenne and Arapaho youth.
You have all the power there. Use it well.
Dr. Mann, or Henry as she was known, spent her early days around Hammond, Oklahoma.
There were 4 generations of us, I am told, that lived in this one 3-room dwelling. I can remember bits and pieces of living in that home, which was just as much filled with love as it was with people. And I remember the bed in the kitchen. And I believe that must have been where my great-grandmother, White Buffalo Woman, whose name is Homa'ewista, shortened form, Homa'ewista, lived. So she was a survivor of Sand Creek in 1864 and a survivor of the battle along the Ouachita River or along the Lodgepole River 4 years later, and was among those taken captive eventually to Fort Supply and to Fort Hays. She was a family matriarch. We spoke primarily Cheyenne, and of course that was the only language in which my great-grandmother could converse, the only language that my grandfather used, and once in a while he would lapse into English, but not very often. And I would think that in many ways he was the one that made sure that I really learned how to use our language. My parents, having gone to a Bureau of Indian Affairs boarding school
on their reservation then at Concho spoke English.
The foundation was set early on for Henry to pursue a career in education. School was something she loved. She learned quickly, though, that being a native child in a mostly white school system would be a challenge.
Does someone know how to count to 100 for me? Of course I knew. Never called upon. There was the little Anglo children in my classroom that were called upon. What about the colors? I knew the colors, especially the primary colors. Was I ever called on? Would you go out and dust this eraser for me? I don't think any Indian child was ever called out to dust the erasers, which is sort of a privilege in those classrooms. And we Indian children were just relegated to the back of the room. And it seemed as if we were just to sit there and say nothing. I rode home on the bus about not quite 2 miles to talks of dirty Indian, lazy Indian, and other such uncomplimentary remarks. But I sat there because by virtue of having the last name of man, it seemed like everything that I did, my father would say, remember, you're a man. You can't cry. Not in public anyway.
Henrietta's family moved a number of times, which forced her to change schools often. But she finally convinced them to let her stay with her aunt in Hammond.
And I graduated from Hammond High School. And when I graduated, I was given a scholarship to Southwestern Oklahoma State University by an organization, and they gave the scholarship for those individuals who held promise to become future teachers. I completed my master's degree in 1970, already had a job teaching in Native American Studies at the University of California, Berkeley, Cal Berkeley. And it was a heyday of activism. That was when the Indians from the Bay Area were on Alcatraz Island, the Rock. It was a time of Black Panthers. It was a time of Black Power, Red Power, a time of Poor People's Marches. It was really an exciting time to be at UC Berkeley. And I really liked it there, but I had to stop as a parent by that time and stop to think, is this really where I want my children to grow up?
She eventually found a second home in Montana, spending almost 30 years at the University of Montana, and now as special assistant to the president of Montana State. In 2008, she took a one-year leave of absence to help establish the Cheyenne and Arapaho Tribal College. That 1 year had stretched into 5.
I'm still expected back. I still carry the title of Special Assistant to the President of Montana State University in Bozeman. And so now I'm facing the biggest challenge in my life and trying to build the tribal college for the people with limited funding, but recognizing my commitment to them and the fact that their children, and it may be those that have not even come to live on this earth, have a place where they can go and be educated about who they are and where we have been in history. That will help them to become more self-sufficient and just be the kind of good-hearted people, good-hearted Cheyennes, good-hearted Arapahos that we have always been.
She knows it's an uphill climb, but Dr. Mann approaches this latest task with the same determination she had in the classroom at Hammond.
I have a certain drive, but it's a drive not for me to achieve, but to, I guess, create a path, a road that others behind me can follow. Growing up the way I did, because I really can't look at my education without looking at my family. I can't talk about education without looking at my culture. A culture that always has put a great deal of value upon education. It always has, always will.
Within the 31,000 acres of the Black Kettle National Grassland sits Ouachita Battlefield National Historic Site. I I think that one of the things that visitors appreciate is the fact that they can come in and learn about multicultural groups, because it was what was referred to as a clash of cultures. And there's the Cheyenne and Arapaho history here, along with the 7th U.S. Cavalry that was led by Colonel Custer. And it was an epic event that occurred in 1868. I think the vast majority of visitors that do come out here generally have an appreciation for the fact that we protect the site and the resource and offer this to the public. This is one of those sensitive sites, as many other national parks are, particularly where you're dealing with events where there was encounters, whether it be a Civil War battlefield, whether it be an Indian War site, whether it be an area where cultures were impacted one way or another. Both groups did lose lives here. It's referred to as a hollow ground, and many folks do believe that this was in fact a massacre as opposed to a battle, and you can talk to many people about that, and folks have different thoughts and opinions on that.
At the turn of the last century, Native people lived off the land. As times changed, our way of life of growing, gathering, and hunting traditional foods changed. Many of us became less physically active. Our communities had to rely on less healthy, processed foods. A serious disease, type 2 diabetes, emerged. Today, Native people are on the move to bring back traditional healthy foods and physical activity to help prevent type 2 diabetes. Be active, eat healthy, make wise choices. I know we have the power. Our people and cultures hold the answers. We will return to our life in balance.
Growing up in a state deeply rooted in Native American culture and traditions, I know we have a long and rich history to live up to. A history of leaders, heroes, innovators, doctors, athletes. What will the books our children read say about us? What beliefs will they hold? We have to tell them the truth, that everything is possible through hard work and determination. Today, childhood obesity affects American Indian and Alaska Native youth more than any other race. To change this, together we must eat healthy, be active, and empower our youth to transform their lives and their communities. That's why I've joined the First Lady to launch Let's Move in Indian Country. Let's write a story together where all of us do everything possible to improve the health and lives of Native American youth. Visit Let's Move in Indian Country to find out more.
There are many powwows and great Native events that happen all across Indian country. Here in Oklahoma, one of the largest is Red Earth. Maybe you've been to the parade or the dance competition itself, but there's another facet of Red Earth that's been around just as long, and it just got a facelift in downtown Oklahoma City.
The Red Earth Museum in downtown Oklahoma City, and we're located right next door to the historic Skirvin Hilton Hotel at the corner of Park Avenue and Broadway Avenue.
Most Oklahomans are familiar with the Red Earth Festival. It's one of the state's most visible and widely attended Native American events.
You know, the 39 tribes that call Oklahoma home, no other state can claim that. So they can't claim the rich cultural history that we have here.
But just a couple blocks away from the Cox Convention Center sits the Red Earth Gallery and Museum. A little quieter perhaps, but just as colorful.
We're small, but we have a great permanent collection, and we're constantly changing that and showcasing different artists. So every time you come here, we hope you see something new.
The Red Earth Museum grew out of a merge between the Red Earth Organization and the Center for the American Indian. The center ran the museum at the old Omniplex in Oklahoma City, but Red Earth had better name recognition, so the two combined in 1993 to become one entity with the goal of promoting Native American arts and culture. The museum moved to downtown Oklahoma City in 2010.
When we relocated downtown, we kind of were able to do a lot of things that we never did before. And so now we work with local artists in the state, a lot of Cheyenne and Arapaho artists, to provide them an outlet to sell their artwork in our museum gallery. A lot of people from both the East Coast and the West Coast, a lot of Boston and New York City and Philadelphia. We get a lot of people from foreign countries even. We get a lot of Europeans. We have Australians that come in here. We've even had people come from as far away as mainland China. But it amazes us because we were never that aware of the people from other places that are in Oklahoma City on a daily basis.
The Red Earth Gallery and the museum also houses the Dupree Cradleboard Collection, one of the largest in the country. Harry Dupree, a longtime Oklahoma City civic leader and obstetrician, acquired over 40 cradleboards in his career and donated his collection to Red Earth in 1987. Things are happening on the outside of the museum as well. These construction materials will soon help transform the entire front of the building.
The exterior of our building is receiving a multi-million-dollar renovation. We're located in the Santa Fe parking garage, so we're the retail level on the ground floor next to everything downtown, and they're making our building beautiful. It was built in the 70s. It hasn't had a major facelift since then, so we're real excited about that. We have a long-term lease. We plan on being downtown Oklahoma City for a long time, and you know, we want to just be a stable organization that provides an outlet for Indian artists and also shares the cultures with the people who come to visit us.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of Indian Road here from the Ouachita Battlefield National Historic Site. If you have any story ideas or suggestions, please feel free to contact us at the address below. And as always, ha-ho! Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Indian Road.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Bernina of Oklahoma City, providers of quality precision sewing machines. And by War Child Society, designers of native apparel, t-shirts, decals, and more. And by generous contributions from viewers like you.
Welcome back to another great episode of Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge, based here in Concho, Oklahoma, home of the Southern Arapaho, Southern Cheyenne Nation. Today we got another awesome show for you today. I got none other than Willow Abrahamson, all the way from Fort Hall, Idaho. Willow, say hi to the camera, all the people out there for you.
Hello, everybody out there in Indian country or wherever you might be.
Willow, you're back down here in Oklahoma. Coincidentally, right around the time of the tornado season. What do you are you a little scared about that?
No way, I'm not scared of tornado season. I come from the mountains where there's volcanoes, so
Ooh.
heck yes, I'm not afraid of any tornadoes.
We shall see in the coming days. Today I got another good, awesome episode for you today. I'm going to do a conclusion of our bustle work today. Today I'm going to be constructing backboards. Now, backboards are very essential to all bustle work. They give the bustles shape, form, and give it stability. I will show you kind of how to do a kind of a streamlined backboard, which I do. And once again, I want to put this out there that I don't think I'm the best bustle maker out there, but these ideas come from me, and it's kind of how I've streamlined my style. I've seen some kind of crazy bustles out there, bustle backboards out there, using 2x4s and stuff like that, and really thick bustles. And I can even mention like my Uncle Dwight out there, and he uses huge pieces of wood, and he would actually take the metal and a hammer and a tree trunk, and he'd be knocking it with his hammer, and he kind of looked like a little Keebler elf out there. And today I want to show you how to kind of streamline that with plexiglass and rods. It's kind of like my style of doing it. So today we're going to get right into that and knock out some fancy dance bustle backboards for a little kid's outfit. So now I'm going to go to our main products, what we're going to be using. You can buy a majority of all this stuff at your local Home Depot, Lowe's, just about any like construction places that you can get. I like to use plexiglass. I find it's very durable. It's pretty hard. I have broken it in the past, dancing, but that's usually after a really wicked song. What I've got here is, if you can kind of see, it's 18 by 24 inch sheet of plexiglass. I think the caliber is about a .22, and that's the thickness of it. And this is kind of like the thickness that you can get. I don't really want to go any thicker than that because I want to adjust the weight, and so the weight is pretty much perfect when I make this. And usually what I'll do for this kid set, I'm going to make a square by 5 by 5, and for my adult sets I usually only go 5.5 by 5.5, and that is pretty good for even my adult sets. So today I'm going to use that, and then what we're going to do to give like the bustle support is I'm going to use this aluminum rod. These come in 36 inches in length, and what I did is I already chopped this in half, so this is actually 18 inches in length. And what I'll do is I'm going to bend this in half and kind of give the bustles a little bit of form. From there, I'm going to drill holes into my plexiglass piece and run zip ties through there. That'll attach my rod and give it some support. From there, I'm also going to drill holes into there for my shoestrings for my bustles. With all that in mind, it'll all come together. I promise that it will give the bustle shape and form. So Willow, you kind of know like fancy dance, like style of dance around powwows. What have you actually seen, and what kind of questions you got for me?
Well, one of the things is I've seen other fancy dancers, like you were explaining earlier, they've used wood. Mm-hmm. I've seen pieces of wood, I've seen cork board, but I've seen plexiglass, and it's usually those who know best, who are the seasoned fancy dancers, who use the plexiglass because it's light, it's durable, it's see-through, so you could add...
Makes it look cool.
Yeah, you could add little powwow stickers on it.
Yeah, it's very durable for me, but I have broken it before. But the cool part is that once I show you the steps, it's very easy to make another one. So, and plus the cost efficiency, it's not going to cost an arm and a leg to do, but it will give you the support you need to build your bustles. I will add that this one rod is kind of smaller than most, and I use this for the kid bustles. I also use this for my eagle bustles. Now, if I'm going to use hackle bustles, it's a little bit more heavier, and what I'll do is I'll change the gauge. I'll go a little bit higher on that, and sometimes I'll have to use a torch to actually bend it. It's a little bit easier if you use a torch, but I want to say once you start working with all this, be very careful. Maybe you have to use some safety glasses. Today, I'm not really going to use safety glasses because I trust myself, but I'm actually going to use the force on this one and just do it without. But I recommend safety glasses out there, safety gloves if you got them. This is kind of more like not for the kids, and but just be careful doing this kind of stuff. That's all I ask. So these are the weapons of mass destruction that we have. These ones are very loud. This one especially very loud. So I've done this before in the past. It's not really good if you live in an apartment complex and you're doing this at 3 in the morning. I would wait till the next day. I have, of course, I have my drill. I have a jigsaw, and I also have this device. I totally forgot the name of it. No, I'm just kidding. I know what it is, but I use all these devices here for the plexiglass. Of course, I'm going to use this to cut this out, this to drill my holes, and this to bevel the edges. I use this to just bevel the edges, kind of give it a cleaner look to it, and because you don't really want your backboard to have sharp edges, because of course you're going to be putting it on your back, and you don't want it to jab yourself. And of course, if you ever borrow my bustles, of course, I don't want you to hurt your back on it. So what we're going to do, and the cool part is I wanted to kind of mention on this is kind of a cool fact, that these two tools are actually my grandfather's tools, which I still use today. So these are my late grandfather, Pete Bailey, my mom's dad, and I still continue to use them. So like I've always talked about, keeping good, take care of your outfit, take care of your tools, and they'll last you a long time. I usually oil these up, and these ones are still good to go. They look old and beat and battered, but they still get the job done. And these are actually some of my favorite tools to work with. So henceforth, take care of tools, and we're going to jump right in onto this. All right, so what I'm going to start with, this is my plexiglass, and like I said, I'm going to make this for a kid's set. Really easily, all I'm going to do is cut out a square. Now, when I cut out a square, of course, I'm going to use my measuring device, my yardstick at the time. I'm going to go 5 by 5, and I'm going to use my really good Sharpie, and I'm just going to measure here, and here, and here, and then I'm going to go the height and go here. And what I'm doing is I'm just doing like little bit dots to kind of gauge where the 5-inch should be. And then from there, I'm going to put this up here again, kind of connect my little dots, and play connect the dot, and create my straight line. So I got one straight line. I know from here to there it's 5 inches. And then I'm going to do another connect the dot. Didn't Pee Wee Herman have a song like that, like connect the dot?
I have no idea.
You used to watch that show.
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Yeah, connect the dot, la la la.
No, I don't know the songs. I'm sorry.
There was a song he did. It was something like that. All right, so here we got 5 inches, 5 inches. I got a perfect square. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start using my jigsaw. This one's a little bit loud, and like I said, if you got safety glasses, I prefer you guys use safety glasses. If you got a workbench, this is a good idea to use a workbench. Today I'm just going to have to do this on the show. The other thing is plexiglass. I like to mention it does get hot, so you kind of got to watch out. You could burn your hands because what happens is the drill goes back and forth and gets the plexiglass a little hot, and it can get a little hot on your hands. So just be careful with it. And be careful with the drill. You always want to give it good pressure, and because you don't ever want it to kick back. Because the kick back, you could cut your fingers off. So
scary.
So safety first on the show. What we're going to do is we're going to put our safety glasses on, cut this square out. So Willow, are you ready to put your safety glasses on?
Yes.
All right. So once again, safety first for all these people out there. Watch your fingers, watch your toes. We're going to get down on this. So I'm going to cut me a square out. Remember to put a lot, good pressure on it. And here we go. Folks, we got our 5 by 5 square cut out. Still got my safety glasses on. What we're going to do now is, if you can see, with kind of rough edges, even though I'm pretty precise in most of the things I do, I can never cut straight edges perfectly. So that's why I got my angle grinder. This one is super loud. Be really careful with this. This one you kind of want to wear safety glasses because the plastic and It does kind of kick back every now and then.
So that kind of like smooths the edges, almost like sanding.
Exactly.
So you could use that on your ashy elbows.
You could,
Your
or your
feet.
toenails. You know.
Oh, awesome.
I use them on my toenails,
Oh
like
my
Dumb and
gosh.
Dumber. So.
It's not funny. It's actually scary.
Here we go. This is my toenail clipper. So what I want to do is I'm going to show everybody out there is I'm going to unsharpen these edges. I kind of want to just bevel them around, kind of make them round. Because like I said, you know, you don't put this on your back. You don't want anything, you know, back giving you back scratches just yet. So, and then plus you want to make this a little bit smoother on the straight end. So that's all I'm going to do on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We finally cut our 5x5 square, beveled it around, made it a little bit smoother. Take my sunglasses off just for a moment there because my future is bright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to drill your holes. It's very specific sometimes to get these holes just right because that also depends on the shape of the bustle. Kind of narrowed it down like almost to a science, like where to put these holes. What I'm going to do, using my Wicked Sharpie here, bring this back over here, and since you know I'm going 5x5, I'm going to cut this in half as 2.5. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 inch. I'm going to do 2 holes inch apart. So all I got to do, like since I'm doing 5x5, is like I'm going to do 1 inch at 2 and then the other one at 3. All I'm going to do is mark here and here. And I'm just gonna eyeball it, and I know I never say I eyeball stuff, but I do. This is one part where I'm gonna eyeball it. I'm gonna go a little bit past the line here and just go right there, just shy of like the top of this plexiglass. So that's gonna be my shoestring mark. That's kind of important to me because I've kind of used that. Pretty much all my bustles are always like inch apart. From there, I'm going to actually tie these together. I'm actually going to put the bustles on there, and then from there, I'm going to shape where I need to pinpoint my rod marks. Of course, I'm going to do 2 holes, and then 2 holes, and that will cinch my rod with my zip ties. So, you got any questions for me at the moment?
Yes, I had a question.
Shoot.
The sanding tool, what is that called?
That is an angle grinder.
An angle grinder, okay.
Yes.
I was wondering because in the future I might want to purchase one of those tools and make a bustle for my son and make bustle boards, but I wouldn't know what to buy. So I just wanted to clarify that and find out the name of it.
It is an awesome tool. You can shave down serial numbers. You can shave down anything with that thing. You can cut open doors. I mean, it allows you to do a lot of things.
Okay.
Just saying. So I'm going to jump right back into this right now. I'm going to use my drill here. I kind of go with a little bigger bit. This way, you know, it allows you, when you use shoestrings, you know, the bigger bit here will allow the hole right here to go through really smoothly. You don't want to use a small bit on a big shoestring because you're never going to get it through there. So I kind of gauge this one a little bit bigger, and that way the shoestring goes through perfectly. And like I said, I already got my holes here, spaced 1 inch apart, directly centered on the backboard. It's kind of important to me to kind of be exact. But like I said, so most of the time I don't eyeball things, but this is kind of one of the times I do. Make sure all the time that you got your drill going the right way, because if you drill the opposite way, you might be spending a long time trying to get this hole through. I do recommend when you do work with plexiglass, don't put a lot of pressure on it. Drill slowly, because if you put a lot of pressure on it when it's going at full RPM, you can crack the plexiglass and then you have to start all over. So that's one kind of advice I do kind of give around plexiglass, and I always take a shower afterward because this is starting to itch. So here we go. I'm going to put my sunglasses, my safety glasses back on, and get on it.
So you don't get little plastic in your eye.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now we come to the part where we're going to bend our rod. Right here, if you measure this out, you know, this, I already cut this in half, so it's 18 inches. Of course, half of that is going to be 9. I kind of make a little indentation on with my Sharpie so you kind of feel that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to He-Man this, show my muscles and how strong I am.
He-Man.
Yeah, I'm going to Hulk this thing out, and I'm going to bend really slowly. You kind of want to bend this really slow, because if you bend this kind of fast, you can't break it. And then you
don't want to.
Yeah, then you got to go right back to the store and go buy another one. So usually I just bend it and kind of get pressure.
You're making little antennas, bug ears, bustle bug ears.
All right, yeah, that's cool. I can take that. Here's my bug ears, and it's kind of bent out of you, and you kind of see it's right there. It's perfect, you know, because I knew where the mark was, and so all I'm going to do is place that right there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to interlace these with the actual bustles right now, and from there I'm going to kind of pinpoint where I need to move them at. So if I can show you right now, I'm going to move these up and down, and that way I kind of know where the placement is. Of course, where I finish my top tie for my bustle through the actual feather is the length that I want this to be. So that way, you know, it'll attach perfectly. If it's too low, then of course, you know, your shoestring is going to be too low right here. If it's too high, it's going to stick way out there, and then you'll have your, I guess, your bug antennas off your bustle. I kind of want a clean look, so you just kind of want to make about an inch above your thread mark right there. So that way, you know, even if you dance really hard, it's not going to flip off and your bustles aren't going to collapse.
And it won't hit your shoulder blades and hurt.
And then it'll look like, you know, a butterfly out there instead of actual, you know, bustles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lace these up and figure out what my pinpoints are from there. And like I said, it just moves back and forth. So I just want to like gauge how tall this is going to be. So now we've come to the part of the show where we're going to talk about one of the greatest inventions in the world, zip ties. Zip ties are very utilized for a lot of different things. They attach things all over the place. Made of plastic, very durable. When they break, also very cheap.
Also known as cable ties, and used to tie up illegal people. People doing illegal acts are going to jail.
But of course they can't catch me, so. Here what we're going to do is what we're going to use this to zip tie is we're going to zip tie these my actual bent rod here. Like I said, the rod gives the bustle stability, and these zip ties are going to hold it in place. What I like to do is I like to use the excess of the zip tie on different things, and I'm going to make it face outward. So I'm just going to interlace this, starting with the bottom one, just like so. And push my knot out further, push this in, and cinch.
Fancy.
That's a scary sound, isn't it?
So awesome. Oh my gosh.
And then we're going to do the top part.
How exciting.
Like I said, I want to make all my excess go outward, kind of give it a clean look. And once you know I got this in there, it gives it pretty good stability, and I'm going to use a table to bend this and kind of shape my bustle.
Interesting. The zip ties are pretty strong, or are the zip ties something that you have to constantly check as a fancy dancer to make sure that they're staying strong? Because
you know, you check it periodically just to make sure that you still have some. You know, it's like depending on how hard you dance, you know, you could break some zip ties. And it kind of.
So you just want to have them in your outfit bag as a part of your what's the word? Arsenal.
Yeah, or you got some bad thoughts. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the excess off this. Usually I would use a scissor, but I don't actually have a scissor at the moment, so I'm going to use my trusty knife.
Your ingenuity?
Yeah.
As an engine?
My Indian ingenuity.
You got to say "weecha" after each time so you can sound super engine.
There we go. So I cut my excess off, and see, it looks pretty clean there. The other thing is I'm going to do is I'm going to cut 2 holes here. I'm going to use another zip tie to cinch a belt or a handkerchief, if this is the top or the bottom bustle. It's pretty easy. You just like drill here, drill there, drill there, drill there, and then cinch another like belt or another handkerchief. From now, right now you're at the stage where it's a good time to interlace your bustle. So I got this freshly made, rebuilt bustles here for this kid's set.
Fancy. Those are the shoestrings that you were talking about?
Uh-huh. And so, these are the holes that we drilled for our laces. So I'm going to just put these through.
As you're lacing up, I have like a few things that I find interesting. Like, I'm a visitor. I come from the north. I'm from Idaho. But one of the really cool, interesting things that I learned while coming to Oklahoma is, yes, Oklahoma is the home of the men's fancy dance. But it's also very uniquely the place where women fancy dance.
That is true.
The ladies' fancy bustle you will not see anywhere else in Indian country. You will only see it in Oklahoma. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
I can. I have a brief history about like the women's history of men's fancy dance. Around the late 80s, around the 1970s and stuff, there were several women here in Oklahoma, which I'm very proud to mention. One of them was my mom. Was actually a fancy feather dancer. She competed against like all the older champions around Oklahoma and powwowed around and stuff. It was kind of a style that was accepted down this way. Because of that, my first bustles, when I was a kid, when I started out dancing when I was 2 years old, were made by my mom.
Wow. See, that's pretty interesting. A lot of people in Indian country or in the powwow world or who are interested in fancy dancing, they don't realize how important of a role the women in your family are.
That is true.
With you, I mean, the men's fancy dance, they always say that fancy dancers are like the thoroughbred of Indian country. They're always like, whoa, here come the fancy dancers. But it's really cool that some of the women do it.
Yeah, they did, back in the day. And then, there's always an idea, like, even in here at Powell's, like, every now and then, there will be a women's fancy dance special, like a women's fancy dance feather special, which I think there's one coming up here pretty soon down in Marksville, Louisiana. Never know.
Well, that's pretty interesting.
So now we've gotten to the part where I'm going to shape the rods. This part is going to give the shape of the bustle. Of course, the first part of it, these rods, of course, are going to have to go inwards. You're going to have to bend them inwards. You don't want them too far inwards. You just want to slowly bend them in and kind of tie them here, and then that way you can kind of fine tune them. And another thing is they're going to sometimes you might have to bend them outwards. But you just want to slightly do it and just kind of give the shape of it, kind of look back and forth and eyeball it.
Like rabbit ears, like that a little bit?
Something to that effect. Now, there's two different ways. You can He-Man it like me, or you can actually maybe, if you use a torch, kind of keep it away from the plastic because you can melt it. But this one, I'm just going to He-Man it because I've been working out so much. And I kind of use the palm of my hand when I do it. And right there, I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I've done this so many times that it's just kind of, I'm just looking and kind of making them parallel and kind of keeping the bend in the back the same for both sides. And here I'm going to lace these up.
So the bustle boards stabilize the fancy dance bustle so it's not wiggling everywhere or so that the feathers aren't closing.
Exactly. It gives it support and goes back and forth. And you can kind of see, I'm going back and forth and just fine tuning these because I want to get a good shape. I want them to sit a certain way. And then from there, I'm just going to finalize it and just call this thing done. And you want to just keep both these rods, parallel one to the other, because if you got one higher than the other, then of course the bustle is going to kind of look kind of cattywampus, kind of goofy looking. Oh. So you just want to keep them parallel and kind of similar to each other. And I think I kind of got it now. It's kind of a good shape that I kind of want to keep. It's kind of got a little good bounce to it. So there we have it. Our backboard is finished. Ladies and gentlemen, we completed a backboard in less than 20 minutes. Like I said, these kind of materials are a little bit kind of a newer age style. I hope you take these with you, kind of create your own style of bustle. And just to show you, I do have my adult set, right here. And this overlook this one because this one is cracked. This one does have battle scars because this is the one I actually used. If you look, the rods here are a little bit bigger because of course these are actually bigger bustles, and I reinforced it another time down here. So I actually have 5 different zip ties here. If you can kind of see that. So I drilled here at the very top. 2 in there. So just give you a rough estimate, this is an adult set.
Interesting.
And plus this is a 5.5 by 5.5.
Okay, then I have a question. So there's the top bustles and the bottom bustles. Do the top bustles, are they the same size as the bottom?
Well, today, modern day, bustle making, it is kind of norm to see both styles, the top and the bottom, the same size. A long time ago, like around men's fancy dance when it was evolving, the top bustle was actually smaller than the bottom bustle. The bottom bustle had more feathers and the top one was a little bit smaller. And
So then the fiberglass bustle board is the evolved bustle board.
Plexiglass.
Oh yeah, plexiglass.
Yeah,
That's the
fiberglass.
evolved.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. I don't hang out in Lowe's or Home Depot.
I do.
I'll try to though.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of our backboard, and I want to thank everyone out there for tuning in across the nation. I want to thank everyone for all the good response that I've been getting. That keeps us up to doing more shows. And, of course, I want to thank Willow Abrahamson for joining me on the show. Thank you very much for coming on the show again. Do you want to say hello?
See you later, everybody. It was a lot of fun, and thank you for having me on.
Of course. Once again, thank you very much. Aho.
Hey, let's learn some Arapaho. Hey!
My name is Gordon Yellowman, member of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. My Cheyenne name is Ohiwiano, Yellowhawk. And what I'm going to tell you is about a place of where we began to live on this continent that we call the United States. In the beginning, as we adapted to this world from Mother Earth, we came from the marshes, and we were referred to as the Marsh people. And that's along the Great Lakes region, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Mississippi River. And so as we came from the Great Lakes region, we became Plains Indian people. We adapted to a new culture. But prior to that, we lived in grass huts. And the grass hut was like an earth lodge. And half of it was underground, and the top part was above ground. And it was a great, big old, huge circular dwelling. And many families and bands lived in those grass huts. So we had our own places in each hut, the fireplace, the place where we store food, the place where the women sleep, the men sleep, and the place where we developed our crafts, like the arrows, the bow and arrows, the spears, and things of that nature that was going to help us in hunting, but also help us when we needed weapons to defend ourselves. And so being around the marsh, we were what we call farmers, horticulturalists. We planted beans and squash and corn, and everything was planted and given to us by the Spirit, as I mentioned in the origin story. And so the seeds that came from the ground, they grew, and we were able to eat that food. We were able to harvest it in seasons. And we have, in our seasons, we refer to the new moon, because the new moon holds water. And then we have seasons in the fall, winter, summer, and spring. We always reference the moon, the harvest moon, the spring moon, the new moon, because the new moon is when babies are born. So everything is very powerful in symbolism of Cheyenne stories, how we became who we are. And as we moved westward, we encounter enemies. Europeans, different people coming to this continent and wanting to become rulers of this land, to take over our lands, take it from us. And so we kept moving westward. And then as we moved westward, there was an animal that we saw. We saw the Arapahos. They approached us and they had an animal. And Sweet Medicine was one of our prophets. He was a powerful medicine man, a prophet he gave us direction on how we were going to govern ourselves. He gave us instructions. But he also gave us predictions. He said, there's going to be an animal that's going to come to you. And he's going to have round hoofs. He's going to have a long, shaggy tail. He's going to have long hair on his mane. He's going to carry you great distances. He's going to give you speed. He's going to give you agility. He's going to give you ability to hunt animals that run fast. You're going to be able to run right next to them. And so that was his prediction of an animal coming to us. And so when the Arapahos came one time to visit us, they were on them horses. And the Cheyennes, they said, "Veho me mo'etna, sitto mo'etna, masi'iyov." And so they said, look, Sweet Medicine's prediction came true. Look at that. He's got round hoofs. He's got a long shaggy tail, and he's got a long mane, and they're riding him. So the Arapahos introduced the horse to the Cheyennes, and they, in turn, said we got them from the Shoshone people. And so we followed the horse, and the horse gave us we learned how to ride the horse, we learned how to take care of the horse, and we started to trade. Then pretty soon we started to raise our own horses for speed, for agility, but also for breeds of horses. And so we used the horse to go on the Central Plains to hunt the buffalo. Hoktawat, Issawan. Hoktawat means one buffalo, the bull buffalo. Issawan means a whole bunch of buffalo, the herd of buffalo. It's plural. And so as we followed the buffalo, we conquered the Central Plains of the United States. But in that process, we had places that we camped. We camped by the rivers. And I'm providing a geographical map of all the rivers in the United States in the Cheyenne language. And you're going to reference that. And they're not the Mississippi River, the Missouri River. They're all written in Cheyenne names. And as I mentioned earlier, our language is very descriptive. And so when we talk about geographical areas of the Central Plains, we're not going to say Chicago. We're not going to say Minnesota. We're not going to say the Mississippi River. We're going to say what we know, that word in Cheyenne of how we called it at one time. The literal translation for the Missouri River is the river with, it's the greasy river. The top of the river, there's a bunch of grease floating. And I often asked, why is there a bunch of grease floating? They said that's because when the Europeans came, they crossed the river and they left their grease in the water. And so the Cheyennes said the Missouri River is the greasy river. So that's the literal definition of how we do things and name places geographically. So history is very important. Geography is important. And one of the things that I learned quickly is to always remember that wherever you travel in this world, the elder told me, you're at the central core of the Cheyenne universe. And I thought about that, and I said, what does that mean? And he said, because when you're standing on Mother Earth, the bottom of your feet, wherever you're standing, you look up straight to the sky and the heavens. That's the central core of you. And that's the central core of the Cheyenne universe. You're representing your people where you go. Wherever you travel, you're never alone. And you remember that. So I think of these places that we visited geographically, the rivers, the streams, the mountains. And I always think of that connection that we have from Mother Earth to the sky. And the stars are a guidance. They provide guidance when we're lost. The morning star, the evening star, the Big Dipper. Those are some of the things that have their own stories as well. But going back to the rivers, I think it's important for us to always remember, as I said, where did these rivers come from? They came from the salt water. When the this world was filled with nothing but water. But it became fresh water when we created Mother Earth, rivers, streams, and creeks. And so this water is very important. We call it mop. Without water, there's no life. And so we always took care of our horses, that animal. We always kept them downstream. And it was always important for us to keep our herds downstream, never upstream from our villages. And so those are things that I still practice today and think about, that connection with that horse. And so when we were able to follow the great buffalo migrations from Canada to Mexico, millions of buffalo, we were able to hunt them. And that's what we survived on, was that buffalo. He provided us everything, clothing, our dwellings, our teepees, our food. The awls that we used to sew our clothes together came from those bones of the buffalo. And so he took care of us. And so the Cheyennes today, they say, the buffalo can't live without Cheyennes, and the Cheyennes can't live without buffalo. So the Central Plains is a great place for us. That's our country. That's our lands. And so when you think of the Central Plains, remember the two animals. Wa'itna, Hotawat, the horse and the buffalo.
My name is Raven. Hold on, let me greet you in Arapaho. Ha na ye na ha betin. Raven na asi hana. I said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. How about you try it? Don't worry, I'll teach you. When you see someone you know, say ha na ye na ha betin. That means it's good to see you. Now you try. Niathon, that's good. And when you want to tell someone your name in Arapaho, you say your name, then say Nasitno. Can you say that? Niathon, that was really good. Hey, let me introduce you to some of my keen friends. That's Blossom. She's a sweet and shy little bear cub. She's the youngest. There's Flash and Justin. They're best friends, and they're always getting into something. There's Daisy. She's a fox who is smart, kind, and she tries to keep all her friends out of trouble. Then there's Thundercloud. He is the wisest eagle I know, and he's always watching out for us. Hey, how about we go see what they're up to?
Hey, Flash, what you got there, pal? My grandma gave me this pretty flower. Kinda keen, huh? Yeah, I guess. What you gonna do with it? Does it grow fruit or anything? Nah, I don't think it does any of that. But it is pretty, huh? I like to look at it first thing in the morning. Every day reminds me of all the beauty in the world. Yeah, sure, man.
Wow, Flash, what a pretty flower. Yeah, it's beautiful.
My grandma has a garden full of flowers, and she gave me this one to take care of.
Well, look at you, being a responsible turtle. Make sure you water it and give it plenty of sun. Yeah, tender love and care.
What? You don't think I can handle a little flower?
I'm just saying, it takes a little TLC. No problem.
Flash, don't forget to water your flower before you leave.
I won't be gone for long, Mom. I'll water when I get back.
Flash, don't forget to water your flower before you leave. Remember, only keep it in the sun for a little while.
Come, Mom. I'll do all that when I get back. Hey, little buddy, wake up. No, it can't be. No!
Flash, what is wrong with you? Are you okay?
Not me, Mom. But look at my little buddy. Oh, the humanity.
It's okay. It's just a little flower.
Yeah, a little flower that I killed. I'm horrible.
Okay, calm down. I guess you didn't water it like I told you to.
I know. That's how I killed it. I'm terrible.
No, you're not terrible.
Yes, I am.
Every living thing on this earth has needs. You and I need food and water. So does this little flower. It doesn't just eat people food like we do. It needs sunlight, water, and good soil to grow big and strong. If you take it out of Grandma's garden, then you have to be responsible and take care of it.
You think Grandma will trust me with another flower?
I'll bet she would. If you can prove to her that you can take better care of it and be responsible this time.
Thanks, Mom. I'm gonna head over to Grandma's right now.
Justin Beaver here with Frybird Flats News for your weekly weather report. Starting the week off Monday, it'll be Hininainaiti. Tuesday, the skies will clear up and it will be Hashita. Wednesday, bring out your warm jacket and blankets. It's going to be Taieta. Thursday, stay inside, cook up some warm corn soup with fried bologna because it's still going to be diet dog. And Friday, it's going to start off Hininainaiti. But I promise you by the afternoon, the skies will be Hashita. That's your weather report right here with Frybird Flats News.
Nakayena. Nakayena.
Help, please. Somebody help us.
What seems to be the problem, citizens?
We were walking along the trail and tripped. This big rock got spin on us. We're not hurt, but this rock is too heavy to move.
Okay, everybody, stand back and let me go to work.
Justin? You know we can't move, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand that, citizens.
Wow, Justin, you saved us. Yeah, Justin. We might have been stuck here forever if you hadn't moved that rock.
Happy to help. Well, I gotta fly now.
Jase, Nice, Nassau, Yane, Yathon, Nitata, Nisata, Nasata, Tiata. Beteta. Beteta Jasini. Beteta Nisini. Beteta Nasini. Beteta Yenini. Beteta Yatanini. Beteta Nitata Huni. Beteta Nisata Huni. Beteta Nasata Huni. Beteta Tiata Huni. Nisa.
Niato Waku Dano Sebit. Niato Waku Sa Da Danta. Niato Waku Sa Zanat Dehin. Niato Waku Sa Hat Dosabin. Niato Waku Sa Jit Jaisa. Niato Waku Sa Ji the Jihit. He Sate Na Net. Niato Waku Sa Jibe Kaha Awusati. Niato Waku Sa Niyo Ahisia Hut. Niato Waku Sa Niyo Ahit Eha. Niato Waku Sa Ahisate. The no ni Hasetna. Niato Waku Sa Wow Hat what the gonna thing. Niato Waku Sa Wow Hini Yatehin. Niato Waku Sa Wow Da Danta.
Dina Tehina. Dina Tehina.
Hey, wanna learn some Arapaho colors? Okay, here we go. This is Ba'a. Ba'a. How about Janateya? Janateya. This is Nihaya. Nihaya. This is Janateya. Janateya. How about Nihaya? Nihaya. This is Nanaja. Nanaja. This is Wataya. Wataya. Good job.
Hasita. Hasita.
Hey, Justin, where did you get that keen ribbon?
I got first place in the swimming contest at the creek.
Cool. But wasn't that last week?
Yeah, so?
Well, I was just wondering why you're still wearing the ribbon.
What, are you jealous?
No, I just don't know why you want to wear the ribbon around all the time.
Hey, not everyone gets to wear a first place ribbon. I should be able to wear it every stinking day if I want to.
Yeah, okay, Justin. I gotta go. See ya.
Hey, Justin, what's up?
Just trying to be keen like you, man.
What's with the ribbon?
I got first place in
Yeah, I know, man. That's old news. I mean, why are you still wearing the ribbon?
Golly, man. You're just as jealous as Daisy.
What? Jealous? I won that contest 3 years in a row before you did. I don't need a ribbon to prove that I'm a good swimmer.
Well, this ribbon proves that I am the best. Numero uno. We are the champions.
Man, I'm out of here.
We are the champions.
Justin, buddy, what's going on? You look lonely.
Nah, not really. It's just that none of my friends want to hang out with a real winner, I guess.
Well, that sounds rather stuck up, Justin.
Well, hey, I can't help it if they're jealous of moi.
Can you even hear yourself? You don't even sound like my friend. I think you let that first place ribbon go straight to your head. The Justin that I know doesn't have a big head. In fact, he's sort of humble.
Well, maybe you're right, Thundercloud. I mean, I would like to have my friends around.
Yes, but if you act like you're better than everyone else, you're going to find yourself by yourself. If you're good at something, you don't have to tell others. They'll figure it out for themselves.
Wow, I guess you're right. But how do I get my friends back?
Well, you can start by taking off that blue ribbon. You can still be proud of it, but maybe you should hang it up in your room. That way you can see it every day and night to remind you that you're a winner.
Ha-ho, Thundercloud! Many ha-hos! I have work to do. I gotta hurry up and hang this thing up on the wall so I can go find my friends.
Dos.
Dos.
Isa tinaka sage.
Hiake.
Hey dosta.
Hawuni. Hey Dosta.
Hawuni. Kai bithi. Naka sage bithwa.
Nebisa Naku Sage Bithwa. Kahe Bithi Naku Sage Bithwa.
Ha, ni bithi hana naka sage bithwa. Tatad ni ha.
Hatwan Kakawana. That Niha.
Hayika una ne baha ita awu. Hachana betan.
Hatchana Habethan.
Hey, did you guys see that?
See what?
Well, it is a forest. It's chock full of animal friends.
Hey, I did see something move over there. Something moved over there. It's in the grass. I see a towel.
Looks like a skunk. Everybody hold your nose.
Out of my way! Head for the hills. Smell you later.
You guys chill out. It looks like a little kid. Please don't run away. It's just me.
Well, who is you?
You mean are. Are you?
Am I what? What kind of question is that?
Who are you?
What? You've known me for years.
Man, this guy.
You guys sure talk a lot.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Not me. I'm kind of shy. Why are you shy? Everyone thinks I'm gonna spray them with stinky stuff. I only do that when I'm in danger. I'm sorry about that. Hey, we never got your name. It's Sophie. Nice to meet you.
Sorry about the head for the hills comment.
Same here. I mean about everybody holding their nose.
Well, I'm kinda used to it. Yeah, we won't do that anymore. Thank you, guys. Now I gotta go catch up with my brothers and sisters. Smell you later.
Has Nana. Has Nana.
Hey, Ricky, what you got there?
It's a book full of real king jokes.
Oh, no. Here we go again.
More jokes? I'm always ready to hear more jokes. Yeah, let's hear some.
Well, I may regret this, but... Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedic stylings of Tricky Ricky!
Thank you. You're a wonderful audience. Well, I just flew in from Albuquerque, and boy, are my arms tired. Okay, here we go. Knock, knock. Who's there? Isabel. Isabel who? Isabel broken? 'Cause I had to knock. Knock, knock. Who's there? Harry. Harry who? Hurry up and open up the door. It's freezing out here, man.
Oh, man, yeah. Huh, that was funny. That was a real good one.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? All of these jokes can't be bad.
Huh, yeah, that is funny.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Normally. Normally who? Normally, I'd call first, but I just had to see ya. Knock, knock. Who's there? Wafer. Wafer who? Wait for me, guys. I'm on my way.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Aho, aho. You're a real keen audience. I'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Starbucks of Ohms. Hatchin' Nahabethin.
Ricky! Wake up, man! Come on!
Hey, Justin. What's going on?
We're all gonna go see the new Captain Frybrand movie. You know, the one where he battled the aliens? You're coming, aren't you?
Sure, dude. Scoot in.
Hanabe Hina. Hanabe Hina. I am happy. Tana Nehina. Tana Nehina. I am sad.
Hasna Nana. Hasna Nana. I am mad.
Nina Tehina. Nina Tehina. I'm tired.
Flash! There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
All you gotta do is holler at your boy, buddy. Hey, what's with the football?
I was looking for you so we could play catch.
Hey, man, what are you doing?
Well, when I try out for the football team, I gotta be able to play offense and defense.
Football team? You said you were gonna be in a band with me, and we were gonna get on the gaming team together.
Well, hey, man, you can try out for the football team, too.
What? No way. You know my top speed is like 2 miles an hour. How are you gonna do all that and play football?
Well, Flash, I have to get on the football team.
Because why?
Well, because that's how you get popular, I guess. I think. Maybe?
So let me get this straight. You're gonna ignore me, your best friend, so that you can hang out with some people that don't even know you?
Well, they'll know me after I make the team.
I'm out of here, man.
Whoa! Did you see that? That ball must have gone up 100 feet.
I got those greasy greasy fry bread blues.
Uh-oh.
Hey, fellas. We're going to Florida.
Thundercloud, you okay, friend?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, man.
Well, now you've done it. You threw that ball so hard you knocked Thundercloud out cold, man. I had no idea you could throw a football like that.
I threw it because I was mad. I can't believe you're going to break your promise to me and our friends just because you think you're going to be popular.
I'm not breaking any promises. I just wanted to...
Oh, my head. When are you two not fighting?
He's breaking promises.
No, I'm not. Besides, he doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Yes, I do. I heard it all. I thought you two were best friends.
We are best friends.
Well, you sound like a bunch of old aunties fighting.
What? No way, man. You must be crazy.
No way, no how. I don't think so.
Well, you stop breaking promises, and you quit whining about it. Life is full of ups and downs, so you need to decide what's important to you so you can make the best decisions. Now, speaking of decisions, who's gonna walk me back home? Cause I'm still kinda dizzy.
We'll both take you back home, Thundercloud.
Well, I think we're almost out of time. Did you have a good time visiting us here in Firebed Flats? Did you remember any Arapaho words? How about Dayata? That means cold. How about some numbers like Ni Tata? Yeah, that's my favorite number of the day. Here's another one. Hachinahabetin. Can you say that? Hachinahabetin. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time here at Firebed Flats.
like awakening in the morning sun. Wanting to be near you, just to hear about the things you've done. Hoping every new day can begin the way that this one's done.
Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Cheyenne. Piva se worms. Raven, nahishave. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Piva se worms. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then say nahishave. Raven nahishave. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom.
She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond Fright Red Flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Numshum. You know, one person I respect a whole lot is Numshum. He's always there to teach me about the old ways and traditions. He tells me stories he learned from his grandpa. He said when he was a kid like me, he got into trouble sometimes, but he always had a friend around to help him do the right thing. That's what my friends are dealing with right now.
Okay, all right. This one's coming at you. Oh, it's swing and a miss.
Yeah, just missed it. The next one's gonna be a home run.
My turn. Daisy, you've already struck out. Let this old pro show you how it's done.
Okay, let's see you do it, Mr. Smarty Pants. I bet you'll strike out too.
Ha ha! Neither of you will be able to hit my awesome fastball. Batter up! Woo! Look at here. Strike one. Woo! I felt the air from that one.
Just quit your yakking and throw the ball, man. Ain't playing games.
Okay, strike two. Coming up. Whoa, buddy, you're supposed to hit the ball. Hey, maybe you need glasses.
Man, I told you to be quiet, man, and throw the ball, man. You're messing up my zone. You're messing up my focus, man. Ha! And you said I couldn't hit your... fastball.
What was that?
I don't know, but it didn't sound good. Well, I guess he didn't need that window anyway.
Aw, man, we're in big trouble. We broke Old Man Willie's window.
We? It was Flash who hit the ball.
Hang on, whoa. You throw it, man.
Well, I didn't tell you to break a window.
Hey guys, both of you calm down. We'll just have to tell Old Man Willie what happened.
Don't look at me. I'm not doing it. No way. No how.
Not me. That
never.
Ain't
Not this turtle.
No.
Well, what are we going to tell him then?
Hey, I say we tell him Blossom did it.
Yeah, she's just a little kid. He can't get mad at her. I mean, she's too cute to get mad at.
Yeah, you're right. She is a cute kid.
Say, you kids, somebody broke my window. You know whose ball this is?
Humana. We just saw Blossom with a ball.
Blossom did it.
Blossom, huh? Okay, I'll go find her parents.
Hey there, Blossom. What's going on, pal?
Hey, Blossom. What's going on?
I'm doing chores all week for Old Man Willie. For some reason, he thinks I broke his window. He told my parents, and now I'm grounded except for the stupid work.
Oh, that's too bad. Gotta go.
Oh, too bad, so sad. Oh well, see ya.
Oh, man. Now I feel really bad.
Yeah, I can't believe you lied like that.
Hey, You guys went along with it. It's your fault, too. We can't lie to our friends, Numpshum.
Yeah, you're right. I can't take this guilt. I'm gonna go tell Old Man Willie the truth.
No, I'll do it. I'm the one who broke the window.
I'll go with you, Flash. Friends gotta stick together. Daisy can go get Blossom and take her home.
Gee, guys. Sometimes y'all surprise me. I'll take Blossom home, then I'll come back and help. By the way, is it just me, or does Old Man Willie look like a Bigfoot?
Nuts. 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 Nish. 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 Nah. 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 Ske hotahayan. Nok eshev wo ea enotons na epoga vahens na ea stogo. Na hoest huesto ehogo. Ne na wasto na miniges ehogo. Ne namaste hego wasto sto nest ehogo. Net na not ze shishina ishi eha wo ho ho net. Niv. 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 No ho. No ho. No ho. Naso. Naso. Naso.
Hey, Flash, you want a s'more?
Some more? Some more what?
Dude, a s'more.
No! I don't know a s'more, dude. How can you give me s'more of something if you've given me nothing?
Ah, you're killing me, Flash. You're killing me. It was a dark and stormy night. There was a knock at the door. I went to the door. I opened the door. And there stood Flash. How you doing, Flash? Come on in, Flash. Have a seat, Flash. Tell us a story, Flash. And this is the story he told.
It was a dark and stormy night. There was a knock at the door. I went to the door. I opened the door. And there stood Blossom. Hey, Blossom, how you doing, Blossom? Come on in, Blossom. Have a seat, Blossom, and tell us a story, Blossom. And this is the story she told.
It was a dark and stormy night. There was a knock at the door. I went to the door. I opened the door. And there stood Daisy. How you doing, Daisy? Come on in, Daisy. Have a seat, Daisy. Tell us a story, Daisy. And this was the story she told.
It was a dark and stormy night. This is silly. Do I really have to do this? Okay. It was a dark and stormy night. Okay. There was a knock at the door. I went to the door. I opened the door. And there...
Whoa! Oh, it's thunderclouds.
Boo! You kids should really stop trying to scare each other. You're too funny. I'll bet your folks could hear you screaming all over Fry Bread Flats.
Man, you were scared.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't scared. Nuh-uh.
Nisso. 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 Nano. 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 So.
La da 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 da.
So.
Magos ehekada. Magos ese histamino. Ehatu navedan. Magos eanawedan na ema mata eads. Hickadots, magos. Ipiva zea ham. Hickadots, magos. Nichowa shimst. Hickadots, magos. Machio madam. Hickados magos. Niasinan nimia. Hickados magos. Hickados. Nida shiva piva motea magos. Hitch dits a piva shiv.
Epavona. 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 Epavona.
You know, I can do a lot of things by myself. How about you? It's great to be able to do stuff and not have to ask for help, but sometimes you just have to. And that's okay. Sometimes stuff is a lot easier and fun when you have a team. That's what my friends are finding out right now.
Hey, man, what's with all the weird noises? That sounds really weird, man.
Funny, Flash. I'm trying to help my friends. Their car is stuck. See it over there?
Where? Oh, hey, what y'all doing? It's good to see you. It's been a long time. Man, you're looking good.
Dude, you can catch up later. Right now, I need you to help pull them out.
Well, I don't think we can get the car out, just you and me. But I guess I'll help. One,
two, three,
pull! I'm passing out. I'm going. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Dude, could you be a little more dramatic? Use your shell next time, man.
I think we need more hands, paws, claws, or flippers, or whatever.
Flippers? Huh? What? Hey, is that Daisy over there? Daisy!
Hey, we need help.
Yo,
Hey,
Daisy!
come here.
Hey, Daisy,
Come
we need
help
some
us.
help over here.
Hey, guys. What's wrong?
Well, nothing's really wrong, but we gotta get our friend's car unstuck.
You think we can pull a car out?
Of course. Every little bit helps. Hey, teamwork makes the dream work, baby. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Well, why not?
One,
two, three,
pull!
Man, that's heavy.
Yeah, we need more flippers.
Huh?
Never mind. Has anyone seen Blossom?
Hey, there she is. Blossom!
Blossom! Hey!
Come help us, Blossom!
Yo, Blossom!
Blossom!
Hey, Blossom!
What's all the yelling about? Is everyone okay?
Yeah. We're fine, but we need your help to pull this car out.
You want me to help you pull a car? Are you crazy? I'm just a little kid.
Hey, we need everyone's help. We can't do it without you.
Yeah, the more flippers, the better.
Slippers? I don't have any slippers. Oh, well, I do have some, but they're at home. They're pink and fluffy. Want me to go and get them?
No. Flippers.
Justin, I think you are crazy. I don't have flippers. I have claws, see? Arr!
Well, okay then. Please bring me your claws over here and help me pull this out. Okay?
1, 2, 3, pull! See, I told you, I'm just a cute little kid.
No, we just need a bigger team. Hey, does anyone know that kid over there?
I've never seen her before.
Me neither.
Well, we need her help. Hey, you there. Hey,
guys, what's up?
First of all, do you have flippers, yes or no?
What?
What he means is, can you help us pull this rope?
Sure, but I hope we're not trying to pull anything heavy. 'Cause I'm not real strong.
Well, I think you're plenty strong enough. You see, we just need a little bit more to pull this car out, okay? One team, one dream, guys.
1,
2, 3,
pull!
1, 2, 3, pull! 1, 2, 3, pull! 1, 2, 3, pull!
Yeah, we did it! We did it, guys!
Woohoo, yes!
Wow, I can't believe we did that. I'm feeling real strong now. Let's go pull something else.
Hey, this teamwork thing is great, but we shouldn't do it every day. I can't take it. My shell hurts.
knots. Nish. Nish. Nah. Nah. Niv. Niv. No-ho. No-ho. Naso. Naso. Nisso. Nisso. Nano. Nano. So. So. Mato. Mato.
Have you ever tried to do something and you just couldn't? I mean, like different kinds of sports maybe, or even stuff in school? I have. Sometimes I can't do stuff and I just want to give up. But what would that prove? Nothing really. You just gotta keep trying. That's what Justin and Thundercloud are talking about right now.
I can't do this. I can't do this. It's too stinking hard. Forget it, man. I'm done.
What's all the fuss, my young friend?
It's this stupid math. I don't get it. I can't even pick it up. I give up, man.
Easy there, big fella. Don't be so hard on yourself. Maybe if you just take a deep breath and start over.
No, that won't help. I just don't understand this stuff at all. I'm gonna flunk this class. I'm gonna have to quit.
Justin, deep breaths, buddy. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, you're gonna have to calm down and listen. Justin, everyone has struggles. Each one of us has personal challenges to overcome. It's not just you.
Yeah, but you're an eagle, man. I mean, you don't have to worry about learning stuff like this. You know everything. You seem to know stuff before we even ask you.
Justin, if you only knew. I didn't always have it together. No, far from it. A long time ago, I was just like you. Scared to try the things I wasn't good at. And I also wanted to give up. But I found friends who were good at the things that I wasn't. And I learned from them. Knowledge is meant to be shared. That's why I love talking with you and your friends. You can't give up. What would that prove? Anyone can quit, but it takes a strong person to keep going, especially when they know it won't be easy.
But Thundercloud, I'm not a strong person. I'm just not.
Justin, don't you have a friend who's good at math?
Well, yeah. Daisy's pretty good at it.
Don't you think she would help you if you asked her nicely?
Well, I guess.
I think that would be a good idea. Friends are usually willing to help friends. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, Justin, remember, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out.
Niaish, Thundercloud. Niaish.
Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today. I hope you did too. I hope you learned a lot of stuff here in Fright Bread Flats. Do you remember our Cheyenne numbers? What if I said numshum? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Staha sevons. Can you say that? Staha sevons. That means I'll see you again. And I will. Next time here in Fright Bread Flats.
You've such an easy smile. And in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling too.
The National Native American Hall of Fame inducted 6 new individuals at the First Americans Museum in Oklahoma City. Mary Thompson Fisher, better known as Teata, of the Chickasaw Nation, was posthumously awarded for her contributions to the Native American arts. Stanley Crooks of the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux was also awarded posthumously. Stanley helped establish the Embassy of Tribal Nations in Washington, D.C. Franklin Duchesneau of the Cheyenne River Sioux was recognized for his contribution in tribal law, where he had a hand in numerous federal legislation regarding American Indians.
I'm privileged to really join these other people being recognized here.
Veronica Lee Homer of the Colorado River Indian Tribes was awarded posthumously for her lifetime of advocacy. Veronica was also the first female president of the National Congress of American Indians.
She was an inspiration to a lot of people, and it was great honor that I accept this award from my sister, Veronica Homer.
Chugach tribal member Julie Kitka, who served as the president of the Alaska Federation of Natives, was also inducted for her advocacy work in the Alaska Native community.
We very much believe in being politically active and encouraging our congressional delegation and our governor and everybody on that to pull their weight and help out people across the country. So.
Finally, well-known Southern Cheyenne educator Henrietta Mann was awarded for her devotion and contribution to education and Native American studies.
I love all of you. Thank you for honoring me. I consider it the greatest recognition that I ever had. Thank you sincerely.
Well, I grew up in Kingfisher, went to school there. And, we were raised out in the country on my grandmother's farm. My grandma and grandpa, they farmed 160 acres out there. And so that's where we were raised. We were raised around, mostly around. Back then, everybody talked Cheyenne, all the kids. And we understood Cheyenne, you know. And my grandpa, he was a medicine man. So he lived outside in a teepee. And my other grandpa, the one that had the farm, and my grandmother, my mother's mother, they had the house. It was pretty rough growing up, because we didn't have no electricity or no, we pumped water out of the well and bathed out of a big old tub, you know, and took turns, you know, and my grandmother canned her own food, and we had to work hard during the spring, you know, keeping it clean, and we'd all get together and harvest it, you know. She would can it, and they had their own horses and cows, and so we were, and they had a few turkeys, but those were special, you know. So we were taught about how to take care of ourselves, and that we was going to have to go to school. in a public school. And it was going to be different. So we found out it was different, you know. And we used to, every Saturday, we'd all get on a wagoning team and go to town and stay there and watch the movie and get our candy, you know, and go back home. But when we went to the public school, they told us not to talk our language. The only time we would talk it was on the playground, you know. And then we would laugh at them, you know. Of course, they didn't know what we were talking about, but as we grew up, we didn't know where our school supplies were coming from. We didn't know nothing about that until we got in the 3rd grade. You know, the high school principal was asked by one of the parents, you know, about the school supplies. He said, well, it comes from a man they called Johnston O'Malley from New York City. Said he was a foreigner, you know, and everybody laughed because we all know they're foreigners, you know. So anyway, that's how we knew we were getting our school supplies. And yeah, we were called names all the time, you know. Like gut eaters, you know, dog eaters, but we didn't pay no attention to them. We just went on back home. And we were taught to, unless they bothered us, you know, then we could defend ourselves. But yeah, I come from 9 members in my family, you know, and I'm the 3rd to the oldest. So yeah, I lost 2 sisters and 2 brothers. My father walked to town every day, him and his cousin. They worked in town for different people doing yard work, you know, and different things. And they told us about what we was going to have to go through and to just be good when we go to school. So we did all that much as we could, you know. And my mother used to say, well, there's a big word you're going to have to learn, and that's prejudice. It's all over. It's something that will never end. She said, but do the best you can and respect your teachers, respect your elders, and respect other people, you know. And so that's how we grew up. We all grew up together, and they used to call it West Bottom. That was a flood district, you know. And we were all in poverty, you know. And we used to go out and pick up bottles and cans and junk, you know, and go sell them, you know, just to get candy or pop, you know. But we shared with one another. And that was pretty good, you know. And one of the girls was talking to me earlier, you know, said, well, how did them Cheyenne girls look? And I said, they were pretty, but we couldn't bother them because we were told, you know, they were our relatives, you know. So we just had to kind of grin and bear it, you know. But then later on, we were taught about our traditional ways, you know, and where we came from, and about how to respect those people, you know. Because one day or sometime that we were going to be involved, you know, and that it took these certain men to really search you out, you know, and look at you, see what kind of life you live, you know, and if you were a good man, well, your family come from a good family, maybe they might put you somewhere, you know, like in the clan, or chief, make a chief out of you, or hitman. And yeah, that's the way we grew up. And we grew up around ceremonies, you know, and these our traditional ways, these warriors societies, you know. And so we learned quite a bit. Yeah, we every once in a while there would be some medicine people that come from out of town. They would come to our grandparents, you know, and they would all meet, and then we'd have to go somewhere for quiet, you know. And they would all meet and have a good meeting, maybe over the weekend, and they'd all leave, you know. So, yeah, everything had to be real quiet around my grandma's, and we were taught that in the morning we all get up and sit in a circle, and Grandma would pour coffee for all of us, and then break bread, you know. And then Grandpa would come in. He'd pray for about an hour, you know, and he would eat and go back out. So we were taught about that much respect for our medicine man, you know, whether he was our grandpa or not, you know, to respect his ways too. So, yeah, my sister used to take care of him. My oldest sister, she used to clean out his teepee and wash his clothes. So that was a good learning period, you know. We worked awful hard too. We'd have to go out there and help Grandpa shock feed, you know, the big old guys. And we worked hard. We know what hard work is. You know, everything starts from the home. And I had made a lot of suggestions to me and my brothers, you know, about the Head Start program, preschool, at Concho, or wherever they at, Canton, or to start there when it started. Because back then we used to have a lot of fluent speakers. I mean, they didn't want pay. They said, all you gotta do is feed me, you know, and I'll go over and teach our children, our grandchildren, you know, and then we thought that was the best thing for them to learn the language. Now, back to where I was growing up, we were told that come one day, they said, the Ville, white man, as you get older, as you grow up, things were going to change. That they weren't going to be allowed to have language in school. So, and that you're going to have to show your ID card to show that you're Indian, how much blood you are. And then about speaking your language. They said, because I think it's still coming around. Because what the old people used to say about these treaties, you know. Come one day, the white man's going to say, well, if you're not Indian, you're gone. You're no more Indian. Oh. You don't have no card. You can't speak your language. You can't sing your songs. So all that, I truly believe that, you know, later on down the line, you know. And that's why I always tell my grandsons, now they picking up words. They'll tell me, good morning, Grandpa. And then they tell me to go to sleep. So that's good, you know. And they know how to say water, you know, and bread. So that's real good. He's a preschooler. And the other one, he's in 4th grade. So the ones in 4th grade already been in Sundance, you know. So we're trying to teach them our values, you know, of our religion and our ways, you know, and language, you know. And they go to the drum and they sing, except the small one, he wants to run around, you know, that's all right. Well, it makes me feel good in my heart, you know, because I dance. I used to traditional dance one time when we were smaller, and then later on, I was 13 years old, I was initiated into the Cheyenne Gore Clan at Watonga, Oklahoma, out to Touching Ground Community Hall. And there was 4 of us that was initiated. And you didn't see no little kids dancing then, because I was 13 years old, and we were taught then that after we got initiated that to remember all those men that took us around, they were headsmen. And because of these clan songs, you know. So, and we felt pretty good. And that's when they said, they asked us questions about who made your moccasins, who made your beads, who made your sash, who made your fan, who made your gort, you know. Because none of your parents couldn't make them. And it was your aunts and uncles that made all that stuff. So they said to remember all that, so I did, you know. And everything that we used to hear the old people say, you know, you do good things, you know, you receive a good blessing, you know. So I guess I've been blessed with grandchildren, you know, and I get after them just like any other kids, you know. I was initiated in 1984 at Concho. Now I was initiated by headsmen, and we had witnesses there, 3 chiefs. So that's upon my experience being in the traditional and ceremonial. So I sundanced in 1976 down at Watonga at Walking Woman allotment. And so I didn't, they told me to come to meetings. So I went to the meetings, and they told me that just keep coming, keep learning. We're going to talk to you, tell you things. And remember all the stuff, you know, that we're telling you. So one day you're going to be a good leader, even though you already went in the military, you know. And we got that respect for warriors, you know. So I didn't think nothing of it all that time, and they really watch your family, how you raise your family, and how you support them, you know. So I worked all the time, and so they initiated me at Concho, and then after that, I became a hitman. My duties were to take care of my people and protect them, and also to be a referee among the Cheyennes. Like if there was a family squabble or something, they couldn't fix it. Well, I had to go there and straighten it up, you know, best way I know how. And we're over the chiefs, these headmen. So, yeah, we hardly ever give them advice, you know. There's 44 chiefs and there's 16 headmen among these clans, you know. So, yeah, we're more fortunate than a lot of tribes here in Oklahoma because we still have our traditional ways and our ceremonial ways, and we uphold them every summer, you know, for 2 weeks. And it's a great time to be among our people, you know. And we go back into a teaching period, teaching these young men, you know, tell them about our clan, you know, and what they used to do. So, and all the songs that they gourd dance to when they have powwows and benefit dances, and that's where they come from, our clan, the bowstring. It's a great honor to serve my people, you know. And so I really speak up for them, no matter where, you know. About how these gourd dance became from a ceremonial to a social dance. Because back then they were all medicine songs, you know. And so our people was wanting to do something more sociable than doing the hang game. Of course, they didn't have no powwows back then, you know. And they had other dances, but they would do it during the time of the ceremony, you know, when they would let them do that. So they got together with the chiefs and the headmen after the Korean conflict. That's when mostly women approached our leaders, you know, and say, hey, we really want to dance that gourd dance. So can you give it to us? And they said, well, let us think about it. So they thought about it for a while, and then they called the women back in, and they said, well, we sung these songs, so we took these medicine songs out, and we made these gourd dance songs for you all. So now you got something to dance to. And there's rules. These rules say nobody can run in front of you or walk in front of you while you're dancing. And when these men dance, this whole arena belongs to these warriors. No matter if they're old or modern, this arena belongs to them. So later on, you're going to have a lot of tribes to take it up. We already know. So that's the way, so that's how I became initiated into that. So we could dance, you know, and all the women could dance then. So now it's used all over the United States, you know. And that's a very, very enjoyable dance, you know.
Elders Day Out is a regular event sponsored by the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. It's a way for our elders to continue to enjoy their lives and to encourage one another by sharing stories and offering companionship.
To me, it's about culture and tradition. The way I see it, we are a circle people. Everything we do in a circle. We camp in a circle, we gather, we sing, we dance in circles. And so I tell the people, we'll circle people. So I said, and then how we became confused is now we live in boxes. We're square people. And that's confusing to our Indian people, Indian way of life. And this type of thing here, I'm just so happy and proud that our people, our young people, are honoring our elders, and that we can get together and for one day at least be happy and share our stories with one another, share camaraderie with one another, because this is what life is supposed to be all about.
I think it's traditionally you take care of your elders. And I think this is the way the tribe shows their appreciation and their respect by honoring the elders, by giving them a day out. Through your experiences in life as an elder, you're supposed to give back to the younger children and to the younger adults and teach them the lessons that you've learned. And so as elders, it's our responsibility to help raise the children in the tribe, no matter whose children they are, whether they're our nieces or nephews or distant relatives. We take care of them. And that's our responsibilities as elders. And the tribe, in return, gives us a day in honor of living this long and coming through the experiences we have, and then hopefully pass the knowledge back to our children.
I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this.
Our elders, in the past, I remember that we would all get together, our families would get together in the communities. We do things together. And especially the chiefs of the tribe. Their duty was to make sure that people were involved. And if someone had a bereavement, the chiefs were the first ones there to encourage the people, and also to bring some type of continuity to the tribe and keep them together. And that's the way it should be. We should never forget one another. We should all be together because the Creator made us, and the Creator gave us our ways, our traditional ways, which meant that we should all respect one another and love and take care of one another.
Our elders are an important part of our community. Providing them with information about available services, as well as assistance in gaining access to those services, is one of the main objectives of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Elder Program. Call 405-422-7571 for more information.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, cha eskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you talk and they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time, but every chance we get. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids not only need to know the dangers and how to avoid them, they need to hear it often from you. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids and guide them through the challenges of growing up safe and healthy. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So talk, they hear you. You can do it if you try.
What is this? Oh, what you dancing?
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Bernina of Oklahoma City, sellers of high-quality precision sewing machines, and by Hamilton Beach, makers of quality home and commercial appliances, and by generous contributions from viewers like you.
Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you for tuning in to Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge. I'm pleased to announce that this is actually our Season 2 Making Regalia. Season 1 went very well and got a lot of good response, and I appreciate all the requests that came in. We're going to continue on bringing these shows to you. And today we're actually going to do leather work today. I'm going to be working on a belt. I'm going to show you the different steps on how to tan it, go through the different cutting of it, and also tacking on rivets to it. So But, once again, I want to reach out to you guys. Thank everyone out there in TV land for watching our show. Thanks for the response and, the emails and everything. I appreciate it. I really look at it that, this helps me out and continuing on with this show. So we're going to continue on with season 2, bringing you more stuff, more things, more, outfit building. Start maybe do some bustle work and go with that. So what we're going to be working on today, this is my daughter's belt. My daughter dances fancy shawl. She also dances jingle. I use this belt because it's very universal. She can wear it with both styles of outfits, and it's pretty cool. And not for say I'm not the expert on how to make these. I've seen some belts out there that blow my mind. The actual articulate work that they do supersedes me altogether. I just know the little bit of basics on how to do this and how to get this ready. So bear with me on this. I'm just going to show you my style and my interpretation on how to do this. And I know out there are some artists that do these belts. It can blow me away. I appreciate that. I'm not saying I'm better than you guys. I'm just showing people how to do this. So working with this, this is rawhide leather. You can get this at most leather stores, and pretty much it's very easy to work with. All I've done is took my daughter's measurements and cut it out to her specific measurements. From there, I added these gold conchos and actually these gold tacks, and that's what we're going to get into. But from the very basis of this, I'm going to show you how to cut this out using just our bare tools here, and then we're going to dye it. Now dyeing it's going to get a little bit of messy, so you want to get prepared for that. You want to actually use trash bags or use an old table that you don't really use or eat off of, because the dye gets everywhere, and it's very dark, and as you can kind of see from my hands, it doesn't come out for a couple days. So just bear in mind with that. Just be very careful with it. There's actually 2 steps to apply it, let it dry, and then after that you actually have to rub it the dye off of it. The dye will stay, but it's just to get all the excess dye off there. Now understand that the first time you might use the belt after you've dyed it, it might get on the outfit that you're wearing. It kind of tends to do that. I've known that for the past. So the first time you do wear the belt after you dye it, don't use your most expensive material. Use maybe an outfit that you've worn in the past, but don't use your latest and greatest outfit on a brand new belt. That's all I'm saying. So with that, we're going to go through the steps on actually how to build this belt. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our leather that we purchased at our leather shop, our rawhide leather. This comes in different sizes. You're just going to have to attune to whatever measurements you need. This, like I said, this belt, I actually wear one of these kind of belts too. So this is kind of unisex. You can actually wear one for the male or a female. It's just whatever you want to do with it. Add whatever tacks you want to do, or if you can create your own designs, or actually put family designs. The tacks allow you to kind of put a little bit of extra into it. But starting with the leather, this is pretty stout material. Pretty much I've already got my measurements here, but I'm just going to use this as a demonstration on actually how to cut it and actually how to dye. What you do is just use a regular pencil, and if I were to measure out whatever length I need, just measure there, and then just run up here. Leather's pretty good about using your eraser, but you just want to make your mark there. Take your scissors. It is kind of hard to cut through, depending on the thickness of the leather. So what I like to use is pretty sharp material. And like you women out there that don't have a lot of hand strength, you might ask someone else to cut this, because even for me, it's about to break my scissors. So here we go. There we go. I think I gotta go to the gym on this one. All right, it's getting through. I got it. Okay, so finally got through there. It might be a little rough on some sides, and you can take sandpaper to actually sand the edges if you wanted to make rounded edges or things. I've even seen people actually sand this side to get the kind of roughness off there and make it smooth. Depending on the grade of sand, that will determine, like actually how smooth it can get. Now, I've already got this table kind of prepped up, ready to go. This die, like I said, gets just about on anything, and once it's on there, it's on there. It's U.S. Marine Corps black. I remember back in the Marines, this is actually what we used to dye like our boots with. I remember the old Cadillacs. I actually had a pair when I first went into the Marines, and what we did is that we actually used this dye to actually dye them over again, and then we'd stay up all night polishing them. This dye, it made them glossy, and I remember like going through inspections, like some of our boots look pure like glass and stuff. So, but it took a long time to get there. So I'm pretty familiar with this dye from the U.S. Marine Corps. This is pretty easy. What you'll do is you'll buy this, but you also have to buy it looks like a huge Q-tip. And I'm going to go ahead and get my fingers dirty for you guys out there at home. This isn't really going to come off too very well, but for you guys, and I love you guys out there, I'm going to actually get my fingers all dirty for you. Here we go. So there it is. There's my black Q-tip. So what you want to do is very carefully take this out and just go ahead and go over the leather, like whatever like stroke you want. You can see it's already starting to get in there really well. So just run it over, kind of just like any way possible to get it on there. And it just starts to soak in very well. Now you see it kind of looks wet, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's dry. It's not. It is still wet. So might take a little bit of time to actually let it dry. And what I like to do is I like to do this several coats. When I do my belts and stuff, I'll do like at least 3 coats. Because once you like let it sit the first coat like this, let it sit for a while, it looks like it's flat black for a quick second, but once it actually starts to dye, it starts to get a lighter in tone, and that's when it's starting to to dry up. But right when it starts to do that, I like to hit it with one more coat, and I'll do this like 3 to 4 times depending on what I'm working with, and just that way I know it's not going to come off and it's going to be a dark good finish on there, because that's what I'm shooting for, is just a really good finish. So if you look, it doesn't take long at all. It's starting to change color tone. I'm gonna go ahead and hit it again with another like coat. So here we go. We're just adding the other coat. It starts to, this is actually pretty fun actually. I have to say, I like doing this. You can see it's starting to get a little bit darker when it dries up. And once I let it dry, from here, what I'll do is I'll hit the sides of it, and that way I kind of edge it on the sides. But as you see, it's starting to, it takes a little bit longer to dry, and right now it looks like gloss black. But in a couple seconds, it starts to change color, it starts to go flat black. When I do this, I'll usually let it sit for a night. Once I've done all my layers, I'll let it sit for a night, and then from here what I'll do is I'll get an old dirty sock that you don't really want to use anymore, and what I'm going to try to do is get all the excess off. It will kind of look a little flat blackish the next morning, but what you do is you'll just take your sock and run over it a lot, and it'll start to flake and stuff like that. So I recommend you don't do this on your couch or anywhere close to anything that you want damaged, because the flakes will tend to stay somewhere. So either take it outside and kind of like rub the flat blackness out of it, and it'll start to actually polish itself. All right, with the power television, I let this sit for a little bit, like we always do. I got one of Red Sky's socks here. He left it over at the house. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to take this and I'm going to rub the leather, and you can kind of see it's starting to change color. And like I said, you don't want to do this on your couch or anything close to anything you don't want to ruin, because it starts to flake off. But the more I do this, the more polished it gets. And there we go. You can kind of see it's starting to get a little glossy. And like I said, there are products out there that if you want to go to the leather store and you really want it to shine, you can buy, conditioners and stuff like that. And, but for the show, I got it close enough where, I'm going to work with this. And like I said, I'm going to start doing these tacks right here. These tacks I get from just about, any Indian store. They come in all different sizes. They also come in silver, and sometimes they come with, designs on them and stuff. They're pretty easy to work with. They actually come with 2 prongs, or I've seen them with different other styles of prongs. But what I want to do is, I'm going to start doing design work. And usually what I'll do on the bottom is I'll do like every inch. I'll just drop a tack here, 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 here. The best way I can do that is even with the black on there, I'll take my ruler and just kind of pencil in a mark or a little indentation using like a blade or something like that. Get a little cut mark on there. Now what I'll do here is I'm going to use one of these tacks, but I'm going to actually cut the prongs halfway off, and that's going to be my marker tack. And I'm going to use this over and over and over. That way I can precisely see where I want my tack to go. So all I'm going to do is take some needle nose, cut like the prong enough that it's just going to barely protrude out, but I can still make an indentation into the leather. So rub it back and forth there. And if you see, the prong isn't all the way there, but it still will sit perfectly exactly where I want it. So from here, I use this to make my designs. And the way I do it is I kind of will figure out where I want it. Sorry, I don't have a hammer today. But there. Now if you look, this the sawed-off prong that we have actually made 2 little bite marks in there. These little vampire marks are perfect because all you got to do now is take an awl or any kind of knife or any small like a blade and actually make indentions in here. From there, it's very easy just to slide this in there and collapse the ends of these, and then the tack will sit perfectly in there. So since I've got my little vampire marks in there, and I don't have an awl, and I don't have a hammer, but I do have this, I'm going to use this. I'm going to be very careful with this. It's probably not a project to have your kids do. I'm a local idiot, so I can just do this. So here we go. I'm just going to use this carpenter's knife. Kind of get in there. And this leather is thick. This one is a little too thick. So going back and forth, I got my bite marks in there. I'm going to take this and push it through. So now I'm going to show you how to do the design work on this belt that I've already started. This is the kind of design I'm going to go with. I'm going to do it repeatedly here, 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 and here. What we did earlier is I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to take my little vampire tack, bend this in. And I'm going to do the exact same design as here. So all I've got to do is put it right above the other one. And I like to eyeball things and make it just perfect. So you can move it back and forth before you can actually put it in. And then from there, just kind of mash it in there. I got my vampire marks good enough that I can see them. And all I've got to do with my X-Acto knife is just kind of prick it in there. There. And then use your regular tack and push this in. Do it again. This leather's a little tough too. And so like I said, I've seen belts out there in the power world that are just freaking awesome. I mean, I've seen design work that I can't even imagine how long it's taken them to actually put all these tacks in there. If you can see, even me, it's a kind of a struggle to put these in there. And I give a lot of kudos out to the people that do these belts, because this has got to take a lot of time, a lot of man hours. And technically, I usually use an awl but I left it at home on accident. So I'm trying to work with this carpenter's knife. This is not something I really would recommend. Plus, it's a little dangerous, I think.
Joaquin is hoping that bloodshed won't ruin his project. Play it safe. Use the right tools for puncturing leather, and all in a dead blow mallet will safely do the job.
It's starting to protrude through. I think I got it. So I'm going to use the leather. Oh, your neighbor's gonna love you when you start like banging on the walls and on the tables and stuff. And so I've got the actual prongs to protrude through the leather finally. And now all you gotta do is bend them over to fasten them. So once you collapse them, they're pretty much in there. They're not coming out. All you gotta do, there. I've done both sides, and that is perfectly in there. And from there, you just take your little vampire tack and just keep going. From here I went 4 up, and then I went 2 on the sides to kind of make a little cross symbol. So I'm going to do that over and over and over. And like I said, I've seen other designs where people actually put family designs, real intricate stuff. And right now, this is all I've got for right now. So, and these conchos here, I've actually got these at your actual Indian store too. All I did is just measure these out. I found the dead center where I wanted it to. And I just cut and drilled a hole through here. And the concho actually has a little coupling hole into it, a little ring. And what I did is I ran shoestring through here, attaching them through the little hoop. And this is like nylon shoestring, and so what I did is I tied a really good knot and I burnt the edges of it so these won't actually pop off. So that's all I did to actually get my conchos on there. From there, since this is my daughter's little belt, I know she's going to grow out of it really fast. I didn't really go with the intricate detail as far as doing the straps. On my belt, since I've gotten, since I'm older and I haven't really changed any sizes, I've gone with leather straps, which you can also buy at most leather shops. They have kind of instructions on how to actually bolt these on there. It usually requires like a screwdriver and a little interlocking device. And sometimes you put a little thread lock on there so the bolt won't come off. That's just what I remember, because I have had the screw actually come out before. So I like to put a little thread lock in there so it won't ever come out. But since this is my daughter, and I know she's gonna grow out kind of fast, all I did was drill 2 holes here, here, and the way she attaches it is just by shoestring. So forgive me on that one. I didn't do the straps on here, but there are instructions when you do buy the kits itself. And so what I'm doing is lining this next one up, just right on top of the other one. I kind of eyeball it, make sure I got it dead center where I want. Use my makeshift hammer here and beat the heck out of it. And looks like I got my marks. So, like I said, I want to apologize because I don't have an awl. If I had an awl, I could probably go a whole lot faster, but today on the show, I totally forgot to bring it. So I got this carpenter knife, which is kind of dangerous, and I don't recommend it. So, once again, it'd be a whole lot easier if you had an awl. The next thing I'm going to talk about is taking care of this this brass, conchos, and the tacks itself. They're products that you can even buy at your local convenience store. We'll just say at Walmart. It's called Neverdol. Neverdol is pretty easy to use. It's a solution that you want to use a rag, maybe an old towel or something to that effect. Just all you got to do is put it on there, rub the Neverdol over here, and it starts to polish this again. So even though this one looks a little dingy, it looks a little faded out, the Neverdol will actually get it back to showroom shine. I've seen these things really, really bright as soon as you start hitting it with the Neverdol. So that's one thing you can use to take care of your belt with. Like I said, all I did was, with my vampire marks, just try to get all the way through the leather, going back and forth, get my tacks, and tack this thing down. I'm gonna He-Man it through, and whoops, I ended up breaking that one. Whoops. I don't know my own strength. Okay. So, since I'm doing it the unsafe way, I really got to He-Man that thing on there. And, good. Looks like I got it to protrude through. Once there, all I got to do is, like I said, just make sure that blade's in there. I'm going to push the ends down. And once I do that, the tack is in there permanently, and you don't have to worry about it falling off. There. That's number 2. Like I said, it would have been a whole lot faster if I had it all, but like showing you the basics on how to do this is pretty much the easiest way to do it. Like I said, this is going to save you a lot of time. This little tack that I've cut off the ends. Now you might want to watch it sometimes. That the ends will actually start to bow out. When it does that, all you got to do is carefully kind of bend them back in, because that's going to mess up your alignment when you actually do your tacks, your actual individual tacks. So if they start to bow out, just kind of compress them back in, and that way you can continue to use it. Now this isn't going to last you the entire duration. You're going to have to make another one of these, because after a while it does just tend to wear these out, and just throw it away and start fresh. So just know that this won't make it through the whole job, but at least you get most of the job, and you can precisely pinpoint exactly where you want to tack this down to. So I got a lot of requests in to show how to fuse 2 pieces of material together and hide the rough part, the actual frayed part, the cut marks, I would probably say. It's very easy. What I'm going to work with is 2 pieces of cotton material, knowing that if you leave this frayed mark out, it's going to fray pretty well. So I'm going to fuse these together. I'm going to use our brand new sewing machine from Bernina of Oklahoma. I want to thank them out, for letting us use this. I'm going to steal it by the end of the show. Just kidding. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 2 pieces of cotton material, and what we're going to do is take the prints, both sides of the prints, and smash them together, just like so. So from there, you take your prints together, and the way that you're going to hide the frayed part is you're just going to roll it. Roll it once, and you make kind of like little indentation there, and then from there you're going to roll it twice. This it's going to be double lapped, pretty much 4 times over. So you're actually going to be sewing through 4 pieces of material. I like to keep my fingers on it. Some people use pins to hold this in place. Me, for structural purposes only, I'm just going to hold it together. So going to slide this in the machine. Another way you can actually get this perfectly perfect is iron it. If you iron the material, it'll stay perfectly flat. So, find my pedal. All I'm going to do is run a single stitch all the way up, and I'm going to sew, if you can kind of see it, I'm going to sew right where the fold is, on the very outside. That way I know I've got all the frayed edges in there, and you're never going to see them again. Wow, I am liking this sewing machine. Okay, so there, if you can see it, I sewed right here on this inside, and you're never going to see these frayed edges again. And when you flip it inside, like how it's supposed to be, you won't see it. And once again, I always recommend that, whatever fabric you're working with, I kind of go with the same color of thread. So even if you pull this thread apart, you're not gonna see like say if it was a red or anything orange or anything like that. Since I use the blue, even if I pull this as hard as you can, all it's gonna do is it's gonna match the same print. So that's my little tip for today. That's how you fuse 2 pieces of material together and hide the frayed part. So once again, going back to the belt, I just want to state that depending on what style of dance it is, if you're a grown man or a woman or whatnot, kind of pick out what kind of belt fits your needs. This one right here, this material is kind of really thick. Preferably, if this was my belt, I wouldn't have probably got so thick. The other thing you got to worry about is your tacks. You want to make sure that the tacks that you get will go all the way through the leather itself. Sometimes, you know, if you can get like too thick of leather, your tacks won't actually protrude through there. Then you won't be able to clamp them. You know, like I said, you can get this at most leather shops, and they have workers there that would help you out with different sizes and stuff, and as far as thickness too. I know like Tandy's, that's where you can get most of this leather stuff. You can even buy the couplings and the straps for to cinch the belt together. So just keep in mind, watch your sizes, you know, check out your dyes, and you know, if you want to make them shiny, I know there's other products out there that you can actually use on the leather itself. So once again, we've come to the conclusion of our show, and I'm really sad but really happy that, you know, we're going to continue on with this show. You know, I want to thank everybody out there for watching and tuning in, you know, giving great advice. Of course, you know, you can email me at lonelodgecatv47@yahoo.com. You can watch all the past episodes at catv47.com, Making Regalia. You can watch all of season 1 there, and now we're bringing you season 2. Season 2, you know, we're going to encompass a lot more stuff. We're going to have a couple more guest appearances. I believe my grandmother is actually going to come up here and do a whole set of fully beaded moccasins. So she's going to do the whole setup. You can learn how to cut the sole, to beat it, and actually attach everything. And plus, you know, we're going to have some more guest appearances from different people out there. So once again, from me, thank you for tuning in to Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge.
My name is Farrell Wilson, but everybody calls me Gus, and I'm the second oldest man living here. Next month, June 10th, 2021. I'll be 80 years old, and my mother got some inherited some land kind of northeast of town of Canton, and I still got that property because I'm the only one left in Mom and Dad's family. And when I was a toddler, I remember living over there, and there was a old woman, I didn't know who she was, living not too far from our house. And I should have asked somebody who she was, and I didn't find out till much later that was my mom's grandma. Was my grandpa's mother. She was telling my mother in the town of Canton, she went to one of them stores. She had a picture on the wall. After Little Bighorn was over, she seen a picture. She said it wasn't like that, cause when she was maybe a teenager, after battle was over, she went over there. She said all them cavalry guys was laying dead on the ground, and she said, some of them guys had no clothes on. And she told my mother, them Sioux, they were crazy. He said they stripped them all, them soldiers, dead soldiers. Anyway, and after that, she said, she told my mother that her father would have been my great-grandpa on my mother's side, and he was from Montana, and that's where that would have been my great-grandfather, and then it was buried there at my grandpa's father. Back then, they had no English name, so my great-grandmother, the old lady, they had no name, so they called her well, she was Northern Cheyenne, and they call her Montana woman, and Cheyenne, and they translated into English. It was Ian. This is what's called Northern Cheyenne. Ian, Montana woman. Anyway, and my grandfather, my mother's father, he didn't know English name either. They just translated his Cheyenne name, which was Hilviano, which means Yellow Hawk. They gave him that name. And his name was Fred Yellowhawk. I don't know where Fred came from. And he had a full brother. His Cheyenne name was River, oh heck, and yeah, they translate his name, and my great-grandmother had some land. They gave her us 360 acres, and my two grandfathers, my mother's father and her uncle, River. Later on, River got a name like my grandfather. Didn't know where he got that name. Sam River, and they put I don't know where it came from. They put S on it, back of it, Rivers. I don't know where it came from. The S. I got some nieces and nephew living here in Clinton. That's what their last name is, Rivers, and see. And we're living over on that property, and when my great-grandmother died, my grandfather, my mother's father, inherited, and when my grandfather passed away, my mother inherited it, and when she passed away, and we inherited there was 6 of us. There was 4 brothers and 2 sisters. We inherited from my mother, and my grandpa's brother, he sold part of his, and my grandfather didn't sell any of his until we moved to Clinton here, because my father used to work at Southern Oklahoma gypsum plant, where they make sheetrock stuff. And when it shut down, it got him a job here in Clinton. And went to work at a brickyard over here, Clinton. And my father, he was part white. That's why my last name Wilson. His grandfather was half white, named Adam Wilson, and he was a quarter white, Indian, and that's why like I said, my last name Wilson. That's where it came from, and but they still got me down as a quarter white, and my grandfather, name was John Wilson. It was my father's father, and he worked, retired from a brickyard, and before we moved from Canton, my mom sold 40 acres of land, and bought a house here in Clinton. That's where we lived. And that's when my father went to work at a brick plant, making brick at the old brickyard, brick plant. See, we were looking for a job, and his older sister, she was 2 years older than my father. My father passed away when he was 70 years old. I thought it was old, but I'm going to be 10 years older than that next month. And he asked my aunt, my father's older sister, if there was any job she could have in Clinton. And her husband used to be a night watchman there at a brick plant. And then he told my dad, come over and put in your application for a job. That's when he got a job. He used to work in what they call a keel, look like a hut. He used to cook bricks, and he worked there quite a while and finally retired. And And when we was kids, when they retired, we moved out in the country, northeast of Clinton here. He rented a house from another Indian guy, and went to school up to Arapaho, because school bus come by there. We'll get on the bus and go to school. And he was talking to some man. Some man came out there and was going to school at Arapaho. And that man was superintendent of schools in Clinton. He told my dad, we're living in Clinton School District. We're supposed to be going to school at north of the Laos Country Store, east of town. There was a schoolhouse there. It was in the Clinton School District. We were supposed to be going to school there, but it closed down a long time ago. So went to school at Clinton, and eventually we called Clinton school bus. The superintendent sent a bus out there to pick us up. Back then, I don't know, they might still do it now. The tribe used to give school districts so much money for each Indian child that went to school there. And we get free lunches. And I graduated from high school 1961. Also was the second oldest male to, it might have been the senior class oldest Indian guy was in my class. He was the oldest. So I just was thinking about the story. My grandma, great-grandma told my mother about that little bighorn, and I wish I would have knew who she was. I would have went and talked to her. She couldn't speak English, and but I did a little bit here and there. But I used to understand it, and sometimes I just think about stuff like that happened years ago. And I just graduated from high school, and after graduation, I was going to trade school, but I didn't. But and I also was going to the south of town here. They got Veteran Center now. It used to be a TV sanatorium, and I was going to go over there and learn how to. There was a guy there who used to teach upholstery, repair divans and stuff like that. But I didn't get to go because I got my job. Anyway, I worked till I was 46 years old. And then I put in for my Social Security, and I got it. I'm getting it now. And I worked a lot of different places. Some construction, but mostly general labor, like farm work and things like that. And I don't get very much Social Security because farm work didn't pay in, and just a little work I done, construction. But I get enough to support myself, and I'm just glad I lived this long. Like somebody said, if I knew I was going to live this long, I would have taken better care of myself. Well, I was goofing off when I was still young. In my late teens and 20s. And then I used to get in trouble quite a bit. Not real big trouble, just, and I used to get locked up in jail. I used to do things that I shouldn't have done. Now I think about it, and yeah, my mother passed away when she was young too, 73 years old, and my father, he was 70. My father was born 1905, and he died in 1975. And my mother died when she was 73. As a matter of fact, she died in 1981. And I didn't think I was older than them. And I just wished I would have knew my great-grandmother, my mother's, and then my father's mother. Anyway. And I was born on a property. I was born in a tent. A doctor from the town of Kent came to deliver me. There was 6 of us, 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and a mother and father. Anyway, we just grew up till I lost my older sister in 1968. She was married up there to Watonga. And eventually all my brothers and sister passed on. And about a month and a half ago, my brother was still alive. He died about a month and a half ago. He was the oldest. He would have been 83 years old, 7th of May. And I gotta go, my goal is to try to live to be 100. And if I don't get real sick, or I don't get real bad disease, or if I don't get in no bad accident, I might make it. And I don't do anything now. I was telling somebody something. He asked me, what do I do now? I told him, I'll do a little bit this and that, and a whole lot of nothing. He just laughed. He said, well, that's all some of us can do. Do a little bit here, a little bit there, and yeah, yeah, my grandfather, my mother's father, and my mother's mother, I never did get to meet her. She passed away before I was born. And we just do what we can, what we could. I used to, and my father worked a long time. It was mostly do farm work. I guess we were poor, and I didn't know it, because we used to have plenty to eat. Clean clothes to wear and stuff like that. And anyway, but we were happy when we were growing up. I made a lot of friends, all kinds. Boys and girls, men and women, different races, whites, blacks, Indians, and now Spanish, Mexicans, a whole bunch of friends. And I'm just glad I got to tell a story. That's all.
Kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, cha'askuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying I'm asking to be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Try. If you're talking, they will hear you.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time, but every chance we get. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids not only need to know the dangers and how to avoid them, they need to hear it often from you. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids and guide them through the challenges of growing up safe and healthy. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So talk, they hear you. You can do it if you try.
What is this? Oh, it's dancing.
Our culture is our prevention. Make the right choice.
Greetings, my dead ghouls and fiends, and welcome to the Creepy Teepee Theater. I'm your host, Uncle Zeke, the ghost host freak. And no, this isn't the teepee. And no, it's not that kind of creepy. You're probably thinking of that weirdo in your inbox right now. Not me. No. This is like sitting around a campfire and telling ghost stories with your cousins. Or going to a powwow and everybody is saying, "Dear woman is here." Ooh. Or like being in that old basement and you're the last one up the stairs. What was that? Anyway, back to the theater. Tonight's creepy feature is about zombies. George A. Romero's zombies, and the film that changed the genre forever. It's also one of my favorite films, and the reason why I took this gig in the first place. So sit back and relax like a deadbeat, because you probably are, and enjoy the movie. And don't forget, they're coming to get you. They're coming to get you. What is that?
Make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, you know that she can't. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Test. We're back on? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problems.